Explanatory to Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Burke. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. Explanatory. The undersigned claims no credit for the concept of an inner world, in which the great economic problems which now confront the people had been solved in the interest of humanity and ideal conditions established for all. This was the leading thought in a work by Dr. T. A. H. Lowe, deceased, which was placed in the hands of the writer by his widow, Mrs. Mary P. Lowe. It contains a glowing description of the ideal conditions which would prevail under the practical application of the principles of freedom, equality, and fraternity in human affairs. But the author died before he had an opportunity to work out a practical system by which the masses of the people, situated as they now are, without even a clear understanding as to just what is the matter, could commence with existing conditions, and peacefully, effectually, and speedily establish the much-to-be-desired system of absolute justice in distribution which he described. Hence, it was determined to prepare a series of volumes illustrating the operation of practical working methods by which this result could be secured, and then publish Dr. Lowe's original volume, just as it was written, as a fitting conclusion. And we now take pleasure in presenting to the reader the first volume of the series, and respectfully ask a candid consideration of the principles which it is designed to elucidate. Signed, Jack Adams. End of Explanatory. Chapter 1 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeff Burke. Beneath the Midnight Sun. My private office was on the second floor of the sanitarium, which I had fitted up in Kansas City to meet the demands of my large practice in the treatment of chronic diseases. The furniture consisted of a large bookcase containing my library of standard works and other publications useful in my practice, a writing desk, a few chairs, sofa, and other conveniences usually found in such places. One door opened into the hall, and another connected with my bedchamber, bathroom, and laboratory in the rear. In the front was a large bay window where I often sat in a meditative mood, concealed by the heavy lace curtains, looking out upon the throngs of people and numerous vehicles passing to and fro on the street below. On the opposite side of the main hall, and separated from it by the wide stairway, was the parlor where I received visitors. In the rear of this were the consultation and operating rooms. I usually lunched in my private office, my meals being sent up to me on an elevator from a restaurant connecting directly with the sanitarium. As a rule, no one but the office boy, who occupied a small room over the stairway, was ever admitted to my private office. The boy attended the door, conducted visitors to the parlor, and then reported who was in waiting. If I cared to see them, I went around the head of the stairs to the parlor. Otherwise, I was not in. Many of my patients came from a distance and had lodgings and board in the sanitarium. Others called at my reception rooms during my regular office hours, which were from 9 to 11 a.m. At other hours, I was ordinarily occupied in my private office, reading, thinking, and writing, or in my laboratory, compounding medicines, etc. But it was generally understood that I frequently drove out, and hence people calling to see me, except during office hours, were not surprised to learn that I could not be seen. This arrangement was an absolute necessity in order that I might have time to attend to my large correspondence and make my usual study of the diseases of patients who had placed themselves under my treatment as their last hope of regaining health. My success in treating these cases, which had been given up as incurable, was such that the sanitarium was always full, and it was a rare thing indeed that I called upon patients at their homes. One bright and unusually pleasant day in June of 1890-something, after I had attended to my patients, I retired to my private office, feeling that a call, even from my most intimate friends, would be very undesirable. I wanted to be alone. I had many letters to write, and other work that I could not well neglect, but I seemed in spite of myself to have lost my usual active interest in my business. I felt oppressed and dissatisfied with its restraints, and after worrying through with my most important correspondence, I got up and paced the floor to and fro. What could it mean? Why was it I felt this restless longing for something that seemed just beyond my reach? My business was flourishing, my health was never better, my friends were numerous, and all my surroundings pleasant. Then why was it that I could not compose myself to read or write? Whenever I tried to do anything, my mind involuntarily reverted to the past, and especially to a voyage I had taken some years before in the capacity of ship surgeon. At last I despaired of being able to complete my work to my satisfaction, and determined to indulge this irresistible tendency to retrospection. All the afternoon, whatever I did or attempted to do, my mind turned to Jack Adams, a beardless young man who shipped on the same vessel with me as supercargo. Turn which way I would, his image loomed up before my memory with a vividness that was startling. Why should I be continually thinking of him? True, we had been the closest of friends, and often spent hours together in the most enjoyable conversations. However, notwithstanding our intimacy, there had ever hung around Jack an air of fathomless mystery. His character was faultless, his modesty, refinement, and culture unexcelled. His perceptions were keen, his reasoning powers deep and comprehensive, and his innate truthfulness inspired everyone with unlimited confidence who came in contact with him. In times of peril, he was courageous as a lion, and yet he was gentle as a woman. He was of medium size and perfectly rounded form, too refined in his appearance to be masculine, but nonetheless active and efficient. And I must say that his face was the most handsome and the most expressive of the finer emotions of the soul I had ever met with in man. We were the most congenial of associates, and I was more attached to his personality than I had ever before been to one of my own sex. Though young and beardless, his intellect was mature beyond his years, and by common consent, the old and experienced soon came to honor his unusually remarkable judgment. To me, he was a phenomenon that I was utterly unable to fathom. While he was not shy, he was always reserved and retiring. He never intruded where he had no business, except in my cabin, where he often came to while away an hour discussing themes of lofty and far-reaching import. He seemed not to live on the common plane of ordinary life, but soared far above it. Still, he attended to all his duties in a prompt and energetic manner, often lending a helping hand to others when there was no necessity for him to move a muscle. He seemed to take real pleasure in lightening the burdens of others, even at a sacrifice of his own comfort. Such was Jack Adams, who had worked himself up from the most menial employments on shipboard to a position of responsibility. Such was my most valued friend, always reserved and reticent with others, but genial, sociable, and confidential with me, notwithstanding the disparity in our ages. But why should he now be intruding upon my memory and holding my thoughts to himself by a mystic cord which I had no power to break, much as I had striven to do so? I had left the sea at the close of this voyage, the memory of which had haunted me all day. I had scarcely thought of Jack Adams for years, and now I found it impossible to keep from thinking of him all the time. I became almost superstitious, and began to speculate that perhaps he had just passed from Earth, and that his spirit was now with me, trying to force a recognition. As I was thus ruminating, my office boy announced that a gentleman wanted to see me. I was just about to send back the word, "Not in," when behind the boy, through the half-open door, I beheld a tall, handsome, and elegantly dressed man of commanding personal appearance. My rule had been never to permit anyone to enter my private apartments except on my personal invitation, and as the boy seemed entirely unconscious of his presence, I knew that some mistake had been made, and instinctively felt that the man was not an intruder. So all that remained for me was to recognize the requirements of common politeness and invite him in. As he entered the room, I mentally took his photograph. He was tall, symmetrical, powerful, with a high intellectual forehead, dark, deep-set eyes, dark hair and whiskers, and dark complexion. His countenance was very impressive, inspiring the beholder with a feeling of respect and confidence. As the door closed behind him, he fixed his large, penetrating eyes upon me, as if he were reading my inmost thoughts, and after a moment's scrutiny said, "Have I the honor of addressing Dr. Thomas H. Day, who was a surgeon some years ago on a vessel engaged in the East India trade?" "Yes," I replied, "that is my name, and I was surgeon on an East Indiaman." Then he continued, "May I further ask if you remember a young man on the vessel in the capacity of supercargo, who greatly trusted and confided in you?" His words penetrated my inmost being like a shock, and I exclaimed impulsively, "You mean Jack Adams. I feel it. I know it. Is he still living?" "He is alive and well," he said, "and your prompt recognition demonstrates that you are the man I am looking for. I bring you word from Jack Adams. He was also a trusted friend of mine, in whom I felt deeply interested when he occupied the humble position of cabin boy on a steamer between New York and Liverpool." His words came to me like a flash of sunlight, dispelling at once the clouds which had seemed to paralyze all my energies. I felt that any word from Jack Adams would be an inexpressible relief to my present agitated state of mind. I grasped my visitor's hand with a warmth I could not restrain, and with an enthusiasm that must have appeared to him effusive, I said, "Thank God, your words thrill me with delight. I will esteem any message from Jack Adams a blessing, and the messenger a benefactor. You are indeed a welcome visitor, and you have placed me under bonds of gratitude by removing a most oppressive burden from my mind." He returned the pressure of my hand in a manner I had hardly expected, and handed me a card on which was traced a significant inscription in Jack's well-known handwriting, which, if any confirmation was necessary, would have removed every possible doubt. Shaking his hand again, I asked, "Will we ever have a world of truth, such as has been the dream of every altruist?" "Jack has found it," said my visitor, "and we must make it. That is the mission he sends me on. He has made it his life work to discover just how this may be accomplished with the greatest ease, and to convey this information to us." "Then you are doubly welcome," I said. "Be seated and make yourself at home. I hail you as a brother in a common cause, even if, as yet, I have no name by which to call you." "Excuse me," he said. "I should have introduced myself before, but I was so overjoyed at finding Dr. Day that I forgot he knew nothing about me. My name is Leo Vincennes. I have been in the public service in some capacity ever since I came to years of maturity, as soldier, sailor, scout, and later as civil engineer and explorer. I come now from Alaska, and my special business here is to see you and deliver a message committed to my care by our esteemed brother and co-worker, Jack Adams." I had moved my chair as near to him as decorum would permit, and said in reply, "I am indeed happy to meet you, Mr. Vincennes. I have been thinking of Jack all day, and I want you to tell me all about him." "I last saw him at Cape Lisburne, on the northwestern coast of Alaska," Mr. Vincennes related, "where I was on the lookout for a vessel that was to take me and my party to San Francisco. We were employed on the coast survey, and our allotted portion of the work included the Cape, where we went into camp about the last of June. Our lookout was on top of the bluff, which at this point rises to a height of about 800 feet above the level of the sea. The other members of our party were out on a hunt, while I remained at the lookout. Through my glass I had a clear view of the sea for leagues away, and I continued to sweep the horizon with my glass as the unusually early breaking up of the ice led me to expect the appearance of a ship at any time. I casually turned my glass and espied a speck on the horizon, a little to the east of north, that at first gave me the impression of a distant sail. Not thinking of a vessel from that direction, I observed it more closely, and soon saw that it was not on the surface of the water, but evidently in the air and coming directly toward me. It looked like some monstrous bird of a magnitude such that I had never conceived. In my long experience as a soldier, sailor, scout, and explorer of the polar regions, I had been accustomed to remarkable adventures, and had come to take pride in the fact that I could face danger of any kind without a tremor. But I do not hesitate to confess that as this gigantic, winged phenomenon of the heavens bore down toward me, I quivered in every vein and fiber of my being. It came with a rapidity that was startling, and ere I could recover my equanimity sufficiently to determine whether I should try to get out of the way or take my chances with the monster, it came to a halt directly over my head, and I could see that it was some kind of a mechanical contrivance for navigating the air, and that its movements were controlled by human intelligence. It remained stationary for a moment, as if its occupant were taking observations, and then dropped slowly down and alighted on the highest point of the cape, within 20 feet of where I was standing. As this strange vessel came to a rest, a door opened, and out stepped a young man who said in the clearest of English, "Well, well, I declare, here is the same Leo Vincennes who gave me my first lessons in navigation. How glad I am to see you so far north. I was heading south for the mouth of the Yukon when I discovered you scanning the horizon with your glass. I then changed my course a little to the west and came directly to you." I recognized his features, but was dazed and stood rooted to the ground. Seeing my embarrassment, he advanced, extending his hand as he said, "Surely you have not forgotten Jack Adams, the cabin boy who sailed on the same ship with you from New York to Liverpool and asked you so many questions about ships and a seafaring life?" I grasped his hand, but for a moment my brain seemed benumbed, and my tongue, to use an oft-quoted phrase, clave to the roof of my mouth. I could only look at him in open-eyed wonder. The same smooth-faced lad that I had known and admired, nay, loved, 15 years ago. My temporary paralysis gave way to a flood of feeling such as I had never experienced before, and I convulsively shook his hand as I exclaimed, "Yes, yes, my dear old Jack, I remember you, but never again did I expect to meet you, and least of all on this barren rock in the regions of eternal ice, beneath the midnight sun, and dropping from the heavens in this mundane sphere. Where did you come from, and whither are you going? Have you put off this mortality with all its weakness, and put on immortality in some far-off clime of perpetual youth, beyond the utmost limit of our earthly vision?" "Hold on, Leo," he exclaimed, with that mischievous twinkle in his eye that I remember so well. "Don't for heaven's sake get superstitious. Remember that if the kingdom of heaven can be established in us, there evidently must be more in this mundane sphere than has ever been dreamed of in our philosophy. I am no visitant from another world, but I do come from another country where man is master of his environments, instead of being their servile victim, just as you and I, and all of the brothers and sisters on our plane of thought, believe that all of this glorious old world ought to be. We must continue to spread the light and inspire our common humanity in every stage of development, wherever found, with higher aspirations and brighter ideas of what is in store for them. We must give them hope and courage. The good time coming, so oft foretold, is almost here, and it will be realized just as soon as a respectable minority can be brought to fully comprehend the way out of all their miseries, as well as they now understand the crushing effects of their present environments. It is for us to speak the word that will save them from all their miseries, pains, and woes, here and now, without waiting for some far-off time, and wonderful change to be brought about in some mysterious and incomprehensible manner. No, no. Leo, this is no time for us to stop and simply wonder at something that is merely the birthright of every human being, while by a little, well-devised, intelligent, and earnest effort on the part of the very few reformers who are not yet entirely submerged, we can secure to every human being every blessing he or she is capable of appreciating. There is nothing impossible about this, and if the world is not redeemed from its present low estate, it will be because the few altruists in the world do not make the necessary effort, and they will surely make that effort when they comprehend how easy it is to quietly and peacefully remove the burdens that ignorance and greed have imposed, and thus rescue the toiler from the grasp of the selfish. How much are you willing to do toward this work of saving the world? Could you be persuaded to forget self for a while and lend your services to the cause of humanity by spreading the light that will save it? And save it too before even the older people of this generation shall have passed off the stage? I was carried away by his earnest appeal and promptly responded, "I am indeed willing to make any conceivable sacrifice in such a cause, my dear old Jack, but you must tell me what to do and how to do it." "Then can you go into the interior of the United States, to the great Missouri Valley, and deliver a message from me to a dearly loved friend which will secure his assistance?" "I certainly will," I said. "Personal matters require my presence in New York. I shall go from here to San Francisco, and thence across the continent by rail, and can stop off at any point you desire. I have been notified that, in the private papers of Richard Sage, who died some years ago, a document was found clearly proving that I am one of the heirs to a large property, which was held in trust for minors, whose whereabouts were unknown to the testator, my grandfather. I am the representative of those heirs." As I spoke, Jack's countenance became ashen pale and the expression hard and stony. And as I concluded, he asked in tones that struck me with a chill like a polar wave, "And is Richard Sage dead?" "He died nearly 15 years ago," I said. "Committed suicide, I believe. Did you know him?" "I think so," he said. "He was a friend of my father. But," he added after a short pause, his face regaining its usual winning and kindly expression, "we have no time to give to the discussion of the dead past. Come with me and take a look at our Earth from the cozy cabin of the Aeolus, while I tell you something of my adventures in the way of polar exploration and explain what it is that I want you to do." We stepped into a small but luxuriantly furnished car, which I shall not attempt to describe, and seated ourselves upon a soft cushioned divan. The walls were paneled on all sides with large transparent sections, through which we obtained a clear and seemingly magnified view of the surrounding scenery. There we were, poised on the highest point of this towering rock overlooking the sea, the rolling waves of which dashed themselves into foam on the rocks below. Jack manipulated a delicately arranged keyboard at his side, and in a minute more we were flitting to and fro far above the earth at an almost inconceivable speed, and then loitering along or standing still to get a better view of objects of especial interest. Jack handed me what looked like a peculiarly constructed opera glass, and requested me to take a peep at Cape Lisburne through the transparent section at the bow. Though we were miles away, I felt that I could reach out and pick up a pebble anywhere along this rock-bound shore. This explained a mystery, and I turned to Jack and said, "I can now understand how it was that you discovered me at such a great distance, for when I first saw you, your ship was but a speck, and several points to the east of north." "Yes," he said, "I discovered you on the lookout when several leagues away. I had not expected to find civilized people so far north. As soon as I saw you, I put the Aeolus to her greatest speed directly toward you, lest you should leave the lookout. As I came nearer, I felt sure that I recognized your features, and I at once made up my mind that I had found one whom I could trust to assist me in the work I had undertaken to perform. This fortunate meeting enables me to return immediately and relieve the painful anxiety of many loving hearts concerning my safety. They had a most exaggerated conception of the perils I would be compelled to encounter in attempting to traverse these frozen regions." He told me a wonderful story of his trials, perils, and adventures in getting past the great ice barriers, and his discovery of a world of truth beyond. When we had circumnavigated the country for miles around, we slowly descended to earth and alighted at the same spot from which we started. And as we separated, he to return to his new home beyond the ice barriers, I to come to you, he placed his portmanteau in my hands and said, "Go to Dr. Thomas H. Day at Kansas City, and if he will agree to publish the manuscript contained in this portmanteau and scatter it broadcast over the world, place it in his hands and tell him to use the gold contained also therein, which was contributed by the crew of the Ice King for that purpose. For nothing but gold, the fetish of this benighted and money-enslaved external world, can command labor. And yet it is labor and not gold that is the sole producer of everything essential to the sustenance and comfort of humanity. If Dr. Day cannot be found, or is so situated that he cannot attend to this matter, use the gold yourself to find a publisher, and have 8 printed volumes for me when I return with another manuscript of even more value from the same fruitful field of discovery. And now, Dr. Day," continued my visitor, "will you undertake to discharge the trust committed to you by Jack Adams?" "I will gladly do so," I replied, "for anything from Jack will surely be a blessing to humanity." He placed the portmanteau in my hands and said, "I must bid you adieu. Send the 8 volumes for Jack to my address at Fort Yukon, Alaska, and as many more for myself, unless I should send you other directions. I shall be anxious to read the book as soon as it is published. Jack must have passed through some trying ordeals, and from what I saw, his discoveries have been wonderful. But I must go." I tried to detain him, but with a cordial grasp of my hand, he was gone. I turned and opened the portmanteau with the key that was attached. It contained a package, securely enclosed in a wrapper of some waterproof material, and marked MS, and below was a glittering array of gold eagles. I examined the package manuscript more closely. On either side it was addressed to Dr. Thomas H. Day, Kansas City, and below was written, "In the name of civilization, I ask that whoever may find this package shall place it in the hands of those who will publish the manuscript contained therein, and have it scattered broadcast over the world so that the discoveries recorded shall not be lost to humanity. Signed, Nequa." This was repeated in French, German, Norwegian, Russian, and Spanish. And now, dear reader, I shall give you the contents of this remarkable manuscript from the pen of my sailor comrade of years back, Jack Adams, but known in his new home as Nequa, the teacher. Ponder well the lessons taught in these wonderful discoveries. Yours truly, Thomas H. Day. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeff Burke. In San Francisco. I was in the parlor of the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. Since my last visit to the city, I had circumnavigated the globe. During the last 3 years, I had not only again visited the leading points of interest for tourists in Asia, Africa, Europe, and Australia, but had extended my travels into the frozen regions of the far south on a whaling voyage. Yet I had not found that for which I was searching. My failure had brought a feeling of intense sadness and depression which I shall not attempt to describe. For 15 years I had been a wanderer on the high seas. I had traversed every latitude from Greenland to the South Frigid Zone, and was now mentally asking, where shall I go next? I had determined that I would not give up this long-continued search until it was crowned with success, or death had intervened, as long as there was one spot on earth unexplored. Thus pondering in my own mind what to do next, I picked up an evening paper and abstractly glanced over its pages in the attempt to form an idea of its contents by reading the headlines. In the editorial columns, my eye rested on the caption, "Off to the North Pole." This was travel into a region I had not penetrated. I was at once interested, and glancing down the column, I read the comments of the editor. The discovery of America, he said, was the attempt to discover a more direct and consequently a nearer route to India by sailing westward. The object sought for was not found, but the search gave the overcrowded and oppressed millions of Christendom a new world, where they might work out their destiny in conformity with the ideal of the founder of their religion, beyond the reach of the political and religious despotisms of the Old World. And why may not this venture, even though it fails to reach the pole, ultimate in discoveries of inestimable value to mankind? We hope so, and hence we wish the most abundant success to the expedition now being organized in this city by an experienced traveler and navigator, Captain Raphael Gano. The paper dropped from my hand. I was overcome. My senses were paralyzed. My heart almost ceased to beat. As the full import of this unexpected revelation dawned upon me, I arose and paced the floor. "My God," I exclaimed, "this cannot be. It must not be. But how can I prevent it? All the arrangements are perfected. I dare not, under the circumstances, speak the word that possibly might prevent this perilous undertaking." I was powerless, but I soliloquized. If I cannot prevent it, I must join the expedition, for never again will I permit him to leave me. My mind was made up. I was in the prime of life, about 35 years of age, and had traveled extensively. I was familiar with ocean navigation and versed in all the sciences taught in our higher institutions of learning. I would make application for the position of scientist, and failing in that, would enlist before the mast as a common sailor if nothing better offered. I turned to the mirror and surveyed myself long and earnestly. I raised myself to my full height and critically viewed the womanly face and figure revealed to my vision. Though not masculine, my form was strong and muscular for one of my sex, and with the proper disguise, it would do. For the first time in years, I had donned the habiliments of woman. In masculine attire, I had traveled without being discovered. Protected by this disguise, I had filled almost every position on shipboard and had succeeded in earning a competency, something I never could have accomplished as a woman. It was not an experiment. I had tried it successfully for years and would try it again. I took up the paper and read the account of the expedition with more care. The ship was one of the staunchest that had ever been built and had been provided with all the modern appliances for the comfort and protection of the crew during a cruise that was intended to be indefinitely extended. None but bold and experienced seamen had been enlisted. As time was no object, it was intended to use the sails instead of steam whenever it was practicable. Hence, the large space usually given to coal was mainly reserved for an unusual supply of carefully prepared provisions for a long sojourn in the Arctic regions. Everything that human foresight could devise for the success of this expedition had been provided. The daring commander had determined to take all the time that was needed for making careful surveys of the shorelines of the frozen north and sounding its seas. My mind was made up. I retired at once to my rooms. The male attire that I had used so successfully was in my trunks. I need not worry the reader at this time with the details of my hasty yet thorough preparation for concealing my identity from the keen observation of one who knew me so much better than the many with whom I had been associated in my wanderings. Suffice it to say that every arrangement was completed in my private apartments without exciting the suspicion of any person. I dressed myself in a neat sailor suit which was concealed from view beneath the ample folds of a fashionable wrapper. I packed my trunks, summoned a porter, and ordered my goods removed to furnished rooms that I had previously engaged. When there, I removed every article that would indicate that I was a woman, and with valise in hand, took my way to the dock where the Ice King was being fitted up with the greatest care by the experienced navigator in whose services it was my intention to enlist. It was in the early twilight of a glorious evening in May of 1890-something. I lingered a few moments on the wharf to enjoy the scene and to collect my faculties for the trial that was to come. I was tall and slender, and my appearance was youthful and refined. Yet I flattered myself, with my long experience in this disguise, I would be able to successfully act the part I had determined upon. As I stepped on board, I met an officer who accosted me with the familiar salutation. "Hello, Jack. What will you have?" "I want to see Captain Gano," I said. "Where can I find him?" "He is in his cabin," he replied, and passed on. I gained the deck. The calm waters of the bay reflected the full rounded moon and her stellar attendants. The harbor was almost deserted. Vessels here and there dotted the placid surface of the water. Music, low, sweet, and plaintive, reached my ears. Its melancholy strains drew me forward. The soul of the performer seemed to float out upon the air through the tender caresses of the magic bow. The very waves, as they sparkled in the mellow moonbeams, seemed to dance to the sweet melody. It came from the captain's quarters. I passed in so quietly that I was not observed. As I expected, the musician was Captain Gano. He was so absorbed in the plaintive notes of the violin, through which his soul was speaking, that he did not notice my intrusion. He was in thought, far away and oblivious to his surroundings. I stood and carefully scanned the form before me. It was that of a man of mature years, broad shoulders and medium height, firmly knit, compactly built, and fair complexion. His eyes were blue, his nose a combination of Grecian and Roman, his mouth firm, and his entire bearing indicative of courage and strength of character. His brow was broad and thoughtful, his expression kind and firm. Everything left the impression that, though comparatively young, he had drained the cup of bitter disappointment to its dregs, While I sympathized, his sadness brought a feeling of sweet relief. Oh, how my heart bounded, and for the moment I felt impelled to fall upon his bosom and sob out the story of my wrongs. But no, this would not do. I must be patient and first ascertain from his own lips in just what light he would regard me when he learned the whole truth. I aroused him from his reverie with the inquiry, "Is this Captain Gano?" He looked up quickly, surprised to see a stranger in his cabin, and responded, "Yes, young man, I am Captain Gano, and let me ask to what I am indebted for the honor of this visit. Did you not meet an officer who could attend to your wants?" "I did," I replied, "but I wanted to see and talk with Captain Gano." His severity left his countenance and he bade me be seated. "Now, young man," he said, "please state fully but briefly what you want, for my time is entirely occupied." I answered promptly, and without preliminary explanations, I said, "I have just learned from the papers that you are about to sail for the most thorough exploration of the Arctic regions that has yet been attempted, and I want to go with you." He turned up the lamp which had been burning low and looked me full in the face. I felt his searching gaze but withstood it, with no exhibition of the fears I felt for the success of my plans. But, with inward tremor, I awaited his reply. After hesitating a moment, he said deliberately, "You do not know what you ask. You are young and refined. This expedition must encounter dangers, known and unknown, and none but the strong and experienced should be permitted to make the venture. It would be wrong in me to take a young man like you from the bosom of his family, from society, and all the opportunities for a successful and useful life, to go with me on this perilous expedition. The fact is, you ought to return home and leave such hazardous adventures as this for those who have no hopes to be blasted, and who wish for reasons of their own to hide themselves away from the world. Please tell me your name and where you come from." "My name, sir," I replied, "is Jack Adams, and I have just returned from a 3 years' cruise, during which time I visited the leading seaports of the world. I have become familiar with the life on the high seas in all the medial latitudes, and now propose to explore the frozen north. As to family, I have none. I am an orphan, and all alone in the world. I graduated from school at the head of my class, and then shipped as cabin boy, and worked my way up to a position of supercargo. I have been a practical student of navigation, never sailing twice on the same line of travel when I could avoid it. I now offer my services to you because I want to go with you into the unexplored regions of the north. I have had enough of the tropic and temperate zones. If I never return, I leave no one to mourn my loss." He looked his astonishment and was visibly softened as he responded, "We have no need of a supercargo, and we have all the seamen we want. I have just formed a co-partnership with Captain Samuel Battle, who is not only an officer of ability and long experience in the Arctics, but an expert scientist and mathematician. Every place seems to be full." "I am not," I replied, "seeking a position as supercargo, nor am I asking any position that requires pay or even board, if you can find room in your commissary for the supplies I stand ready to furnish. I can and will do any work that may be assigned me. All I want is to be permitted to go with this expedition, take my own chances, and pay my own way." "You seem very much in earnest, Mr. Adams, and I am frank to admit that I admire your courage, even if I doubt your judgment in this matter. But what can you do, and what evidence have you to offer that you can render valuable service in an expedition of this character? As to pay, I would not have you infer that I regarded it as any object to one of your adventurous disposition. No one enlisted in this expedition is promised a salary but the common sailors, and that is paid by Captain Battle and myself." "As to what I can do," I responded, "I am by education and experience qualified to navigate the vessel and make every necessary scientific observation and calculation. I am familiar with all that has been published on Arctic exploration and discovery. As to my ability, you can best ascertain that by inquiring into what I know. That is the best evidence of my training and experience on the high seas. I do not shrink from the necessary examination." "You are right," said he, "and I will consult my partner. If it is agreeable to him, you may take charge of our library and scientific instruments, assist in our observations, and keep a record of the expedition. I will summon Captain Battle." He touched an electric button, and in a moment a bell sounded at his side. He said to me, "Captain Battle will be here in a moment, and I will leave this matter to him." A moment later, the same officer I had met when I first came aboard the ship entered, and I was formally introduced. He cordially shook my hand, and Captain Gano told him what I wanted, and, quite unexpectedly to me, said, "Mr. Adams is admirably qualified, and I think we had better place him in charge of the scientific work of the expedition. We can assist him as occasion requires. This will enable us to give our entire attention to the exigencies of the situation in the dangerous waters of the Arctic regions, while Mr. Adams will keep a record of everything discovered that may be of value, and send out duplicates of the same by the balloons, as we intended, so that if the expedition should be lost, the winds may carry some account of our discoveries to the civilized portions of the globe." Evidently, in the mind of Captain Gano, I had already been appointed to the position which of all others I would have preferred, and one that would always keep me near his own quarters. And to this, Captain Battle assented, saying, "I met Mr. Adams on his arrival, and was favorably impressed with his appearance and evident determination to see the senior officer of the Ice King." And, turning to me, he continued, "I will now take pleasure in showing you through the library, which will be your quarters during the voyage." Captain Battle was the opposite of Captain Gano in his personal appearance. He was powerfully built, of medium height, dark complexion, dark hair, and steel-gray eyes set beneath a broad and beetling brow. The general contour of his features indicated courage, firmness, and strength of character. He was just that type of man who might be expected to appear to the best advantage in some great emergency that demanded qualities of a high order. All the appointments for the scientific work were of the first quality. The library contained the leading scientific publications, together with encyclopedias and historic and general literature, carefully catalogued for easy reference. Every kind of scientific instruments, charts, maps, globes, cameras, etc., had been selected with the greatest care. Among the special supplies were the balloons to which Captain Gano had referred. These were small and could be inflated at short notice. They were designed to be sent up from time to time with accounts of the expedition, its progress, discoveries, etc., hermetically sealed. It is well known that at the equinoxes, the heated air from the tropics ascends to the higher altitudes and flows toward the poles, while the cold air flows toward the equator to fill the vacuum, producing the equinoctial storms. These little balloons were expected to be carried south by the winds and find a resting place on the land surface where they might be picked up by civilized people. Or, if they fell into the water, the bottles would preserve the dispatches, and the ocean currents might carry them into civilized countries. Thus every precaution was taken to secure to the world the benefit of any discovery that might be made, even though the expedition should be lost. I was well pleased with my quarters. All the surroundings would be, to me, most satisfactory, no matter what the trials and dangers that we might encounter. I was enlisted for the expedition, and in the position I preferred above all others, as it brought me into frequent consultation with the commander, and I should be able to acquaint myself with his present views and feelings, and note what changes had taken place since I saw him last. I lost no time in having my trunks brought on board and made ready for the voyage. The Ice King was soon at sea. We stopped at one of the Aleutian Islands where we took on our dog teams, which were to be used for explorations on the ice. The sledges were so constructed that they might readily be converted into boats that would accommodate the whole crew and a good supply of provisions, in case we should be compelled to abandon the ship. We expected to be locked up in the ice during the winter, but with our sledges and dog teams, we could continue our explorations for long distances in every direction, with the ship for headquarters. Captain Battle was a whaler and familiar with all the methods of Arctic travel. His long experience on these northern waters enabled him to foresee many of the dangers we were likely to meet and to make the needful preparations to overcome them. From this point, our voyage northward through Bering Strait and into the Arctic Ocean was without any incident worth recording. Our course, after passing the strait, was a little east of north to avoid the ice, until we reached longitude 165 degrees west of Greenwich, and then north. Captain Gano often came into my cabin to while away an hour in conversation. His marked friendship seemed to increase with each visit. He always addressed me familiarly as Jack, and in these conversations he became more and more confidential, and revealed to me more and more of his inner life, his early hopes, and subsequent disappointments. One evening, after we had been at sea about 4 months, he came into my cabin looking unusually gloomy. After the customary salutation, he lighted a cigar and fell into a brown study, not speaking to me for several minutes, when suddenly he said, "Jack, did you ever think what mere trifles sometimes change the whole course of a lifetime? I often wonder at myself for being out here on this wild goose chase, with the certainty of loss of property, business, comfort, and possibly life itself, searching for something I have no use for, and which at best, if discovered, will only gratify an idle curiosity. And yet, this has been brought about by what was only a trifling incident. Have you ever thought of these strange effects which flow from trivial causes?" He spoke bitterly, and I determined to take advantage of the opportunity to draw him out. I wanted to penetrate the inmost recesses of his being, and with this object in view, I replied, "Yes, Captain, I have often thought of it and have realized it in my own experience. It sometimes seems little short of a miracle that after years of wandering, I am now here with you. In my case, I was not influenced by a mere trifle, but a stern necessity. I had absolutely nothing to lose, and I thought I might find something which, under the circumstances, would amply repay me for all the hardships and dangers I might have to encounter. But you were differently situated. You were independent. You had wealth, business, and influential friends, while I had been robbed of my patrimony and was thrown upon the world with nothing but my hands and brain to work with. My course was a necessity, but it is a mystery why you should abandon a profitable business and organize this expedition at such an enormous expenditure of labor and money, while you regard its avowed objects as matters of such little importance. Your course seems to involve a self-contradiction that I cannot comprehend." "And thereby hangs a tale," said the captain. "As a matter of fact, I never did attach any great importance to Arctic exploration. From my point of view, the discovery of the pole would be of no especial value to mankind, as no practical use could be made of it. Even the discovery of a productive country, which may be possible, could not greatly benefit the world, as it would be inaccessible to the masses of humanity whose condition would be improved by the discovery of a new country and cheap homes. While such a successful culmination would be of small benefit to the world, it would be of still less interest to myself. I really care but little about what we may find at the end of this voyage." Then I said, "If such be the estimate that you place upon the objects of this expedition, I am more than ever curious to learn what could have impelled you to undertake it. You must have had a reason of some kind. I cannot understand how men can act without a motive." "Yes," said he, "I was impelled to organize this expedition by a power stronger than myself. But when I ask myself what I expect to accomplish by it, truth compels me to answer, nothing. As to the motive, I suppose that I have been actuated by an all-absorbing desire to forget the miseries of the past in the activities of the present." "But this is not the tale that unlocks the mystery," I responded. "You have aroused my curiosity to a fever heat, and yet you fail to gratify it. It might be that I could pour oil on the troubled waters and possibly enable you to discover that you have been actuated by a mistaken conception, and that really there is nothing in the past that you should desire to forget. It would certainly do no harm to review the case, and it might reveal the fact that it was a source of misery simply because all the circumstances were not fully understood." "I have no desire," said the captain, "to conceal the story of my life from you, if you care to hear it. But I fully understand it, and it is of such a nature as to admit of no remedy." "Do not be too sure of that," I said. "But until the story is told, of course I will not be able to form an intelligent opinion of the case. Yet, observation and experience have convinced me that there are always two sides to every question, and that to get at the facts in all their bearings, we must closely examine both sides. Well, said the captain, I see that you were cut out for a lawyer, and the wonder is how you came to be a sailor. You certainly have a judicial cast of mind, and to while away the monotony of the hour, I will submit the matter to you, reserving the right, however, to decide for myself. I have always exercised my natural right to examine every question from my own standpoint and decide it according to my own sense of right and wrong. It is the same old story of an all-absorbing love and a cruel disappointment, followed by long years of suppressed anguish from which I am still striving to escape. I was an orphan, living with my bachelor uncle, Richard Sage, in one of the suburbs of New York City. He was my guardian and the executor of the estate left me by my father. My uncle was kind and indulgent, and my widowed aunt, who presided over his home, was to me a loving mother, and so my childhood days were passed in happy contentment. One misty, dreary morning, my uncle announced at the breakfast table that he had been called to the bedside of his old friend, James Van Ness, who was supposed to be dying. He said he would not return until his friend was much better or dead, and not to be disappointed if he was absent for several days or possibly weeks. A week later I saw my uncle drive up to the gate and assist a very beautiful young girl from the carriage. He beckoned me to him and introduced me, saying, "Raphael, I have brought you a little sister. This is Miss Cassie Van Ness, whose father I was called to see. I have been made her guardian, and this will be her future home. Both mother and father are dead, and she has no clear relatives. Remember this, and do everything in your power to make her home with us as happy as possible." We at once became great friends. Cassie was, at that time, about 14 or 15 years of age, and I was 18. She proved to be the gayest, brightest, most winsome little lady I had ever seen. I must have fallen in love with her at first sight. I have often thought since, he added slowly, that even his satanic majesty might look entrancingly beautiful, for to my intense sorrow, Cassie proved herself, it seems to me, a tenfold greater hypocrite than Judas of old who betrayed with a kiss. But enough of this. Our school days, lasting some 5 years, were to me one ceaseless round of delightful experiences which seemed to fill every vein and fiber of my being with unalloyed happiness. During our vacations, Cassie and I were always together, either at home or traveling, and many were the excursions, romps, and drives we enjoyed. I graduated at 23, and we laid our plans for the future. I had inherited an interest in a line of steamers running between Liverpool and New York, which enabled us to frequently cross the Atlantic during our vacations and visit the leading places of interest in Great Britain and on the continent. I had acquired a taste for travel, and it was determined that I should visit the Orient while Cassie returned to college to complete her study of the higher branches. I was to be gone about 3 years, during which time I would circumnavigate the globe, and on my return we were to be married. With these objects in view, I secured, through the influence of my uncle, a lucrative position in the employ of a firm of importers, whose trade extended to all parts of the eastern continent and Australia. On the evening before my departure, I placed a brilliant diamond engagement ring on Cassie's finger and a gold chain and locket of peculiar workmanship around her neck. These presents were made from special designs for this purpose, and the patterns destroyed. I shall never forget the last night we spent together. The appearance of my affianced bride in her splendid evening dress, her diamond engagement ring sparkling on her lovely hand, the gold chain and diamond set locket, and her luxuriant suit of golden hair handsomely ornamented, formed a picture of beauty indelibly imprinted upon my memory. My ship sailed from one of the piers on the Hudson near the Battery. We contemplated the circumnavigation of the globe by way of Cape Horn, the Sandwich Islands, Japan, China, Australia, Africa, Europe, and thence returning to America, stopping at all the principal seaport cities and points of interest on our voyage. This would enable Cassie and me to keep up our correspondence with no very long interruptions. For the first year of my absence, at every port I received a package of letters from home, and this always contained letters from Cassie. We had agreed to write to each other at least once a week without waiting for replies, and it often occurred that I got a whole package of letters from her at one time, and the perusal of these affectionate missives was the one all-absorbing pleasure to which I looked forward when we came into port. Whatever else might be lacking, Cassie's loving letters never failed. At last, however, they ceased all at once. Letters from my uncle came regularly, and through them I learned of Cassie, but I could get no word from her. I wrote to her every week, but my letters brought no response. I was miserable, and urged my uncle to find out what was the matter and let me know if my letters came safely. My uncle's replies were at first evasive, but at last, with an expression of the most cordial sympathy for me, he informed me that my letters came regularly, but that Cassie had changed her mind and they remained unopened. He enclosed a draft on London for the balance due on my estate, together with a complete statement of the account from the date of his taking charge, and the findings of the court as to all the property and investments that came to me from my father. Everything was complete and duly certified, so there was nothing that demanded my presence in New York. He advised me not to return home, but continue in my present position, as Cassie was to be married in a short time, and my presence would be painful to her as well as to myself, and embarrassing to everyone concerned. I was thunderstruck. I did not, could not, would not believe that Cassie was false to our mutual and oft-repeated pledges of love and fidelity to each other. I could get no satisfaction from my uncle. My aunt had been dead several years. I wrote to my lawyer to learn, if possible, the truth of the reported engagement and approaching marriage. His reply was prompt, stating that it was not only true, but that the marriage had already taken place. He wrote that he had been called in by my uncle, who was in feeble health, to make out the papers in regard to the estate of Cassie Van Ness, which she was anxious to have settled satisfactorily to herself before the marriage. These financial matters being arranged, wrote my lawyer, what was my surprise to be called upon to witness her marriage to Richard Sage. Financially she did well, but it is hard for me to believe that it was a love match. Your uncle, however, is certainly much infatuated with her, and she is indeed beautiful. This same letter contained a flattering offer from a firm of New York importers for my interest in the steamship line, and I advised my attorney to close the deal at once and forward the proceeds to London, and also to dispose of all my property in and about New York, lists of which were in his possession. I had made up my mind never to return home, as it would be distressing to me and certainly embarrassing to my uncle. After that, my only New York correspondence was with my attorney. When I reached London, I found a letter from my attorney with drafts on the Bank of England for all my interests in America. This letter also contained the information that my uncle was in great trouble, his marriage with Cassie having resulted in much unhappiness. She had suddenly deserted him without giving any reason for her strange conduct. She merely left a note stating that she would not live with him. This was the last that had been heard from her. Of course, added my attorney, it would be next to impossible to find her in this large city if she desires to keep herself concealed. Since that time I have been a wanderer, carrying little whither I went, so that my mind was fully occupied. I purchased a staunch ship in which I cruised for years, avoiding as far as practicable the regular lines of trade, and often sailing without a cargo, searching for a contentment never to be found. At last I conceived the idea of getting away from civilization altogether, joining in the work of Arctic exploration, and, if possible, reaching the pole. With this end in view, I had the Ice King built according to special designs, and adapted, so far as human foresight and ingenuity could devise, for a long sojourn in the frozen north. And now here we are, in the Arctic Ocean, liable at any moment to be caught between the ice fields which appear on either side, and possibly crushed. What is to come next, God only knows. Such is a brief statement of the perfidy of the woman I loved and its consequences. And this is why I am out here on this perilous expedition, searching for something that I care very little about. I think you will agree with me that it admits of no remedy. It does not look that way to me, I responded. I would be unwilling to condemn your affianced bride until I had heard her side of the story. It may be that the marriage to your uncle was secured by unfair means, and that when she discovered the fraud, in her desperation, she started out to find you. In that case, the remedy would be for you to find her and renew your plighted faith." "Never," said Captain Gano. "Even if your supposed case is correct, it could not set aside the facts. She knew that in marrying my uncle, she was false to me. And when she deserted him with no legal cause for separation, she was false to her husband, to whom she was bound in the holy bonds of matrimony. She acted from her own choice. She was not compelled to engage herself to me, and no law could have forced her to marry my uncle. Her conduct in both cases reveals her innate perfidy of character, and under no circumstances could I, as an honorable man, accept such a woman as my wife. Her tarnished reputation, if nothing else, would place an insurmountable barrier between us, even if she were not legally the wife of another man." I was paralyzed. I had indeed succeeded in getting from him an emphatic expression of sentiment covering my own case. I had penetrated the innermost recesses of his being, but had fanned to a flame the slumbering fires of a volcano, only to be submerged in the eruption of molten lava. The blow was so unexpected and so sudden that I was stupefied, and my astonishment left no room for grief, which gave me a moment for reflection. Here I was, in the ship with him, far within the Arctic Circle, at the beginning of the Arctic winter, and with the certainty of being locked up in the ice for months, if not for years. I could not get away from him if I would, and from his own lips I had heard my conduct denounced as the acme of perfidy, and my love spurned as something treacherous and vile. Bitterly and in the most emphatic manner, he had declared that as an honorable man, he could never associate himself in the tender relations of marital love with one of my tarnished reputation. In his own estimate, he had already assigned me a place among the most debased and abandoned characters, and all there was left for me to do was to preserve my disguise in order to secure even respectful treatment from the man I loved. As the full sense of the situation dawned upon me in all its crushing weight of humiliation and anguish, I must have fallen at his feet in a dead faint, but for the clangor of the great bell, which had been agreed upon as the signal of immediate peril, to summon each one to the post that had been assigned him in case of sudden emergencies. The alarm came to me as a sweet relief from the agony tenfold more difficult to endure than any possible hardships or dangers from an Arctic storm amid towering mountains of ice. There was no time for grief. The emergency demanding prompt action was upon us, and we hurried out upon deck. According to previous arrangements, Captain Gano seized the wheel, and Captain Battle, as an experienced Arctic navigator, took command, while I, with glass and notebook, stood by the wheel to make observations and to render any assistance to Captain Gano that might be required. The cause of the alarm at once became apparent. The stiff breeze that had been blowing all day from the southwest had now increased to a gale, and the icebergs which for days were becoming more numerous on our starboard quarter had formed a solid pack, which was evidently landlocked as it remained stationary, while on the larboard, a solid field of ice of vast extent was approaching. It was only a question of a few hours at the utmost when these two great ice walls must come together, and it would be destruction for us to be caught in their deadly embrace. Retreat was impossible. The only open channel was the one we were pursuing. The walls on either side were continuous, and with my glass I could see the channel behind us blocked with icebergs, urged on in our wake by wind and waves, as if determined not to let us escape. Our only safety seemed to be in our being able to sail beyond these two continuous walls of ice before they came together. Captain Battle, with his glass, kept up a rapid survey of the horizon, and gave orders through his trumpet as calmly as if scenes like this were matters of everyday occurrence. And Captain Gano, at the wheel, responded as if he was part of the machinery, which he handled with rapidity and precision. It was a scene never to be forgotten. The midnight sun hung just above the horizon. Off to our larboard, an unbroken wall of ice, extending as far as the eye, assisted by a powerful glass, could reach, was bearing down upon us. On our starboard, another wall of ice against which the waves were dashing in all their fury stood apparently as firm as the granite shores against which it rested. Behind us, the channel was filled with detached masses of ice, which, if caught between these ice walls, might hasten the closing of the channel before us. Could we escape? Was the all-pervading question that propounded itself to us. Every sail was set, and under the pressure of every pound of steam our boilers could carry, the Ice King leaped forward like a frightened deer, as if conscious of the doom that was impending. For hours we kept up this reckless speed. The foam flew in blinding spray from the ship's quarters, fretted along her sides, and left a broad white line in her wake. The whistling of the wind in her rigging and the regular plunging of her engines made pandemonium on board. It was indeed a race for life, and in my perturbed state of mind, I actually enjoyed the excitement, almost hoping that it might culminate in the destruction threatened. With the courage of despair, I calmly surveyed the scene and took my notes, occasionally assisting Captain Gano at the wheel. This was the first real danger that we had encountered, and my interview with the captain had given me a reckless daring to meet it without a tremor that seems almost miraculous. We still kept up this rapid flight, and as far as the eye could reach, the two great ice walls still confronted each other, and the channel of open water continued to grow more narrow. Soon we had to veer from side to side to avoid collisions with the jagged shorelines of ice, but nowhere was there any indication that when they came together, an open space would be formed sufficient to protect the ship. We were compelled to reduce our speed, and still the ice fields were coming closer together, and at last we were forced to creep along a narrow, crooked channel between two great packs of ice mountains which often towered far above the mainmast of the Ice King. The outlook was desperate, but the ice on our larboard ceased to approach, and for a moment it seemed as if we might escape into open water. But not so. Our way was blocked. An ice mountain loomed up before us, and we came to a full stop. It was this that had probably checked the advance of the moving ice pack, and saved us from the cruel nip which has crushed so many hapless vessels in these dangerous waters. The Ice King lay between two vast, overhanging ice mountains, which towered high above us. In the front was the huge iceberg, which had prevented the nearer approach of the wall of ice. The channel in which we lay could only be closed by the breaking up of the fields of ice behind us, and we could see no reason why this should occur. If the ice fields remained intact until the freezing of the channel, there would be no collision and we would be safe for the time being. The weather had become intensely cold, and we began to feel that the danger had passed by when an ominous roar and the sharp reports of breaking ice gave warning of the only thing we had to dread. A violent earthquake was lashing the ocean into fury, and the ice pack was broken into innumerable fragments, which were crashing against each other in the most violent commotion. Captain Battle shouted from the lookout where he had posted himself, "Save yourselves if you can! The channel is closing and the ship is lost!" I looked up, and as I did so, the lofty ice mountains between which we lay seemed to be falling directly down upon us, and at the same time, a violent shock threw me upon the deck with a force that must have rendered me unconscious for a few seconds. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeff Burke. In the Dark. The first thing I remember after being thrown to the deck was the profound quiet, and the consciousness that some mighty change had taken place in our surroundings. I opened my eyes. The deck was wrapped in semi-darkness, and instead of the thundering reverberations of the breaking ice and the waves dashing into foam upon their icy barriers, there was a gentle swish-swish of the sea as it lashed the sides of the ship. I felt dazed, and the memory of the awful scenes through which we had passed impressed me like the vivid imagery and fantastic pictures of some horrible dream. At the moment of the shock, fully impressed with the conviction that all was lost, I was turning to grasp Raphael in my arms so that we might die together, and on recovering consciousness, my first thought was of him. I sprang to my feet, and in the dim light, I saw something gliding away from me towards the edge of the deck, and I instinctively grasped it as it was about to drop overboard. It was Captain Gano. He was living but unconscious. With my insecure footing, I feared for a moment that we should both go overboard together, when there was a flash of light, and Battle seized my arm, exclaiming, "Thank God you are both alive. I called to you, and as you did not reply, I feared that you were both killed by the falling ice. It was lucky that you were able to grasp the captain just when you did, or he would surely have been lost." I was holding Captain Gano in my arms, while Battle was briskly chafing his hands. In a moment he aroused, as if suddenly awakening out of a deep sleep, and straightening himself up in a dazed sort of way, he exclaimed, "Good God, Jack, what is the matter? Where are we? Have I been asleep?" "Oh, we are only imprisoned in the ice," said Battle. "I feared that you were crushed by that huge block of ice which came so near carrying away the part of the deck where you were standing. If Jack had not caught you and drawn you back at the imminent risk of his own life, you would now be at the bottom of the sea." Captain Gano, now fully aroused, took in the situation at a glance, and exclaimed as he grasped me by the hand, "Jack, my savior, the last I remember was that you were turning as if to grasp me in your arms. It was indeed a close call, but why did you risk your life to save mine?" I had scarcely spoken since the alarm had ended our conversation in my cabin, and I felt that to do so now, in answer to such a question, would betray my weakness and possibly my secret, which I had resolved to guard more closely than ever. Fortunately, however, he did not wait for a reply, but, with his usual thoughtfulness for the crew and safety of the ship, he started below, saying, "Come on, my bruises are not severe, and we must look out for the sailors and make a tour of inspection around the ship and ascertain as nearly as possible in just what kind of a place we are." Just as we reached the deck below, we met Paul Huston, the engineer, Pat O'Brien, second mate, and Mike Gallagher, the cabin boy. They understood what had happened and feared we had been injured or killed by the shower of ice that had fallen upon the upper deck. They reported everything all right with the crew and that the vessel was apparently uninjured. We passed entirely around the ship, narrowly scanning the walls of our ice prison with a powerful reflector which revealed every crevice. We lay in an enclosure which gave the vessel more than room enough to turn around if carefully handled. We ascertained that the great overhanging ice mountains between which we lay, and that had threatened us with instant destruction, had actually been our salvation. When the earthquake shattered the two great ice fields, these towering mountains had started to tumble over on the ship at the same time, and, meeting far above, had formed a massive arch, which had prevented the closing of the channel at that point. Here and there were openings in the icy roof, but in the main, the colliding masses were closely joined together. The only injury to the ship was from the block of ice that had fallen so near to Captain Gano. From the number of fragments, of from 1 to several pounds in weight, which were scattered over the upper deck, it seemed a marvel that we had escaped without serious injury. When our tour of inspection was completed, we repaired to the library to talk over the situation. Addressing Battle, Captain Gano asked, "What do you think of the situation?" "I apprehend no immediate danger," replied Captain Battle. "In a few hours, with the present intense cold, this ice pack will be frozen into one solid block. But if we are not crushed by the ice, God only knows when we will get out. As for the present, we are most fortunately situated. We could not find better winter quarters in the frigid zone. We are well protected from the cold, and the fishing will be good, as this will be a good breathing place where the fish will gather for air. We can lay in an ample supply of dog feed, and I am inclined to believe that we might capture a whale and lay in a supply of oil for fuel." "But how long do you think it will be," asked the captain, "before we will have an opportunity to get the ship clear of the ice?" "I would not venture a prediction," replied Battle. "One thing is certain. We are sealed up for the winter, and it may be that the entire summer will not be sufficient to produce a breakup of the ice field in which we are caught. So it may be that we will be cooped up for a year or two. There is no telling how long we will be prisoners." "Well, I suppose then," said the captain, "that all there is for us to do is to wait." "Yes," said Battle, "that is all we can do. And," he added smiling, "it will not take much effort. But," after a pause, "it will take some effort on our part to provide sufficient exercise and amusement to preserve the health and discipline of the crew, so that we will have a reasonable prospect of getting clear of the ice when the breakup does take place." "That is well thought of," said Captain Gano, "and I think it would be well to muster the crew and organize a regular system of employment and amusement." And, turning to me, he continued, "What do you have to say, Jack? I never knew you to be so silent. What is the matter? Have you no opinions to offer and nothing to suggest?" "I certainly have opinions, and I might offer some suggestions," I remarked. "But before doing so, I want to familiarize myself with existing conditions. Only one thing seems certain, just at present, and that is that we are locked up in the ice for several months, and perhaps for years to come. This will give us ample time for careful reflection. There is no reason that we should be in a hurry to inaugurate a rigid system of any kind, just now, in order to preserve the discipline of the crew. There is no danger of their deserting the ship, and we can well afford to wait until the novelty of our present surroundings has worn away." "You are right," said the captain. "There is certainly a novelty in our present surroundings that will attract the attention of all and prevent ennui for the time being. But this will soon wear away, and the monotony of our imprisonment will become unbearable except for the best disciplined minds. This will be particularly severe on our common sailors, who are uneducated and thus deprived of the numberless sources of recreation and amusement to which we have ready access. When this time comes, what would you do?" "So far as I am concerned," I said, "I have access to the library and will really enjoy the association that it affords with the brightest intellects and noblest characters of Earth, past and present. Now, if I should suggest anything for the relief of the common sailors, outside of such exercise and amusements as are essential to health, I would organize them into a school, and seek to bring these more exalted pleasures within their reach by increasing their knowledge, and giving them broader views of life and higher aspirations. This will also furnish us with needful and elevating employment, and will certainly afford us a splendid opportunity to do good to others, and at the same time increase our own knowledge of human nature, and to trace the effects produced by environments on the masses who have not enjoyed the advantages of a liberal education." "Your suggestion," said the captain, "is all right as far as the better educated are concerned, but it would be useless and probably hurtful to the common sailors. Remember the old adage that a little learning is a dangerous thing. To the extent that we could succeed in giving them broader views of life and higher aspirations, we would only succeed in making them dissatisfied with their lot, and thus weaken the discipline on which the safety of all depends. All that we can do for the common sailors is to provide such healthful exercise of the muscles as will give them good appetites and enable them to enjoy rest and sleep. They would not appreciate the mental feast which you in your kindness of heart would set before them. Their training has been physical, and hence their enjoyments must be of the same nature. The same rules that apply to trained intellects will not apply to them." "If that is your opinion," I said, "there is no use for any suggestions from me. You are the owner and senior officer of the Ice King, and of course, good discipline demands that your will shall be law. You ought to understand the material of which your crew is composed better than I. My duties have not brought me in contact with your sailors, and of course, I know practically nothing about them, except that I see they are courageous and efficient. But nevertheless, on general principles, I believe that nature has planted the germs of all that is good and noble in every human soul. And if this is true, all that is good and noble can be developed in them by the proper influences, without detracting in any way from their usefulness as mere workers. Besides, the effort to elevate them draws them nearer to us, and it seems to me would tend to engender feelings of mutual love and confidence, that strengthen instead of weaken that perfect discipline which is of such inestimable importance to an expedition like this, when the safety and well-being of every individual member is of vital importance to the safety and well-being of the entire crew." "I have always had the respect and confidence of my sailors," said the captain, "not because I tried to lift them up to the same plane that I occupied, but because I provided them with good food, good quarters, never overtaxed their strength, and gave them ample time for rest and such amusements as they could appreciate. I have always had the goodwill and cheerful obedience of the common sailors, because I looked out for their physical needs and treated them kindly." "I have no doubt of that," I said, "but your voyages in the past have been between civilized ports, and all your sailors wanted was their pay, and in addition to this, you gave them better treatment than they could get elsewhere. Hence, their selfish impulses held them to you. The relation between you and them was purely physical, and all that was needed to make them loyal to you was to look out for their physical wants and treat them kindly. From their standpoint, this was in addition to their wages that they could not secure under more heartless employers. But you are now differently situated. You are not expected to come into a civilized port where sailors can spend their wages as sailors usually do. They have nothing to look forward to, and as mere workers they have no interests in common with you. But with the broader views of life to which association with the best intellects and the noblest characters gives access, they would take a more exalted view of the work in which they are engaged, and be true to you from a higher motive than their wages, which they cannot use in the supply of their physical wants. This is why I suggested the school. I recognize the force of your reasoning, said the captain, and if I regarded your premises as correct, I would come to the same conclusion that you do. But you make the mistake of overlooking the fact that a liberal education can only be secured by years of training in school, from the kindergarten to the college, and should be accompanied by the elevating influences of the home and cultured society, and followed by a life of study and experience in the higher walks of life, before the average man can be reasonably expected to rise above the plane of mere physical existence, and act from the high intellectual and moral impulses which impel the most cultivated and elevated characters. And you must still further take into consideration the fact that even if we were imprisoned in the ice for a year or more, we would have time enough to give our sailors only a smattering of what they ought to know, in order to develop the high type of character that you propose, even if we could overcome the influence of their home lives and the low social status of the society in which they have always mingled. You do not realize, my dear Jack, the utter impossibility of the task you would have us undertake. They must still be sailors and perform the hard labor for which they were engaged, and we should be careful not to engender in their minds hopes and aspirations that would make them dissatisfied with their lot. I certainly would not do anything, I replied, that would tend to make them discontented. This is something that should be most carefully avoided. But nevertheless, I still think my suggestion, if carried out, would have just the opposite tendency. From my own experience, I regard my premises as stronger than my reasoning. I enjoyed all the advantages of a liberal education and the elevating influence of home and cultured society, and still I have engaged in the most menial employments, yet I did not find that my education rendered me dissatisfied with my lot. On the contrary, it did much to enable me to adapt myself to the situation and to find sources of enjoyment which were inaccessible to my uneducated associates. But, more than this, my experiences among the lowly convince me that a collegiate education is not essential to the development of the noblest characteristics. I have met sailors before the mast who had accumulated a vast fund of useful knowledge and had the broadest and most comprehensive views of life and its duties. The premises from which I reason are the results of actual experience with the lowly. I fear, returned the captain, that in your enthusiastic love for humanity you have made the very natural mistake of judging the uneducated by yourself. I do not desire to flatter, but you have certainly inherited the qualities of a high order, and a temperament so well poised that you could acquit yourself with credit in any capacity in which you might be placed. Your employers could not fail to discover your worth, and according to your own statement, you were rapidly promoted. This is the ordinary reward of those who have inherited exalted qualities. Real ability never remains very long in a menial position. The simple fact that our sailors, who are much above the average of their class, have, after years of experience, still remained in the same humble position, is a very good evidence that they are not qualified for anything higher. There are Leif and Eric, for instance. They have been with me for several years, and they have not even tried to master the language. As mere sailors, you could not find better men, but you would never select them for an emergency that required extraordinary quickness of perception and the ability to lead. I was about to reply, feeling myself master of the situation, so far as the argument was concerned, when a crashing sound from above and a careening motion of the ship brought us to our feet. On gaining the deck, the cause of the commotion was immediately apparent. The ship was moving to the starboard, and was being forced under the shelving ice. The crashing sound had been caused by the masts coming in contact with the sloping, icy roof. The masts were closely wedged under the roof and could go no farther, while the hull was still being carried forward by what seemed to be a strong ocean current. The situation was one of imminent peril, for if this motion continued, we were in immediate danger of being capsized. The ship was already careening toward the larboard. The top could go no farther, while the hull was too far from the solid ice to admit of the use of pikes and spars to prop it back. Battle was calling for axes to cut away the masts when a shout from the larboard wall of our prison attracted our attention. By the light of the reflectors, we saw Leaf, on a low-lying bench of ice, making a cable fast around an ice hummock. And at the same time, we heard the voice of Eric calling for aid at the capstan on the lower deck. We saw instantly that this was the thing to do, and Captain Gano, Battle, Huston, and myself were the first to take hold of the lever. Eric immediately motioned for the men who were coming forward with axes to man another capstan, while he seized a coil of small rope attached to a cable, sprang into the sea, and swam rapidly to join Leaf on the ice bench. The axemen hesitated for a moment, and Captain Gano shouted, "Man the capstan! The Norwegians know what they are doing!" With remarkable celerity, the new cable was made fast, and the men began turning the capstan. This was not a moment too soon, as the first cable, unable to stand the strain, showed unmistakable signs of breaking. The motion of the vessel toward the starboard and under the ice was stopped, but the Norwegians now called for a boat and more cables. Their orders were promptly obeyed. Captain Gano, Battle, and myself were the first to respond. For the moment, our Norwegian sailors were in command, and all obeyed their orders with alacrity. The boat was manned, and the Ice King was lashed to the larboard wall of our prison at a number of different points. The ship was saved from the impending disaster, but still was slightly careened, and the masts were bent almost to the point of breaking. Returning to the ship, Captain Gano and Battle began figuring on getting the masts clear of the ice and the ship righted. The pressure of the water on the larboard side was immense, but the cables held her fast, and there was no especial need of haste. The first thought suggested was to remove the upper splice of the mainmast, which would relieve the pressure, but the Norwegians had evolved a more simple plan. They motioned the engineer to set the screws in motion slowly. As soon as the ship began to move forward, the masts began to bend toward the stern, and the cables which held the ship firmly on the larboard, being relatively shortened by the forward motion, the vessel was drawn in that direction and righted herself. We now moved the vessel to the center of the enclosure in which she floated, and cables were made fast to the ice on every quarter, and thus secured from contact with it, the Ice King had the appearance of a huge spider, with its web spread out in every direction. The danger was past, the ship was safe, and we had time to inquire into the particulars concerning the important part that had been enacted by our 2 Norwegian sailors. We now learned that while the entire crew, except themselves, were resting from their recent fatigue in a feeling of security, Leif and Eric were far from believing that our winter quarters were entirely safe until the ship was securely tied up to the walls of our prison. Their especial charge was to keep the cables, capstans, and anchors ready for use at a moment's notice, and they were satisfied that this was a time when they were needed. Hence, instead of retiring to their hammocks to sleep, they determined to carefully examine our surroundings for themselves. They observed that the larboard wall was nearly perpendicular to a point several feet above the top of the masts, while on the starboard, the sloping roof extended far out to the water's edge. They further observed that along the larboard was a low-lying bench upon which the falling ice had formed a number of hummocks. This was a safe place to tie to. Just as they had satisfied themselves on this point, they noticed that the ship was drifting toward the starboard, and that the masts were coming dangerously near the roof, and that in a few minutes we might be capsized. There was not a moment to be lost. This motion toward the starboard must be arrested, and Leif, with one end of a coil of small rope, sprang into the water and swam to the bench along the larboard wall, while Eric attached the other end to a cable. But before it could be made fast to the larboard wall, the masts came in contact with the sloping roof of the starboard, which gave the alarm that aroused the crew and brought the officers on deck with the results already mentioned. Captain Gano was visibly affected when he learned how the ship and the lives of the crew had been saved by the quick perception and prompt action of the two sailors. He shook their hands and thanked them over and over again, declaring that such all-important service should not go unrewarded. They understood his allusion and declared in their very limited supply of English that they could not be induced to take pay from the captain for saving the ship and at the same time saving themselves, that we all must stand together or we would all perish. As soon as they had succeeded in making themselves understood, they withdrew. As a rule, they kept to themselves, except when their services were needed. Yet they were not unsociable and often conversed with the engineer, Paul Huston, who understood their language. When they had an important communication to make, they secured his services as an interpreter. They seemed averse to the use of English. When they were gone, Captain Gano said, "I little thought that Leif and Eric possessed ability of such a high order, and since I have discovered their true nobility of character, I am more than ever anxious that they should study English, as it would enable me to do so much more for them." "You understand little of the material of which these Norwegians are made," said Huston, who was standing by. "They do not want you to do anything for them. They feel more than able to take care of themselves. They have not always been sailors, but that occupation suits their purpose best for the present. They are looking forward to great results that may be accomplished by this expedition, and they care more for its success than for anything you could do for them. As to the language, they already understand more than they care to use. They are proud of their native Norse." "You astonish me," exclaimed the captain. "I must get better acquainted with them." "Then," said Huston, "you must learn their language, and even then they may repel any familiarity. They preferred working for you because you did not understand their language. They do not care to be on confidential terms with anyone. When they found that I understood them, they became somewhat communicative but not confidential. Yet I have learned enough to make me believe they have a history and some well-defined purpose in life. I would not think, however, of trying to draw from them anything that they did not care to give of their own accord. One thing is certain, you can place implicit confidence in their courage, ability, nobility of character, and fidelity to the purposes of this expedition." "Well, thanks to their watchfulness, quick perception, and prompt action," said Captain Gano, "we can now have the much-needed rest we tried to enjoy before we had taken the precautions essential to our safety. I am surprised that we did not think of the possible dangers that might beset us from the ocean currents. My only fear was that some disturbing cause might sunder the walls of our prison before they were frozen solid, and even now I have some fears on that score." "No danger of that kind," replied Battle. "Several hours have already elapsed, and the weather was intensely cold before the channel closed. Just listen to how the storm still rages." Through the rifts in our ice roof, we had been enabled to catch glimpses of the sky, but now it was all inky blackness. The gale that had brought the two great ice fields together had now grown to a terrific storm and had changed its direction. The winds roared and raged like demons in mortal combat, and ever and anon the snow was driven in upon us like fine dust, indicating the intense cold. We, now that the ship was safe, had the best of reasons for congratulating ourselves on our snug winter quarters. Our icy prison was both our safety from the violence of the storm and our protection from the intense cold. We partook of a hearty lunch and retired to our rest with feelings of perfect security. When I awoke, everything was astir on board. The carpenters were busily engaged in repairing the broken deck, while the sailors were removing the ice and snow. Everything was being put in order as if we were preparing for a voyage. The storm had ceased to howl, and we were in the grasp of an Arctic winter. Even in our secluded retreat, it was necessary for us to wrap up in furs and woolens when we went on the upper deck. But our cabins were warm, and we had an abundance of everything to eat and wear to make us comfortable. The ice field was frozen into a solid block, and there was no question as to our safety, but we had no means of making observations that would indicate our location. This to me was the loss of an occupation that I really enjoyed, and I felt the need of something that would take its place. We were imprisoned in the ice on September 23rd, and from my last observation, I inferred that our location was about latitude 77 degrees north and longitude 160 degrees west. The sun made his appearance for a brief interval each day, and I calculated that the long Arctic night would be fully set in by the last of October. The rifts in the roof of our prison afforded us no opportunity for determining our location. Our recent danger had revealed the fact that we were moving. We tried the sounding line and found that we were in deep water, and that our motion was evidently due to the motion of the ice field. We were floating at the mercy of the winds and ocean currents, but whither would they carry us? None could tell. Assuming, however, that the currents were northbound, and reasoning from the fact that the motion of the earth was from west to east, the tendency being, as it were, to slip from under us, we concluded that as long as the ice was floating freely, our general motion would be toward the west and north. For the present, we were safe and comfortable with the ship securely fastened to the solid walls of our prison. But we knew summer would come, and the warm rays of the sun would beam down on us for months, melting and breaking up the frozen surface of the ocean, which was now our security, but might then become the cause of our destruction. Our future safety, and the success of the expedition, demanded that we should have easy access to the surface, so that we could make the necessary observations, and, if possible, find some means of providing for the safety of the ship and crew when the ice went to pieces. This was the task before us, but we had no means of calculating the time it would take. All we knew was that the two ice mountains, by coming together, had formed a roof over our heads, and towered many feet above the ship's masts. And if their other dimensions were in proportion, it might take a long time for us to tunnel through to the surface. We felt that there was no time to lose. All needful arrangements were soon perfected under the direction of Battle, who took charge as engineer and manager. The ice bench on our larboard was selected as the point of starting. The crew was divided into 3 reliefs, each with a foreman, and the work of excavation went on without intermission. This arrangement gave 8 hours for work in the tunnel and 16 for rest and recreation. I suggested my pet hobby, as it was called, of organizing the crew into a school and devoting a few hours each day to educational purposes. But I was alone in the recommendation, and it was not acted on. But the library was free to all who cared to read. I noticed, however, that Paul Huston, Pat O'Brien, and Mike Gallagher were the only ones who ever called for books, and Huston was the only one who seemed to know just what he wanted. Leif and Eric had some Norwegian books and writings which they often consulted, but all the others, when not at work, spent their time in playing games, spinning yarns, and fishing. As predicted by Battle, the enclosures in which the ship floated seemed to attract the finny denizens of the deep, supplying fresh food for the crew and our dog teams, as well as oil, which we used for fuel. The library was the favorite resort of those who cared to read and discuss topics of general interest. Here we spent our leisure hours reading, conversing upon subjects of every description, and devising amusements that would enable us to pass the time pleasantly. When tired of these things, we joined the working force in the tunnel and exercised our muscles. This was a work of necessity as well as a healthful recreation, and we went into it with the utmost enthusiasm. We managed to get comfortably tired every day and enjoyed excellent appetites and most refreshing sleep in consequence. Altogether, the winter passed very agreeably. It was well on toward the spring before the tunnel was completed. We now had access to the surface, up an easy incline, and beheld the uninterrupted beauties of an Arctic night. The scene which greeted us defies description. The sky was cloudless, and the northern lights, with their brilliant coruscations, nature's compensation for the long polar night, presented a pyrotechnic display, the grandeur and beauty of which are indelibly impressed on my memory. We took our bearings and found we were in latitude 84 degrees north, longitude 170 degrees west. We were 7 degrees farther north than when we were caught in the ice, and 10 degrees farther west. We were plainly in the grasp of northbound currents, while our motion toward the west was uncertain. Subsequent observations revealed the fact that at times our longitude was stationary, or drifting somewhat toward the east. On the whole, our westerly motion exceeded any opposite tendency, but our progress northward was considerable, though not regular, as if we were retarded by obstructions which were being overcome, at intervals, by the force of northerly currents. It was now the 20th of February, and it was determined that the work of exploration should commence. The dog teams and sledges were brought out and provisioned for a journey to the eastward under the direction of Captain Battle. Captain Gano, Pat O'Brien, Mike Gallagher, Paul Huston, the 2 Norwegian sailors, and myself remained on the ship. The sledge party was to be absent for a month, and possibly longer. Captain Battle wanted to make some thorough observations on the eastern borders of the ice field and take soundings if he could reach open water. We still had some weeks of Arctic night before us, but the full, round moon and the brilliant aurora made every object visible for a long distance. The weather was intensely cold, but the scenery was so attractive that I spent much of my time exploring the ice field in the immediate vicinity of the ship. Many were the weird and fantastic scenes that I sketched, and many the strolls I took, in a vain effort to find some prominent point from which, with my glass, I could get an unobstructed view of the horizon. But, like our prison in the ice, all nature seemed cramped. The starry vault was contracted by the obscuration of stars, which I thought should have been visible above the horizon. I kept searching for an elevated point of view, but this seemed always just a little ahead. These rambles often extended for miles and occupied hours. Returning from one of them, I was met by Leif and Eric, who pointed to the crest of the mountain of ice that formed the roof of our prison, and beckoned me to follow them. I did so, and found that they had cut an inclined road around the icy mountain to the apex, where they had erected an observatory out of ice blocks. It was built over a rift in the roof of our prison that was directly above the ice bench on the larboard near the mouth of the tunnel. The wall at this point was almost perpendicular, and with but little labor, they were able to put in an elevator consisting simply of a platform secured by ropes and attached to a pulley inside the observatory. They showed me what they had done and convinced me that it was entirely safe. They let themselves down on the elevator and raised themselves up again, much as a painter handles his swinging scaffold, but more rapidly. I was pleased with the contrivance, and more with the interest taken by Leif and Eric in making arrangements to facilitate my observations. I did not hesitate to take my place on the platform with them and return to the ship by this direct route. I now learned that as soon as the tunnel was completed, Leif and Eric had found their way to the top of our prison, and, seeing the advantages that this elevator afforded as an outlook, they conceived the idea of an observatory on the top to be connected with the ship by an elevator. They took no one into their confidence but Huston, and set to work immediately. In a little over 2 weeks they were ready to put in the elevator, which connected directly with the ship, and saved a long walk by way of the tunnel. This work had just been completed, and they were able to give me a very unexpected but agreeable surprise on my return from one of my usual rambles. But it was no more of a surprise to me than it was to Captain Gano, who was just starting out to the surface through the tunnel when Leif, Eric, and myself came swinging down from the observatory on the platform which constituted the cage. Leif, who was handling the rope, stopped our descent just in time to prevent the platform from swinging against the captain, who, looking up, exclaimed, "Hello, Jack, where did you come from, and what is all this rigging for?" "Just ask Leif and Eric," I replied. "They have been looking out for a more direct route to the surface than by way of the tunnel. They have erected an observatory on the roof, and if you are going out for a walk, you had better take the elevator." "All right," said the captain, stepping on the platform, "but I would suggest that you ought to have a light on board, to give warning in this gloom to all whom it may concern to get out of the way of the engine." "That can be provided for in the future," I said. "This is the first trial, and we find that it works all right. Now we are ready for such improvements as you have to suggest. While the invention belongs to our Norwegian friends, we have no patent laws in this country, and hence there can be no infringement. There is no restrictive legislation here to stand in the way of progress." "I think, in view of all the facts," said the captain, "that this matter had better be left in the hands of the inventors. I have no doubt that they are fully equal to the task, and they have free access to the ship's stores for that purpose. It seems to me that the improvement most needed is some contrivance that will counteract the swinging motion, and no doubt Leif and Eric have a plan already that will accomplish that." We were now in the observatory, and the view in every direction was most satisfactory. This was by far the most elevated location anywhere in the region, and Captain Gano cordially concurred in my suggestion to fit it up in good shape for all the purposes of an observatory as well as a resting place when the weather became warm. We carefully explored the immediate vicinity and found that this towering mountain of ice could be made accessible from both the east and west. Towards the north and south, it was easy to trace the seam where the ice walls had come together, and along this line were numerous depressions of great depth. When we were ready to return to the ship, we found that Leif and Eric had stretched ropes from the top to the bottom, which, passing through the platform, held it steady while passing up and down. They had also devised a contrivance by which the elevator could be operated either from above or below, as occasion might require. Also a telephone connection between the observatory and the ship. With this easy means of access to the surface, we seldom used the tunnel except for the sledges, or the transportation of some heavy burden. From this elevated point I watched with continually increasing interest the roseate hues on the horizon, which indicated the location of the rising sun. These grew brighter and brighter until the King of Day made his appearance. This was the signal for inflating the balloons and sending up dispatches in the hopes that they might be carried south into the civilized portions of the globe by the equinoctial storms. It was also the time fixed for the return of battle from his exploring expedition on the eastern portion of the ice field. His observations, in connection with my own, constituted our only means of accumulating that fund of information concerning these unknown regions which would make this expedition valuable to the world. Besides, our own safety depended to a very great extent upon the accuracy of the knowledge we could acquire concerning the forces which controlled the movements of this vast island of ice. My relation to the scientific work of the expedition made me anxious to make the best possible use of our present favorable opportunity for investigation. During our long incarceration in our ice prison, I had kept such notes and made such observations as our environments would permit. The movement of the ice field toward the west, which at first had threatened to draw us under the ice and capsize the ship, had lost much of its force, and now that we were on the surface, and able to trace the seam which marked the channel in which we had been moving, we discovered that its general direction was from southeast to northwest, while at the time we had been caught between the colliding ice fields, we had, according to my notes, been running northeast. This demonstrated that the entire body of ice had turned 1/4 around, while its general movement had been toward the west and north. And now, my daily observations indicated that it was continually changing its position, and that, while its motions were generally toward the west, they were by no means uniform. It seemed to have been at the mercy of contending forces ever since we had been held within its grasp, and it was one of the prime objects of the expedition to make a close study of just this kind of influences. As soon as the sun began to show itself above the horizon, I kept a constant lookout for the return of Captain Battle and his sledge party. We knew that he had gone east, and that it was his intention to commence the exploration of the western portion of the ice field before the sun was remaining above the horizon for the full 24 hours. But the weather during the early spring was unfavorable, and I discovered nothing worthy of note. When the days became longer, and with the sun in the west, I expected to make some important discoveries with my glass, and when I did get a clear view, I was startled to observe what seemed to be a barren waste of sand and sand mountains. I called Captain Gano's attention to this appearance, and after a careful scrutiny with his glass, he said, "That looks very much like land. The surface is certainly neither snow nor ice, but where in the world did all that sand come from? I will telephone Huston to bring a larger telescope, and we will make a closer examination." In a few minutes, Huston made his appearance, and we placed the instrument in position. With the stronger glass, our first impressions as to the nature of the surface were confirmed, but we discovered nothing that offered any explanation of the phenomenon. Here was a mystery, and we were now more anxious than ever for the return of Captain Battle, who we felt assured had made some very interesting discoveries. I continued to scan the horizon with the large telescope, and my search was soon rewarded by the discovery of a man who seemed to have just reached the crest of what appeared to be a long sandy ridge running north and south, but a few miles distant. He seemed to be assisting others to reach the same position. Raising the instrument to its highest powers, I was enabled to recognize Captain Battle and several sailors. They were hauling others up from the opposite side by means of a rope, who, as soon as they reached the top, took hold and helped to raise others. I described the scene and asked Captain Gano to look for himself. He took in the situation at a glance and said, "We must go to their assistance. The sledges and dog teams are evidently on the opposite side, and they must be lifted up as well as the men." And turning to Huston, he said, "Return to the ship, summon the entire crew. Explain the situation to the Norwegians. Tell them to get out the sledges immediately and take such appliances as they deem necessary. And Jack and I will meet you at the foot of the mountain on the east side. Make all haste possible, as we must hurry to the assistance of our comrades, who are evidently nearly exhausted." End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 4, A Singular Discovery, Part 1. Houston stepped upon the elevator and descended to the ship to carry out the instructions he had received, while Captain Gano and myself remained in the observatory to scan the surface more critically and map out the route we must travel. So far as we could discover, there seemed to be no serious obstacle in the way. The surface between us and the sand ridge which Battelle must cross had the appearance of a level plain of snow or ice, with numerous hummocks scattered here and there. Beyond this, the ridge, with some lofty elevations, filled the outlines of the picture. The point which Battelle had selected for crossing was a gap in this ridge. Directly below the gap, the ridge was very steep, but the top could be reached from this point by an easy incline towards the south. I made a hasty sketch of every prominent object on a direct line from the observatory to the gap, which was the point we desired to reach as soon as possible, as we felt that our assistance was sorely needed. This work was completed to our satisfaction when we noticed the crew with the sledge coming around the north side, and we hastened down to meet them at the foot of the mountain on the east. We found everything in good shape for a rapid march. The sledge was lightly loaded with such appliances, ropes, pulleys, etc., as had been deemed necessary to enable us to render the most effectual assistance. The dogs were pulling on their harness as if anxious for a run, and the men were fresh and feeling the need of exercise. The thaw had scarcely commenced, and the traveling was good. Every condition seemed favorable. Captain Gano and myself led off along the route which our observations had indicated as the most practicable. In less than 2 hours, we had reached the foot of the ridge just below the gap where we had discovered Captain Battelle. We found the surface covered with volcanic ashes and scoria, and our minds instantly reverted to the earthquake which broke up the ice field and our narrow escape from destruction. However, this was no time for speculation. Our business was to reach the top as soon as possible. We found that a direct ascent would be exceedingly difficult, but that the inclining shelf along the face of the ridge would enable us to reach the top at a point about a half-mile south of the gap. This shelf or bench was several yards in width, and its appearance, covered as it was with ashes, gave the impression that it had been a level shoreline, that in some great convulsion of nature had been tilted up from the south at an angle of about 25 degrees, and that the general surface had been leveled up by a subsequent deposit over the lower part. We at once began our ascent along this comparatively easy route. Yet it was a tedious and toilsome effort to get the sledge with its load of necessary appliances to the top. However, within less than an hour, notwithstanding numerous resting spells, we reached the top and found ourselves on a level plateau, several hundred feet wide, and about 1/2 mile south of where we expected to find Captain Bettel and his comrades. While our party halted in order to give the dog team a rest, Captain Gano and myself hurried on to the gap. On reaching the edge, we discovered that the men were taking a rest after having lifted most of the contents of the sledge to the top. We could see that they had been compelled to cut a road through some hundreds of feet of frozen ashes in order to reach their present position, and we did not need to be told that they had been having a very hard time. Most of the party were asleep, and no one observed our approach until we had descended into the gap, and Captain Gano had called out in regular sailor style the familiar "Ship ahoy!" This unexpected greeting brought Captain Bettel to his feet, but for a moment he was too much surprised to make any response. Recovering himself, he advanced and grasped Captain Gano by the hand, exclaiming, "How did you get here? I was just thinking how fortunate it would be if you knew the predicament we are in and would come to our relief with a capstan and some more ropes and pulleys." "That is just what we have done," said Captain Gano. "Jack was on the lookout for you from his observatory on top of the mountain of ice that covers the resting place of the Ice King. As soon as we discovered you, we started to your relief with a sledge load of such appliances as it seemed you most needed." "This is indeed fortunate," said Bettel. "We are almost exhausted with the efforts we have been compelled to make in order to reach this gap, and now that we are here, we find that our difficulties are by no means ended, and it is most important that we should get well over the ridge and commence our exploration of the western portion of this vast island of ashes and ice." As he was speaking, our sledge appeared at the top of the gap, and the men joined us at once. Houston, acting as spokesman for our Norwegian sailors, said Leif and Eric request that they be permitted to complete the work of transferring the sledges and their loads to the west side. "Tell them," said the captain, "to go ahead in their own way and accept our thanks for their most welcome services." In a few minutes they had their ropes, pulleys, and capstan in place, and gave us to understand that the dogs would furnish all the power that was needed. They soon had one of the sledges slowly but surely gliding up the steep incline to the top. We watched them a few minutes, when Captain Gano said, "I think we can safely leave this matter to the Norwegians, and we may start on our return to the ship." "I am willing to trust them," said Bettel, "and it is important that we begin at once to compare notes and lay our plans for the future. I feel that there is no time to be lost." And giving some instructions to Brown, who had been selected as foreman in the work of road-making, to give such assistance as might be needed, we started on foot for the ship, a distance of between 5 and 6 miles. On our way back, Bettel gave us a concise account of his observations and the conclusions at which he had arrived. "When we left the ship," he said, "we took a southeasterly direction. The cold was intense, but with our ample preparations, we did not suffer so much as might have been expected. We reached open water within 3 days, but the shoreline was so precipitous that we could not launch our sledge boats and sail around as I had intended. So we continued our journey around the ice field toward the north as we had begun it. The general direction of the shoreline at this point was from the southwest toward the northeast. The traveling was fairly good, and we made good time for about a week, and then our trouble commenced. The entire surface was covered to an unknown depth with volcanic ashes. The surface formation was evidently new, but careful examination revealed the fact that this covered an older formation of very considerable thickness. Our soundings, owing to the precipitous character of the coastline, were not satisfactory, but taken in connection with my observations as to the motions of the ice field, I came to the conclusion that it was frequently grounding on the tops of submarine mountains. If this is true, it will probably hasten the breaking up when the ice becomes rotten under the influence of continuous sunshine. Having satisfied myself on these points, we started on our return trip, and, but for the difficult nature of the surface and the frequent necessity for road making, we would have been with you by the time the sun made his appearance. Before we reached the ship, it had been definitely settled that after a short rest, Bettel should continue his explorations toward the western borders of the ice field and time the expedition so as to return to the ship before there was any immediate danger from the thaw. We had come to the conclusion that we were floating in an open sea, and it was our intention to press on for the north when the ice went to pieces, and some phenomena that we, in common with other explorers, had observed, led to the opinion that we would find land, and not unlikely a habitable country, around the pole. Since the sun had made his appearance, flocks of ducks, brants, and geese, coming from the north, were quite numerous. When killed, we found them fat and juicy, and their crops were often filled with a species of grain resembling rice, which seemed to indicate that they came from a temperate climate. We now began to confidently expect that when the ice field went to pieces, we would find the country which produced this grain, the northern home of these flocks of birds. We argued that the 6 months and more of continued sunshine at the pole would necessarily produce a mild, if not a warm climate, for the greater portion of the year. We held that refraction would secure perhaps as much as 7 months of sunshine at the pole, and add to this the long twilight and the aurora, preventing absolute darkness. The immediate vicinity of the pole might be in many respects a most desirable climate. Of one thing we felt sure, and that was that those flocks of ducks and geese that had come from the north had been well fed with grain that must have grown in a productive country. When we came to the ice mountain that covered the ship, Captain Battelle turned to the north, saying, "I believe that this is the route to the mouth of the tunnel." "Yes, that is true," replied Captain Gano, "but let us go by the way of Jack's observatory, which is directly over the ship." "All right," said Battelle, "lead on. I want to see the observatory anyway, and it is probably no further over the mountain than it is around it, even if the traveling may be a little more laborious." We offered no explanation as to our elevator, and in a few minutes we were in the observatory under the canopy of sailcloth which protected it from the rays of the sun. "Well, this is a cozy place," said Battelle, as he seated himself upon one of the extemporized cushioned seats with which it was furnished. "It is," said I, "but I am more interested in seeing how Leif and Eric are getting along in their coveted task of transferring the sledges to this side of the ridge." So saying, I went directly to the large telescope which we had left bearing upon the gap Battelle had chosen for a crossing place. A glance was enough, and in reply to a questioning look from Battelle, I said, "Both sledges are on top, and they are preparing to let them down on this side. Come and see for yourself. I believe that our Norwegian sailors are equal to anything they are willing to undertake." "I believe you are right," said Battelle, as he took his place at the telescope. "There," he continued, "they are letting the sledges down the steep incline, fully loaded. From the progress they're making, they will be here in a few hours, with everything in ship shape for the expedition toward the west. That rests me so that I will not mind clambering down to the mouth of the tunnel." "Why go by way of the tunnel?" asked Captain Gano. "Just take your seat on that divan, and there need be no clambering down." "Yes," I said, "and just let me share the seat with you and let the captain act as chief of transportation and take command of the expedition down to the ship." He did as he was directed with a puzzled look. Captain Gano took hold of the rope while I turned on the light, and we began to drop down toward the ship. "Well, you have got things fixed up in grand style," said Battelle. "Who would have expected a few weeks ago that we would now be descending into the interior of an iceberg on a grandly upholstered elevator, with the stern captain of the Ice King as our elevator boy? Is not this putting on a little too much style for these regions of eternal ice?" "Not at all," I responded. "I hold, you know, that every human being is justly entitled to the very best that his own labor can produce. But this arrangement for facilitating our access to the outer world is the product of the labor and skill of our Norwegian sailors. They had the observatory almost completed before they revealed their designs to anyone but Houston." "Then," said Battelle, "if that is the sort of men they are, I think they had better remain with the ship. I had thought of proposing to take them out with me on our western expedition and leave some of the other men to take their place here." "I could hardly consent to part with our Norwegians, even for a few days," said Captain Gano. "Since I have discovered their ability, I want them on the ship in case of emergencies. I would not hesitate, if it was necessary, to place them in command. The quickness of perception and general reliability they have shown almost persuade me that Jack is right, and that under some circumstances the highest qualities may be developed among the most lowly. And it may be, said Battelle, that as Houston intimated, Leif and Eric have some great purpose in life, and under such influences as Jack would like to place around the common sailors, many of them might develop qualities of a high order. I have thought much of Jack's pet hobby. On this last expedition, I have realized more than ever the importance of having men of lofty characters in the capacity of common sailors, if such a thing is possible. And it is possible, I added, and whether it is possible or not, it is our duty to ourselves and to humanity to do everything in our power to inspire all with whom we come in contact, with broader views of life and nobler aspirations for the future. Well, said Captain Gano, it is certainly not my intention to antagonize your exalted idea of our duty toward our fellow beings. It is an ennobling thought to dwell upon, but whether it will ever be possible for us to do much for our sailors in this way or not, it is clearly impossible to do anything immediately. And surely Captain Battelle wants one good sleep in his own bed before he starts on another expedition. So I propose that we now retire to our quarters for rest. We certainly need it, and there is no duty pressing upon us to prevent it. We acted upon the captain's suggestion as soon as we could reach our cabins. In a few minutes I was sleeping soundly, and did not awake until the gong gave notice that breakfast was ready. The crew had returned with the sledges, and after a nap were now ready for the first meal on shipboard that they had taken for over a month. Captain Battelle had completed preparations for his expedition to the west, and once more the officers' mess was complete, and while we enjoyed our repast, we discussed plans for the future. As we arose from the table, Battelle took me by the hand and said, "You may keep a sharp lookout for me after the 1st of July. By that time, we ought to be able to reach open water on the west and return. If we can launch the sledges, it is my intention to sail around the ice to the north, and if possible, return along the seam which marks the channel through which we were moving when we were entombed beneath these bergs. I've already made use of your observatory to make a sketch of the most prominent objects toward the west and north. I apprehend no trouble. Of course, we will have channels of water to contend with before we return, but as our sledges make excellent boats, they are as likely to expedite as to obstruct our movements. I need not caution you to keep up your observations, and note everything that has a bearing on our situation. I will do the same, and together we cannot fail to secure a fund of valuable information." He bade us goodbye, and at once departed. I repaired to the observatory, and through my glass watched the sledges until they disappeared from view in the distance. It was now the 20th of April, and it would be 2 months and a half before we expected the return of the exploring party, and if it met with no mishap, there was ample time for an extended tour around the ice field. I anticipated great results from the observations that might be made. Captain Battelle had left us with 3 of his party, who seemed the least able to bear the fatigue of the long journey over the ice which he contemplated. This was a valuable addition to the force left with the ship, and at the same time relatively strengthened the exploring party, as it relieved them of the prospective danger of being compelled to take care of disabled comrades. The weather was favorable, and soon the rays of the sun began to slowly but surely change the surface of the ice. I watched the process with constantly increasing interest. If we were ever to escape from our imprisonment, our release must come as a result of the thaw. Hence, I came to regard the little rivulets that were forming in every direction, and usually disappearing in a short distance through some crevice, as our saviors. If the progress kept on with sufficient vigor, the ice field was sure to break up before we were again locked in the embrace of an Arctic winter, and we would have an opportunity to escape. At last the sun had reached his highest altitude, and the time had come when we might expect the return of Battelle. The thaw had progressed rapidly, and the ice was becoming rotten, and with the first storm would probably go to pieces. But the weather was serene, and there was no immediate danger. The 1st of July had come and gone, and Battelle was still absent. The thaw, under the continuous rays of the sun, was accelerated, and I began to fear the breakup would come before his return with the larger part of the crew. This might prove to be fatal to all our hopes. I felt that we sorely needed Captain Battelle with his experience in the navigation of these frozen seas. I now began to dread the thaw as much as I had been inclined to welcome it 2 months before. I continued my observations with more interest, if possible, than ever. The motions of the ice field puzzled me. We seemed to be slightly oscillating from one side to the other of longitude 180 degrees, but with a frequent motion toward the north. I spent most of my time in the observatory, more on the lookout for some indication of the return of Captain Battelle than for any other purpose. This interest was shared by every member of the crew, and we established regular watches for this one purpose, so that there was always someone at the telescope. Captain Gano and myself took the first watch, Pat O'Brien and Houston the second, and Leif and Eric the third. So the entire 24 hours were occupied in the lookout for Battelle. In addition to this, we made several expeditions to the north and west for many miles. While we learned that the traveling was very toilsome, we discovered no reason why the exploring party should not be able to return as long as the ice field remained unbroken. It was true that the expedition might have reached a section where the thaw had destroyed the solidity of the ice, but it was well equipped for such a contingency, as the sledges could readily be converted into boats. We tried in vain to figure out the cause of Captain Battelle's delay. The ice was becoming more rotten every day, and our suspense became more and more painful. We had almost despaired of his return, when, through my glass, I observed what seemed to be a human being directly west of us, slowly struggling along over the rotten, slushy surface of the ice. I called the attention of Captain Gano to my discovery, and after a careful scrutiny of the object, he exclaimed, "That is certainly a man. It must be Battelle, or one of his men returning alone. And," he paused, and then added hastily, "he is scarcely able to walk, and falls down from sheer exhaustion. We must go to his relief at once." And turning to Mike Gallagher, who was present, he said, "Hurry down to the ship and tell O'Brien to summon a relief party with a stretcher. Bring my medicine case with restoratives for an exhausted man. Tell Houston to explain the situation to Leif and Eric. Make all the haste possible, and meet us at the mouth of the tunnel." Mike started down on the elevator at once to deliver these orders, while Captain Gano and myself went down the winding way on the west side. At the mouth of the tunnel, we were joined by the relief party. Leif and Eric carried the stretcher, while Pat O'Brien, Paul Houston, and Mike Gallagher each had a parcel containing something intended for the relief of an exhausted man. The medicine case and some warm blankets were on the stretcher. The ice field in this direction spread out before us into a vast plain, but the exact spot where we had observed the approaching man was hidden from view by a number of hummocks, and we took these for our guide. As soon as we reached the nearest and highest of these elevations, I climbed to the top and carefully scanned the plain beyond. Several minutes elapsed without discovering any indication of the object of our search, when not more than a mile away, I saw through my glass the head and shoulders of a man arise above the surface. For a moment he seemed to support himself on his hands, and then dropped back out of sight. I carefully noted the location, and we then hurried on. In a few minutes we came to a channel in the ice that had been worn out by a stream of water. A little to one side, a man was lying on the bottom as if dead. We called to him, but he did not move. Leif and Eric sprang into the channel and lifted him out. It was Captain Battelle, and he was entirely unconscious. We could see now that he had been trying with all his strength to lift himself out of the channel, which was not over 4.5 feet in depth by 6 or 7 in width. When I saw him from the summit of the ice hummock, he was doubtless making the last effort to climb out that his exhausted energies would permit. We had arrived just in time to rescue him from certain death. As he lay upon the stretcher, unconscious and scarcely breathing, in fancy I pictured the trials through which he must have passed. His worn-out boots and tattered clothing, his sunken eyes and pinched features, all indicated more than words could express his terrible struggle for life against the combined forces of cold and hunger. True, it was not freezing weather, but the water through which he had been compelled to wade was ice cold, and the bed upon which he rested must have been a melting ice hummock. All these things were evident from the environments and did not need to be stated in words in order to be understood and appreciated. While he alone could give us the particulars, we were already familiar in a general way with his experiences, traveling on foot over the fast-melting ice and almost without food for weeks and possibly months. While no physician had been engaged for this expedition, it was because Captain Gano was well qualified by education and experience to fill the place as occasion might require, and among the stores of the Ice King there was an ample supply of medicines, surgical instruments, and appliances of all kinds. The captain was very averse to being classed as a physician, and yet his knowledge of medicine, surgery, and practice would have enabled him to aspire to the highest rank in the profession. Hence he at once took charge of the patient with the readiness and skill of an experienced practitioner, and soon he had him as comfortable as dry clothing, a warm bed, and appropriate restoratives could make him. The patient did not regain consciousness, but he was soon breathing naturally and apparently enjoying a sound and refreshing sleep. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 4 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 4, A Singular Discovery, concluded. When all was ready for us to start on our return to the ship, Captain Gano said, "As it is evident that I must turn doctor for a few days, I will place Jack Adams in command. That will leave just 6 of us to carry Captain Battelle to his cabin in the Ice King. For this purpose, we will divide into 3 reliefs. Houston and I will take the first, Pat and Mike the second, and Leif and Eric the third. This seems to be about the proper order, as our Norwegian comrades carried the camp bed and medicine case all the way from the ship." "But what if I object to the arrangement?" I asked. "While I am willing," I continued, "to render any service in my power, I am not disposed to usurp your place as commander. You lead the way, and I will take my place at the handles of the stretcher. I enlisted to obey orders and take any place assigned me, but not to usurp the prerogatives of commander." "Then I have only to insist upon the terms of the contract as you understand it," said the captain. "You say that you enlisted to obey orders and take any place assigned you, and hence, as the captain of the Ice King, I order you to take the place of commander until I choose to resume the duties of that position. This is just as it should be. It was you who discovered Captain Battelle and then led us to the spot where we found him, and now you are appointed to lead us back to the ship by the most direct and practicable route. It is fortunate for us that you have spent so much of your time in the study of the topography of this country, if that is the proper word to apply to a dreary waste of ice. It is your first duty as commander to divide the distance to the ship into easy stages, and see that each relief does its part of the work with all possible care for the comfort of our comrade. This is orders, if you prefer to look at it in that light. I shall certainly take my place at the stretcher until, in your judgment, the second relief, Pat and Mike, ought to take hold." "All right," I said. "If I am to be commander-in-chief, whether I will or not, my first order is, follow me." We returned to the ship without any particular haste, frequently stopping to rest and to administer restoratives to the lips of our exhausted comrade. He was conveyed to his own quarters, and everything was, by the direction of Captain Gano, placed as nearly as possible in the same shape that he left it. He was still sleeping, and the captain assured us that he was doing well, and that if fever could be avoided, he would soon recover. He cautioned us to keep quiet and not ask him any questions in case he should awake to consciousness. Captain Gano took his place at the side of the patient and from time to time touched his lips with water. After several hours, he partially aroused from his lethargy, and the captain administered a few spoonsful of broth, which were swallowed with avidity, and he again relapsed into a profound slumber. The captain now directed us to leave him entirely alone with the patient, but to hold ourselves in readiness to come at a moment's notice. He told us that all the patient now needed was profound silence, and a little nourishment whenever he was sufficiently aroused to partake of it. I want Mike, he said, to remain with me so as to be ready at any moment to execute my orders. Captain Battel's restoration to health and vigor is of more importance to us now than any other consideration. I need Mike more than you do, and you must get along with cold lunches or do your own cooking. If I need any of you, Mike will let you know. Through Mike, we heard from the sick room from time to time, but the word was always the same, that the patient was doing well but still sleeping. Mike said that whenever Battel showed signs of awaking, the captain would administer a spoonful of soup, and he would drop off to sleep again without ever being fully aroused to consciousness. I was keenly alive to the fact that the death, or even the great disability of Captain Battel, would be an irreparable loss to all of us. He was the only experienced Arctic navigator and explorer among us, and notwithstanding the cheering news from the sick room, I felt the most intense anxiety, and remained in the library all the time so as to be ready to respond at once to any call from Captain Gano. After 48 hours of this anxious waiting had gone by, I was surprised at a personal call from Captain Gano, who greeted me in his usual cordial manner, while his face fairly glowed with happiness. Without waiting for me to ply him with questions, he exclaimed, "Well, Jack, the danger has passed. Captain Battel has come to himself. He is still very weak, but there are no signs of fever. I admonished him not to talk until he had taken another nap, to which he consented on the condition that I would call you. He wants a conference at once." "I am delighted to hear such good news," I exclaimed. "But what did he say when he realized that he was in his own cabin, and you sitting by his side in the capacity of attendant? I have all of a woman's curiosity in regard to this matter, and insist upon your giving me all the particulars." "Certainly," he replied. "Your interest is but natural, and shall be gratified as nearly as my memory will permit. In his treatment, I sought to keep him asleep until he had gained strength for mental and physical effort. When he showed signs of waking up, I knew that it was from the gnawings of hunger, and would administer a small quantity of beef tea or some strengthening cordial, and then he would again relapse into a profound slumber. These spells of semi-consciousness became more and more frequent as he gained strength, and at last he opened his eyes and looked me full in the face. He closed them again, and seemed to reflect, and then looking at me, he said in his usual calm and deliberate manner, "The last thing I remember is that I was trying to climb out of a channel that had been worn in the ice by a small stream of water. The bank only came up to my chin, but I was so weak that I could not succeed. After that, I seemed to have dream memories of delicious feasting and reclining on luxurious couches. I want you to tell me at once how I got here into my own quarters." I told him to be careful and not permit himself to become the least excited until he had gained more strength, but to content himself with the simple statement that Jack had noticed his approach from his observatory, and that we went immediately to his relief. "Now," said I, "take this cup of beef tea and turn over and take another nap." He drank the tea and said, "I will do as you say if you will agree to have Jack here when I wake up. It is a matter of the greatest importance that we have a conference immediately. We must be ready for the break-up, and I have much to tell you." So saying, he turned over and was soon sleeping soundly, and I am here to request you to come to his quarters. As he is not likely to sleep very long, we'd better go at once. Nature will soon be demanding exercise for mind and body as strenuously as she has demanded rest. Let us go." Some 10 or 15 minutes after we entered Captain Battel's cabin, he awoke, and immediately got up and shook hands with me most cordially. He was naturally a man of few words, and never very demonstrative of either joy or grief, affection or anger, and usually preserved the most perfect equilibrium. But he was visibly affected when he said, "My dear Jack, how fortunate it has been for Captain Gano and myself that you joined this expedition. But for your watchful care, we would both have been dead, and in all probability, the Ice King and the entire crew would have been lost. You have certainly been our guardian angel, and must ever hold the very highest place in our esteem and affection." "I deserve no especial thanks for anything I have done," I responded. "We are out here all alone, imprisoned in the ice, and our only hope of escape depends upon our standing together and helping each other, at all times and under all circumstances. The safety of every individual depends upon the safety of every other individual. Common sense and our common interests dictate that we should be a unit, and realize that an injury to one is the concern of all. Our rule of action toward each other should be each for all and all for each. This is the only principle that a truly intelligent people anywhere would ever adopt. But here on this waste of floating ice, situated as we are, the most stupid ought to be able to comprehend the necessity for its application. So I repeat that I deserve no especial credit, for in looking out for the safety of others, I do the only thing that can be done for my own safety. This thing of caring for self, regardless of the interests of others, indicates a deficiency in intellectual development as much as it does hardness of heart, and a careful regard for the comfort and interest of others is indicative of intellectual development as much as it is of kindness of heart and love for our fellow creatures." "Your philosophy," said Captain Battelle, "is always right, but what is still better, you practice what you preach. Would to God that our misguided crew had understood the self-evident truths to which you so frequently give expression. They might have saved themselves from a terrible fate, and we would not have been short-handed, now that the ice is liable to go to pieces at any time. And as this matter is referred to, I suppose I'd better tell you at once what became of them, and why I was stranded on the ice in such a woebegone plight." "And that is just what we are most anxious to hear," said Captain Gano. "But I have resolutely suppressed this anxiety because I feared fever and a possible fatal culmination as the result of your exposure and privations. We certainly do want to hear all about your expedition, your crew, and what you discovered, but do not relate it even now if it is going to excite you in the least. The fact is that you must be very careful for several days until your strength is fully restored." "Do not be alarmed about me," said Battelle. "It is not the first time that I have been stranded on the ice, and so I was to some extent prepared for this by past experience. Besides, you know I am much inclined to be a stoic, and never permit my feelings to very seriously disturb my equilibrium." "Then go ahead," said the captain. "We want to hear what is uppermost in your mind, and we will listen. If we have any questions to ask or other matters to discuss, we will do that when you are through." "Just speak when the spirit moves," said Battelle. "It will not disturb me. As you doubtless remember, when we started on this last expedition, I was anxious to reach open water on the west and if possible launch the boats and circumnavigate this island of ice around toward the north as far as practicable, so as to be able to return early in July, keeping a close watch of the movements and condition of the ice, and noting any signs of its breaking up. We found the traveling exceedingly difficult, and it was late in June before we reached open water, about 150 miles west of this. We found the ice sloughing off in great sections and floating away from the main body, demonstrating that the ice field was comparatively stationary so far as any westerly motion was concerned. By careful observation, I satisfied myself that it had grounded somewhere to the north, probably against an island, and was oscillating on that point. This made me more anxious than ever to launch our boats and make observations along the shore of the ice field, which sloped off towards the northeast. We would therefore, during the exploration of its shoreline, be getting nearer to the ship, and I thought that we would be able to reach the obstruction against which it had grounded, which I found reasons for believing was not so very far north of the ship, and probably near the seam where the two original ice fields had come together. I reasoned that it was held against an island under the influence of northbound currents, and that the entire field might be expected to part along this line as soon as the ice became sufficiently rotten, which would give us a chance to keep on our way. If such a break came along the line of the seam, the ice field, urged forward by the northerly currents, would spread apart, and we would only have to follow the fissure as it formed to come either to land or out into an open polar sea. In either case, we would be safe for the coming winter. Our greatest danger will be from the falling of the ice when these bergs part company, and that, to a great extent, can be provided for. After careful investigation, we selected a spot where, by cutting a short road down to the water's edge, we could easily launch our boats. When I gave the word, the men sprang to their work with the greatest alacrity, and in good time we had an inclined way admirably cut out and arranged for launching the boats. We first unloaded everything of importance, as our stores were too precious to run any risk of loss or damage. Our boats were very soon riding the waves without any mishap, and the dogs and baggage placed on board. While all this was going on, I noticed frequent consultations among the men, but it seemed that it was because they were taking unusual care in their work. As soon as the last of our baggage was on board, the men took their places at the oars with a promptitude which I regarded as highly commendable. Then came the climax which I had least of all things expected. Tom Brown halted me at the plank and asked a word with me. He said that the men had determined to return to civilization, and that they would prefer I should go with them and retain the command. I was astounded at such an unreasonable, as well as infamous, proposition to abandon the ship, and I told him I did not believe that anybody of sane men would contemplate such a suicidal undertaking. He replied very emphatically, "Then, if you do not take my word for it, you may speak to the men. I have only spoken at their request." And so saying, he stepped quickly into the boat and drew the plank in after him. The men in the boats pushed out into the water and halted, as if to listen to what I had to say. I expostulated with them and explained how it would be utterly impossible for them to reach civilization in such frail boats, and that their provisions at the farthest would not last them more than 4 or 5 weeks, and then they must look starvation in the face. Brown, who acted as spokesman, replied, "We have decided upon this thing deliberately, and we've closely calculated how long the provisions will last. Besides, we have plenty of ammunition and can certainly kill some game, and if the game is not abundant, we will kill the dogs and salt them down." I then tried them on another tack and called their attention to the comrades whom we had left behind, and the immediate danger of their being lost, as well as ourselves, if we did not all stand together and make good use of the observations we had made. "They have the ship, and must take their own chances," said Brown. "We know that there's no hope of the ship being able to get out of the ice, and we propose to save ourselves while we have an opportunity, and you had better go with us. Let Captain Gano and his shipmates take care of themselves. We cannot afford to take any chances in a case like this to save them. We are determined to look out for ourselves and let them do the same." I was so exasperated at this cold-blooded speech, revealing as it did such a depth of perfidy, that I felt I could scarcely refrain from opening fire on them, and evidently they feared something of the kind, for as I turned to take hold of my gun, which was leaning against a block of ice, Brown gave the order, "Ready!" and instantly 20 rifles were aimed at me, and he said, "We do not want to hurt you, but if you do not let your gun remain where it is until we're out of range, I will give the order to fire, and you will be filled with bullets, and you will not have even the poor satisfaction of dying with your friends at the ship, whom you seem to think are worth more to you than the entire crew." "Have it your own way," I said. "I certainly shall not stain my hands with your blood, neither will I be responsible for the miserable fate that awaits you as the result of this infamous and rash undertaking. I've given you fair warning." I watched them until they were out of range, and then started on my return to the ship. All the food I had was the hardtack and bacon which I always carry in my haversack for emergencies. I had, however, my cartridge box with some ammunition, and I could kill game, but considering the long journey before me, and the slow progress I could make, the supply was indeed very small. The traveling was terrible, through water and slushy ice, often for miles at a stretch. I often had to make long detours around chasms and inaccessible elevations. When I slept, it was on a melting hummock of ice. I could have killed a large number of brants for food, but felt that it would be suicidal for me to waste my ammunition on such small game. Hence, I took my chances of finding something larger. I killed a goose occasionally, but was compelled to eat it raw, as I had no means of making a fire. But I did not fear starvation as long as my ammunition lasted. I had reason, however, to fear that the ice would break between me and the ship, and this came near to being the case when I first started on my return. When I was only a few hundred yards from the place where the boats were launched, a large strip of the shoreline broke away behind me. But I now think this rapid breaking up on the western border was due to a strong ocean current that did not extend very far east. However, I was very apprehensive that I might be sent adrift into an unknown ocean on a cake of ice, and probably for this reason I exerted myself more than I should have done for the first few days. I got along tolerably well until my boots gave out, and then the ice-cold water seemed to paralyze my limbs, and my progress was correspondingly impeded. I often felt that I must drop in my tracks and never make another effort to move, but I was buoyed up by the thought that every step brought me nearer the ship. At last I could catch glimpses of this ice mountain, and the sight gave me renewed strength and courage. But my ammunition had given out, and I was famishing for food. I would often fall from sheer exhaustion, but would rally again and stagger on toward the goal of my hopes. When I came to the channel where you found me, I made an effort to spring across, but landed on the bottom. I repeatedly attempted to climb out on this side, but failed. You know the rest. I thank God, said Captain Gano, that Jack discovered your approach so that we could come to your assistance. The loss of so many of our crew is much to be regretted, but your loss would have been much worse, as your experience is indispensable to the safety of all. And now you must take some refreshments and another nap, and I think you will be all right. I will take the refreshments, said Battelle, but we have no time to waste on sleep until work is commenced in earnest on the necessary preparations for our escape. How long have I been here? A little over 48 hours. Then we cannot afford to delay another 2 days before we commence work. Do you think the danger so pressing as that? Asked the captain. I do, said Battelle emphatically. We are at the close of an Arctic summer, and we may look for storms and a breaking up at any time. The ice is very rotten, and the ocean currents, which are holding this ice field against some part of land or submarine mountain, may part it in twain at any time, and then we will be compelled to run for our lives. And what preparation do you advise? Asked the captain. Tell us just what to do, and I will see that work is commenced at once, and pushed to completion as rapidly as our small force will permit. The first thing to be done, said Battelle, is to see that the boilers are free from all sediment, and that the furnaces are filled with the most combustible material we have, so the application of a match will produce a fierce heat and get up steam in the shortest time possible. If we had plenty of coal, I would get up steam at once and keep a moderate pressure until the ice had gone to pieces, or we were securely frozen up for the winter. But with our small supply of coal, we cannot afford to do this, and I am quite sure we cannot afford to wait for the break to commence or the coming of a storm. In either case, we will have a few minutes' warning. Of course, in such an emergency, we must use steam, as with our small force, the sails might be a positive detriment. Secondly, when the break comes, there will be a fall of ice from overhead that might prove fatal to those who remain on the upper deck. This must be provided for by the erection of substantial structures to protect those who direct the course of the ship. Thirdly, cut all the cables that hold the ship but 4, so that our diminutive force can cut us loose with one blow of their axes. This is all the work that our small force can possibly get through with before the breaking up of the ice, if that is to occur at all this season. Then, said the captain, I will go at once and commence work, and if the necessity is as pressing as you think, you had better take all the rest you can, so that you can lend a hand when the emergency comes. I will rest and eat, said Battelle, but I will not be idle. To gain strength, I must take exercise. So Jack and I will make some observations along the seam in the ice which marks the old channel, as the break will in all probability be along that line. Captain Gano commenced the work of preparation immediately, and Battelle and myself engaged in the work that he had proposed. Our observations, made with the greatest care, seemed to confirm, more decidedly than ever, the theory that the ice field had lodged against some obstruction not very far north of us. Since we had reached longitude 180 degrees, we had been oscillating from one side to the other, but had made considerable progress toward the north, indicating that the ice was sloughing away in that direction, while the main body was held against some obstruction by the force of the currents. My own observations all the time had shown that we were oscillating, and these, compared with observations made by Battelle 150 miles west, where this movement was much more apparent, gave us reliable data on which to make calculations. At the present time, the sloughing off of the ice was evidently much more rapid on the west, and hence our position was tending more than ever toward the east of the longitudinal line on which we lay. From the observations we had made, we calculated that the obstruction against which the ice field had lodged was about 1 degree due north of our present position. We closely examined the seam in which we lay and found numerous indications of its weakness. In many places where the walls of the closing channel had not come into close contact, we found open water for considerable distances, where the fish were making their appearance. On the theory which Captain Battelle had evolved, it did not seem difficult to prognosticate just where the break would first make its appearance, and some of the contingencies which would confront us when that time came. Within a few days, notwithstanding our very small force, everything was ready for the emergency we anticipated, and now we anxiously awaited the storm that would sunder the ice field and release us from our long imprisonment. But the weather remained calm, while it was steadily growing colder, and we began to fear that we would be locked in the ice for another winter. At last, however, a stiff breeze set in from the southwest, and the barometer began to fall, indicating an approaching storm. Immediately every man was at his post, but hours passed away and the wind did not increase. The order was given for every man to remain at his post and be ready to act as soon as the alarm should be sounded. As no special duty had been assigned to me, I retired to my quarters in the library to take a much-needed rest and was soon asleep. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 5 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aimee Vandenberg. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. The Break. I was startled from my slumbers by the alarm and sprang to my feet. The strong breeze that had been blowing from the southwest had increased to a gale, and the hissing of the steam revealed the fact that sufficient warning had been given to enable the engineer to be ready to start the machinery as soon as the parting of the ice gave us an opening through which we could move. The time for action had come, and I heard Battelle give the order to cut the cables. As I hastened to the deck, the two great ice mountains between which we lay were lifted by the waves, and a moment later parted, and a shower of ice fragments from the sundered roof fell upon the upper deck with an awful crash. But thanks to the wise precautions that had been taken, no one was hurt, and the injuries to the vessel were but slight. The ice field had parted along the line that had been predicted by Captain Battelle, and the Ice King was at once subjected to the full force of the winds and waves which urged us forward with an irresistible force. But under the influence of the same power, the ice continued to part before us, and all we had to do was to keep in the channel that was forming. While the waves behind us were driving the ship to seeming destruction, they were at the same time rendering the ice field asunder in the direction we were moving, creating a narrow but constantly widening channel between the walls of ice on either side. Captain Battelle, as usual in cases of emergency, was in command. Captain Ganneau was at the wheel, while I took my place at his side to take notes and render assistance as occasion might require. Captain Battelle was right when he said we might be compelled to run for our lives. The gale continued to increase in its fury, and as we followed the channel that was forming before us, the wind was closing up the channel behind, by huge masses of ice in wild commotion. A halt would have invited destruction, and if we missed the channel that was being opened before us, we might be dashed to pieces against the ice. While the general direction of the channel being formed was toward the north, The ice did not break along a straight line, but was often zigzag, and it took the closest kind of attention to keep the ship from dashing against one side or the other and being disabled. The ice pack that was always forming behind us, urged forward by the wind and probably a strong ocean current, made retreat impossible, even if we had so desired. There was but one thing that could be done, which was to move forward regardless of the continual danger of a collision that might prove fatal. This strain was kept up for several hours, when to our great delight we could discern what seemed to be a small island toward the northeast and an open sea beyond. A minute later, what appeared to be a mighty watchtower, at least 200 feet in height, loomed up before our astonished vision just a little off from our starboard quarter. It stood at the edge of the water and the waves were dashing against its base. This island was evidently the obstruction against which the ice field had been lodged. The tower was built of dressed stones accurately piled upon each other, and at one time had apparently been surrounded by a spiral staircase which led to an observatory on top. This conclusion was a logical deduction from the existence of a spiral ledge from the base to the summit, plainly indicating it had been used as a support for an external structure. We were now running under a full head of steam through a channel that had been formed between the ice and the island, which led to an open sea beyond. This channel brought us closer to the strange tower, and as we came even with it, Captain Battelle gave the word, "Starboard your helm, hard up!" "Aye, aye, sir," came the response, and the wheel fairly spun in Captain Gannot's hands. The Ice King lurched, trembled, and in the next instant shot around the tower and into comparatively still water, under the cover of the island, which we now discovered extended from west to east about 2 miles, in the form of a crescent, constituting a safe harbor from all storms except from the north. We determined to cast anchor until the wind had subsided and give our small crew a much-needed rest. This gave me an opportunity to make sketches of the tower and island at my leisure. The rest was most welcome to officers and men after the unusual fatigues of the last few days, culminating in the excitement and extraordinary efforts of the last few hours. While we slept, the winds ceased to howl, the skies became clear, and I sketched the tower and the island while they were bathed in the glorious hues of an Arctic sunset. I applied the camera to every prominent object in sight. The island had the appearance of a segment of the top of a circular mountain which might have been, in geological ages, the crater of a vast volcano, since which time the land had been depressed, or the water level elevated, perhaps several hundred feet. The shoreline was a granite precipice, rising to the height of about 100 feet. Over this was a lofty covering of ice, cut into the most fantastic shapes by streams of water which come with summer and depart with winter. In places where the surface had been laid bare, I could discover traces of man's handiwork, which for the present I had no opportunity to investigate owing to the precipitous nature of the shoreline. But the object of the greatest interest was the tower. As I made my sketch, the last rays of the sun illuminated this strange guardian of these unexplored waters with a luster which impressed the beholder with a feeling of awe. We examined it closely with our glasses and speculated as to its origin. It had evidently been erected to serve some important purpose, by a people who were skilled in architecture. From its location it might have served the purpose of a lighthouse in some far-off time, before these regions were covered with their present mantle of ice. As this mighty column loomed up above its icy background, its presence was thought-provoking as well as awe-inspiring. It seemed like some sentinel placed here to guard the gateway to this unknown northern sea. But when was it built, and for what purpose, were questions that were continually forced upon our minds. As to the time, it must have been before the Great Ice Age, when tropical plants as well as animals flourished in the far north, and a tropical or semi-tropical climate extended from the equator to the poles. But this did not indicate the purpose for which it was erected. Was it an observatory for astronomical purposes, or a lighthouse for the guidance of the prehistoric navigators of these waters, now locked in the embrace of almost impassable ice barriers? Who could tell? All we could do for the present was to record our observations. The tower was there, 200 feet in height, and its latitude was 85 degrees north and longitude 180 degrees west. This was all that we could learn for the present. As had been the experience of all other navigators in the high northern latitudes, the dipping of the needle rendered the compass useless, and we had to depend on the sun, moon, and stars for our guidance. But the skies were clear and the sea open, so that we apprehended no further trouble, notwithstanding this was the beginning of winter. Accounts of the expedition were sealed in bottles and sent up in balloons, as was our custom, and as there was no ice in sight, we determined to sail due north from the tower. After holding our course for a few days, we found that the needle had again assumed the horizontal position and that we were sailing due south. We knew we had started north and had not consciously changed our course. Here was a mystery we could not fathom. But this was not all. The horizon seemed to be rising up and obscuring stars that ought to have been in full view. The pole star, which had been near the zenith, was sinking toward the horizon behind us. The whole face of the celestial vault was changing. As the northern lights, which were dropping to the rear, grew less brilliant, the horizon beamed with a halo of light, which continued to grow brighter. Without having changed our course, we were now sailing away from the constellations by which we had so long been guided in our progress toward the pole. What could it mean? These strange phenomena upset all of our calculations. Everything seemed weird and unnatural. The engines were stopped and we lay to, in order to make observations and study the situation. Accounts of these strange phenomena were securely sealed in bottles and committed to the care of the winds. Captains Ganot and Battelle held a council in the library and made careful study of the best authorities, but could find no solution to the problem as to why we should be going south. It was determined to change our course to the northeast. Continuing in this direction, we found the cold increasing, while the northern lights grew brighter, and the stars that had been obscured again made their appearance above the horizon. At the end of this run, the ice pack, now frozen solid, made its appearance. We changed our course toward the east, keeping the ice on our starboard quarter until we were again at the great tower from which we had started. We had discovered no opening in the ice barriers and no solution to the problem we had started out to investigate. We found ourselves in an open sea, but encompassed by an impassable barrier of ice. We again determined to sail directly north and, if possible, cross this wide expanse of ocean around which we had been sailing. In a few days we again found ourselves running south and leaving the pole star behind us. Star after star began to disappear behind the horizon. Again the light in the south appeared and began to grow brighter. Again Captains Ganot and Battelle held a conference. After carefully comparing notes and going over all the facts revealed by our observations, Captain Ganot asked me to hand him a magazine which he selected from the catalogue. I complied, and he looked through it for a minute and handed it to me, saying, "There is a solution of the problem." I found the article which he had marked to be a review of the theory of concentric spheres, by Captain John Cleves Sims. According to this theory, says the reviewer, the earth is a hollow globe and open at the poles. The diameter of the northern opening is about 2,000 miles, or 4,000 miles from outside to outside. The south opening is somewhat larger. The planes of these openings are parallel with each other and form an angle of 12 degrees with the equator. The shell of the earth is about 1,000 miles thick, and the edges of the shell at the openings are called verges, and measure from the regular convexity without to the regular concavity within about 1,500 miles. I turned and read the passes again, which had been marked for my careful perusal. I had never heard of this theory of concentric spheres. Could this earth be a hollow shell with an outer and inner surface? At first thought I felt like rejecting the idea as utterly absurd, but in view of the strange and inexplicable phenomena which we had encountered, and my confidence in the judgment of Captain Ganot, I only requested him to tell me just what he thought about this hollow globe theory. "I believe," he said, "that this theory offers the only logical solution of the phenomena which have upset all of our calculations. We found the open polar sea, just as we expected, but when we tried to sail across it, we found ourselves sailing away from it. We also found that constellations which ought, according to the popular astronomy, to have been seen above the horizon were entirely obscured. You will remember that you remarked the cramped appearance, as you expressed it, of the celestial vault, when we were imprisoned in the ice. This theory of concentric spheres offers a ready and complete explanation of all these phenomena by which we have been so much puzzled. It now begins to look as if this theory had been rejected by scientists with the same unreasoning haste that every other new idea has encountered. Many things that explorers have met with in the polar regions seem inexplicable, unless we admit the truth of this theory." The last remark aroused the interest of Captain Battelle, who was ordinarily more inclined to listen than to join in the conversation. Taking up the subject where Captain Gano seemed disposed to drop it, he continued: "In my experience as a whaler and explorer, I have often found tropical vegetation and the evidence of man's handiwork on the northern shores of Iceland, Spitzbergen, and the borders of Siberia, trees, vines, and flowers. The position where these were found on the northern shores precludes the idea of their having been brought by ocean currents from our own temperate and tropical countries. Besides this, we find that after we pass 80° north latitude, the cold never increases. We further observe flocks of birds coming from and returning to the north. When we kill them for food, we often find their crops filled with grain and seeds which must be the product of a mild climate. All these things have come under my personal observation, and this theory of concentric spheres offers the most complete explanation that I have met with." "Then do you believe this theory?" I asked, somewhat surprised at the unusual interest taken by Captain Battelle. "Why not?" he responded. "I have always been among the few who treated every new thought with fairness and consideration, no matter what might be my own preconceived opinions. While not accepting every new-fangled theory that comes along, I do not condemn but investigate, with a view to ascertain the exact truth. I will not knowingly twist and misrepresent facts and logical deductions therefrom, for the purpose of proving a pre-adopted creed. Hence I have given this theory an impartial hearing, and justice compels me to admit that the arguments in its favor are well worthy of careful consideration. Scientists have all agreed that the earth is not a cold, solid body, and to account for its lack of density they assume that the center is expanded and diffused by heat. They further assume that it was originally a nebulous body entirely destitute of a solid surface. If this is true, then the centrifugal force generated by its rapid revolution on its axis would certainly throw its constituent elements outward toward the surface, thus tending to produce a hollow shell, the very thing claimed in this theory of concentric spheres. The operation of this mechanical law, which governs revolving matter, can be readily illustrated by placing a quantity of oil and alcohol of the same density. The oil at once assumes the globular form by virtue of the law of molecular attraction. Then insert a disc through the center of the globule and begin to turn it around. The oil at once begins to rotate on its axis and becomes depressed at the poles and bulged at the equator, thus the form which the earth is conceived to be. Increasing the rapidity of the revolution up to a certain point, and the oil separates from the disc and becomes a revolving ring. Reasoning from these well-known mechanical laws, we are forced to the conclusion that if the earth was ever a soft revolving body, it must be hollow at the center, and it is not at all unlikely that there may be openings at the poles into this hollow space. So we see that there is some logical foundations for this hollow globe theory. "It is true," I replied, "that the motion of a soft revolving body, such as the earth is supposed to have been, may be so accelerated that the mass will separate from the line of its axis, but in such a case it would become a revolving ring and not a hollow shell, as required by this theory of concentric spheres. Have you any theory as to how the revolving ring could under the operation of known mechanical laws be converted into a hollow shell, with convex and concave surfaces?" "Yes," responded Battelle, "I can easily formulate such a theory. I can assume that the earth was at one time a revolving ring of meteors or minute planetary bodies, which by the mutual attraction of its parts became solid. This ring, besides the motion on its own axis, was revolving around the sun, or common center of the solar nebula, through space filled with meteors, and by its attraction it gathered other rings of meteors exterior to itself, thus forming a series of concentric rings revolving around the first or present ring. The materials composing these external rings could not reach the parent ring as its equator because of the centrifugal force generated by its revolution around the axis, but under the operation of well-known mechanical laws they might be drawn toward the pole where the attraction was the greatest and the centrifugal force the least. Under the influences of these contending forces, these external rings, thus acted upon, would one by one spread out and form first a canopy over the central ring, and then it would part at the equator and be drawn into the poles, where it would ultimately find a resting place upon its polar edges. Such a process, kept up long enough, would convert the original revolving ring, or infant Earth, into a hollow shell. Of course, all this is mere speculation, but the same thing may be said of the nebular hypothesis, the supposed igneous condition of the Earth's center, and in fact of nearly all the teachings of science when it attempts to go beyond the domain of undisputed facts. "I am much interested in your reasoning," I said. "This is a new thought to me, and I would like to follow it a little further. How does this hollow globe theory account for volcanoes and other evidences of internal heat that have led scientists to the conclusion that the center of the Earth is an igneous mass?" "To my mind," said Battelle, "these evidence of intense internal heat do not conflict with the hollow globe theory. Assuming that the shell is 1,000 miles thick at the center between the outer and inner crust, there would be a pressure of 500 miles of solid matter, more than sufficient to generate a heat that would melt every known rock, and this of itself will account for nearly every evidence of internal heat. Scientists have taught us that heat is a form of motion, or rather that it is the result of motion when arrested. Now pressure is only arrested motion, or in other words heat. Hence it has been estimated that the weight of a column of steel blocks 65,000 feet in height would generate sufficient heat to melt the lower tier of blocks. These well-known laws, to my mind, offer a more plausible explanation of the existence of intense heat at great depths than the assumption that this heat is the residue that was left over from the heat of an original planetary nebula. Well-known laws of physics force us to the conclusion that this Earth can never become a cold body, and that the igneous condition of great depths will continue as long as the centripetal and centrifugal forces continue to press the outer and inner forces toward each other. Or in other words, as long as the surface continues to press down upon the materials below, as they do now, there will be intense heat at great depths." "Your theory," I replied, "if true, will force scientists to abandon the wonderful history of creation which they have evolved from long and persistent research." "Nothing but their opinions will need to be revised," said Battelle. "Every fact they have discovered will continue to be a fact. We are here on this expedition to discover facts of scientific importance, and it now looks as if we are making a most wonderful discovery that will force scientists to abandon some of their long-cherished opinions and revise others. If we find that this Earth is actually a hollow shell, it will be a fact that must be in the very nature of things harmonize with every other fact that has been or will be discovered. Facts are facts, and while they may not be understood, they cannot be set aside. It was to discover the facts that might benefit the entire human race by increasing their knowledge that I sacrificed a whaling business that was paying a handsome profit, to join Captain Gannot on this expedition in which I might lose the accumulations of years and possibly life itself. I certainly did not join this expedition in order to either confirm or disprove any of the theories which scientists have given to the world." "Then it seems," I responded, "that you joined the expedition with a view to make discoveries by which mankind would be benefited by adding to the sum total of human knowledge, rather than from any hope of personal advantage." "Possibly," he said, "but I cannot draw the line that your remark would seem to suggest. I cannot see how I could help mankind without helping myself, at least so far as it would give me satisfaction. And that, after all, is the one great object that makes life worth the living. As to just what I expected to discover, I have only to say that I am not surprised at present appearances. There now seem to be as many indicators of the presence of a habitable country on an inner surface of the globe as there were of a western hemisphere before the discovery of America. Columbus gave to mankind a new world, and we should be the means of discovering an inner world, and of opening a line of communication between that and the outer world. It would not be so much a matter of astonishment as it would be of actual advantage." Then, turning to Captain Gannot, he asked, "What do you think of our prospect of success?" "The present indicators," replied the captain, "are certainly most encouraging. From the observations which we have already made, I believe that we have passed over the verge into the gateway of an inner world. You remember," he continued, turning to me, that when we made our escape from the ice we sailed directly north, and soon made the discovery that something interposed between us and certain stars that ought to have been visible just above the horizon. Yes, I replied, I remember, but what do you infer from that? I infer, he said, that this is the opposite side of the verge that interposed between us and the stars which we calculated ought to have been visible. And now I propose to sail south until we find land, or failing in that, run out at the south opening if we find one. We have circumnavigated the North Pole, and yet when we tried to sail across the open polar sea, we found ourselves sailing away from it, assisted by a powerful ocean current. Now the water which comes from this impassable polar sea is going somewhere, and it is our business to follow it up and find out all we can about its destination. As he spoke, a large flock of birds passed over our heads. There, said the captain, go our oracles that will lead us to land, and as they are going in our direction I propose to follow them. And going to the wheel, he placed the ship directly in their track. How is it, I asked, that you now take the birds for our guide, something you have never done before? Because, said the captain, we want to find land, and these birds are evidently on their way to find feeding grounds. I wonder that it did not occur to me sooner to follow them. The light we had observed in the southern horizon grew brighter, and soon we saw the sun emerge as if from behind a cloud and disappear again near the same point, when we saw the full moon and a few stars shining through the northern verge. It was indeed a strange sight to visitors from the outer world. It never became actually dark, as light from the sun, either direct or reflected, reached us at all times. We had therefore reached a country of which it might be truly said there is no night there. Some 2 days after the first appearance of the sun shining through the opening at the southern pole, we sighted a small island with a high, rocky shoreline, and a deep inlet which formed a natural harbor, well protected from storms if any ever came to these placid waters. We steamed into the inlet, cast anchor and went ashore. This was the first time in over 18 months that we had the opportunity to set our feet upon land. As there seemed to be an abundance of game birds, Captain Gannot gave orders that all who desired might take their guns and enjoy a day's shooting. Notwithstanding the general desolation of the island, it was a most welcome diversion for our small and overworked crew. The first thing that attracted our notice was the stump of a tree that had been cut down with an axe. Though the stump was much decayed, the marks of the axe were plainly visible. On examination we found plenty of evidence that the island had been inhabited at no very distant day, as everything in the shape of timber had been cut down. This we regretted, as we would gladly have availed ourselves of an opportunity to take on a supply of wood, our coal being well nigh exhausted. On one side of the narrow inlet in which the ship was anchored was a wall of stone which was covered with figures of men, animals, and hieroglyphics. Captain Gannot said that he had seen similar sculptured stones in New Mexico, and from this he inferred that the time had been when the same people had visited both localities, and that time had been before the great ice caps had enveloped the poles. On the other side of the inlet was found a rude hut, constructed of rough stones, and from the inscriptions on the walls we learned that it had been occupied by an English-speaking people, whose vessel had been wrecked on this lonely island. The powerful current which had been the chief factor in liberating us from the ice, and sweeping us out into the open polar sea, touched at this lonely island, and it was not unlikely that it was this current which had stranded some disabled whaler and its crew, the vestiges of which were now attracting our attention. This would also account for the destruction of the few trees which had grown upon this stony waste. So near the icy verge, fire was a necessity. The scant growth of timber had been needed for fuel by these shipwrecked mariners. But what had become of the crew? They had evidently burned up all the fuel, but they had not been frozen, as their skeletons would have revealed their fate. The supply of ducks, geese, and fish seemed inexhaustible, and hence they had not starved. We searched diligently, but could find no indications of death in their ranks, except one lone grave, on the most elevated point in the island, marked by a rough stone on which was inscribed the one word, "Father." With my camera I took views of the most prominent objects. We spent 2 days in this island, to the great relief of all. The sailors enjoyed the hunt, and a goodly supply of ducks, geese, etc., rewarded their efforts. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Aimee Vandenberg.
Chapter 6 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. Section 7, Chapter 6, Sailing South. As we again proceeded south, the weather became more and more spring-like, and the air more invigorating. The climate seemed to have the opposite effects on different temperaments. The more delicate and refined were stimulated to greater vigor and endurance, while the most powerful physically were stricken with a fever attended by acute pains. This reduced our small crew to a point where we were helpless. Our coal was also exhausted. The light breezes which had enabled us to utilize the sails now ceased entirely, and we lay becalmed. For weeks the Ice King lay idly on the bosom of this most placid ocean. So monotonous it became that even an Arctic gale would have been a most agreeable diversion by enabling us to move. With a supply of fuel, our chances of finding land would have been increased manifold. We could have made some headway, notwithstanding the fact that we had at this time only 5 persons able to render any efficient service. These were Captain Gannot, Battelle, Houston, Mike Gallagher, and myself. Pat O'Brien and the 2 Norwegians, Leif and Eric, were scarcely able to move around, and the 3 sailors that had been left by us by Battelle while exploring the ice field because they were not able to stand the exposure, were now utterly helpless and not expected to live from hour to hour. We had plenty of provisions for an indefinite period, and when these were exhausted, the sea would furnish an unlimited supply of fish. Our vessel was seaworthy, and there was seemingly no possible danger of a storm, and yet our condition was most depressing. The ocean currents were drifting us slowly along towards the south, and might eventually bring us to land. But this hope at best was only a bare possibility. These same currents might carry us into the ice fields at the South Pole, which in our present disabled condition meant almost certain destruction. We dropped bottles into the sea containing dispatches, stating our condition and describing our location as nearly as possible. But the chances were that these would never reach a people who would understand their purport and be able and willing to offer us any assistance. All these considerations, added to the sickness of our most sturdy seamen, had a most depressing effect, and every hour the outlook became more hopeless. With these gloomy forebodings, I had become discouraged indeed. I am naturally hopeful, but now all hope seemed to be gone. As I look back to this period, I regard it as certainly the darkest of my life. Early one morning, I had gone upon the upper deck, hoping that the fresh air might brace me up and revive my drooping energies. In my mind, with my notebook before me, I mentally reviewed the leading incidents of our voyage on this unknown ocean. According to my reckoning, we had escaped from the ice on the 23rd of September, sketched the island and tower on the 24th and 25th, set sail, as we supposed, for the North Pole. Without having consciously changed our course, 5 days later we found ourselves sailing south. We then, under a full head of steam, changed our course to the northeast and circumnavigated a large expanse of sea surrounding the pole. When we again attempted to cross this open sea, we again found ourselves sailing south. We landed on a barren island on the 1st of November. In a few days we were becalmed, but in the grasp of a powerful current which carried us steadily southward. And now, on the 25th of December, when Christmas festivities were the order of the day throughout the Christian world, here we were on a broad ocean, drifting we knew not whither. I never felt so utterly devoid of hope, but I was determined to keep up courage. We were in a most agreeable climate. The air was sweet and refreshing, and I thought if we could only find land, what a glorious discovery we had made, and if we could convey the news to our own country, how it would stimulate the latent energies of the whole people to find some ready means of access to this inner world, and thus our perils and privations might ultimately prove a blessing to mankind. But why speculate? We were lost on an unknown ocean which seemed to be boundless and utterly unable to direct our movements. The thought struck me with a chill. Suddenly, in the midst of my cogitations, I was startled by a loud "Hello!" It was certainly near at hand. I sprang to my feet and looked around over the placid surface of the ocean. I could see for leagues away in every direction, yet could not discover any living thing. I then started to go below, thinking that perhaps Captain Gannot had called me. As I disappeared, the "Hello!" was repeated in a somewhat louder tone. I met the captain coming in search of me, and I told him what I had heard. With an incredulous look on his face, he placed his hand on my head and said, "I fear, my dear Jack, that your brain has played a trick on you." "That may be so," I said, "but let us go above and investigate before we jump to conclusions." He assented, and as we reached the deck, the "Hello!" was repeated in a much louder tone than before, and this time apparently directly over our heads. We looked up, and about 100 feet above our starboard quarter we beheld what, at first sight, appeared to be some monster bird, with outspread wings slowly moving as if to maintain its position. But a second glance revealed it to be some kind of an aerial conveyance, with transparent sides, through which we could plainly see 2 persons on board, who were watching us with intent interest. "Well, Jack, what do you think of it?" asked the captain. "I hardly know," I replied, "but this seeming monster bird is some kind of a contrivance for navigating the air, and it has passengers on board who evidently want to communicate with us." Our colloquy was brought to a summary conclusion by one of our aerial visitors addressing us in a strangely musical but unknown tongue. We were astonished at the salutation, but we had had so many strange experiences lately that we did not lose our self-possession, and Captain Gannot responded at once by inviting them to come on board. They did not seem to understand, and after a moment's pause, he beckoned to them. They understood the gesture, and after a short consultation, their strange vessel began to circle around in a spiral and came to rest on deck, when a side door opened, and 2 of the finest-looking people I had ever seen stepped out and shook hands with us. They were large, very fair, and looked almost exactly alike. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, presented a paper which I recognized as one of the dispatches which we had committed to the care of the winds a few days after our escape from the ice. I was surprised to see written below it, in strange characters, what seemed to be a translation, and this was signed "Mac" in a plain round hand. We examined it closely, and handing it back, Captain Gannot turned to me and exclaimed, "Thank God, English is understood by some people in this inner world. This removes our greatest difficulty. We can get acquainted." Our visitors seemed pleased when they saw that we recognized the dispatch, and the leader at once stepped to the larboard side of the ship and waved a handkerchief. I now noticed for the first time that 2 other airships hovered near, and one of them immediately responded to the signal and came alongside. After a brief consultation with the occupants, it began to circle around and ascend until it had attained a great height, when it darted off at an amazing speed toward the west. I had noticed that these aerial conveyances both ascended and descended by circling around in a spiral. While this was going on, I took especial notice of our visitors. They wore soft felt hats slightly turned up at the side, with broad silver bands. Their hair was parted in the middle and hung in ringlets to their shoulders. They wore embroidered slippers with silk stockings, and pants that fastened just below the knee, attached to a loose waist with a short skirt. Around the waist was a broad silken girdle, fastened in front by a silver buckle and tied behind in a bow, the ends deeply fringed and hanging even with the bottom of the skirt. Their necks were bare, but encircled by a golden chain, to which was attached what seemed to be diamond-set lockets, and at their girdles they wore watches of magnificent workmanship. While they were conferring with the occupants of the other airship, Captain Gannot said to me, "These persons are surely women." "And," added Battelle, who had just come on deck, "what beauties! Where did they come from?" "They came through the air in yonder little vessel," said the captain, "and they seem to have been looking for us, as they have one of the dispatches we sent out after we escaped from the ice. And more than that, it's been translated into an unknown tongue by someone who signs the name of Mac." "Then they are our saviors," said Battelle. "I certainly feel so," said the captain, "and they have evidently made up their minds to stay a while, for some purpose." "No doubt," replied Battelle. "See, they are sending that other bird off for help. They understand what they are about." As the airship disappeared from view, our strange visitors returned to where we were standing, and seeing Captain Battelle, the leader advanced and gracefully extended her hand. Her unaffected and cordial manner at once placed us at ease. They had now manifested a disposition to examine the ship, and seemed by their motions to confer with each other about it, pointing to the smokestacks, the sails, and steering apparatus, as if they were discussing the motor power. Observing their evident interest in these things, Captain Gannot suggested that Battelle and myself should conduct them over the ship, while he would attend to having a breakfast prepared that would be a credit to the Ice King. Thus prompted, we motioned our visitors to accompany us below, which they seemed pleased to do. We took them through the engine room and pointed out such portions of the machinery as we felt would interest them the most. We showed them our liberal supply of scientific instruments, maps, charts, etc. I was astonished at the keen interest they manifested in our large library. We then led them into the presence of our 6 sailors. Sympathy was plainly depicted on their countenances as they passed from one to another and cordially grasped their hands, frequently conferring with each other in low tones, as if planning for their relief. In the meantime, Mike Gallagher, who in our disabled condition was nurse, cook, and general factotum, had prepared an ample repast, in which our guests participated with evident relish. While we were enjoying our meal, I noticed that our visitors were observing me closely, and then looking at the others, as if making a comparison and mentally taking notes. When we had arisen from the table, the one who had presented the dispatch came up and pointed to the signature as if to ask if it was mine. I nodded assent, and she took me by the hand, and drawing it through her arm, led off toward the deck and conducted me directly to her airship. I noticed now, for the first time, that the entrance was about 30 inches above the deck, where it rested, and was approached by steps so constructed that they dropped to their place when the door was opened. We entered, and I found it to be a splendidly upholstered car, about 6 feet wide by 16 in length, coming to a sharp point at the bow, while the stern was oval. I could see by a glance at its proportions that it was designed to dart through the air at a great speed. But I had no time to take many notes of this small but elaborately finished vessel. The proprietor, so to speak, at once opened a little bookcase and handed me a small volume with a knowing smile on her face. To my surprise, I found it to be a school history of the United States in English, with a translation, presumably into her own language, printed in parallel columns. She handed me several other volumes printed in the same manner in both languages. Among these I noticed a grammar, dictionary, small geography, a New Testament, hymn book, and several introductory works on the natural sciences. She showed me a card on which was printed the English alphabet that had evidently never been used, and opposite each letter a varying number of characters, corresponding with the number of sounds which we assigned to each. I understood from this that the people of this country use phonetic characters. I at once realized that she had the means of acquiring a knowledge of our language, history, geography, and science as taught in our common schools. I surmised that this collection of school books had been brought to this country on a vessel that was lost near the barren island on which we had stopped. It was just such a collection as might be expected among sailors who were trying to obtain the rudiments of an education while employed on a whaler. She had doubtless shown me these books as a means of letting me know that our country and its language were not entirely unknown in her country, and that she had contemplated making a study of these things. We were soon joined by her comrade, Battelle, and Houston, and this unique library of outer world school books was again exhibited. And while we could not exchange a word, we soon felt that we were old acquaintances. Our visitors were evidently highly cultured people, and while not speaking our language, they certainly knew considerable about our country, while we knew nothing about theirs. I was a little surprised at the active interest taken in our guests by Captain Battelle, who was usually so reticent and retiring, and this interest was plainly mutual. Although they were not able to converse, they could understand each other, and spent their time strolling about the ship and peering out over the calm waters of the ocean. After the airship had been gone about 8 hours, our guests began to consult their watches and look intently toward the west. Soon a whole fleet of airships came into view. In a few minutes the foremost one separated from the others, circled around, and alighted upon our deck, and one of the occupants stepped out, and as he did so, exclaimed in good English, "Thank God you are safe! How happy I am to welcome so many of my countrymen into this world of truth, justice, and fraternity." "And how happy we are," said Captain Gannot, "to be welcomed by a fellow countryman after our long voyage in these unknown waters. We have not looked in the face of a fellow being for nearly 2 years, and we welcome you to the deck of the Ice King, as the saviors of all that is left of its once numerous crew." The newcomer threw his arms around the captain's neck and embraced him as a mother would her long-lost child, sobbing with sudden emotion until we were all shedding tears in sympathy. Then, leaving Captain Gannot, he embraced each of us in turn. "I never was so happy in my life," he exclaimed. "I hope you will excuse me for thus giving way to my feelings. I had thought I would never again look into the face of a single human being from my own native land, and this meeting with so many overcomes me." "No apologies are necessary," said Captain Gannot. "We appreciate the man who has feelings and is not ashamed to show them, while we could not have any respect for the man who is destitute of feeling." "Thank you," said the newcomer, "and now permit me to introduce myself. My name is, or rather was, James McNair, an American-born Scotchman." Captain Gannot then introduced himself, Battelle, Houston, and myself. McNair, in return, introduced our visitors as the twin sisters Polaris and Dione, of the life-saving service, and then continued. "Ever since they discovered me, almost starved on a desolate island far to the north, these self-devoted saviors of humanity have kept in a special lookout for stranded mariners from the frozen north. And since they captured your little balloon with the dispatch I translated for them, they have known that an entire crew had passed the ice barriers, and they have been more than ever on the alert for an opportunity to render assistance and conduct you into a safe harbor. They feared that you would be disabled by the almost perpetual calms on these oceans, and be carried to the southern verge by these ocean currents, which seem to carefully avoid the land. You see, with all their watchfulness, you have been carried nearly to the equator without being discovered, and you are now fully 1,000 miles from land." "It was indeed fortunate," said Captain Gannot, "that we continued to commit dispatches to the care of the winds." "That is true," said McNair, "but it is more fortunate that you sent up dispatches just when you did, for at that time the sun begins to heat the air at the southern verge, and it rises to higher altitudes, and the air in the vicinity flows in to fill the vacuum. This produces a current of air that flows south from the northern verge. It was this breeze, which occurs but once a year, that brought your balloons south. Had they been sent up at the beginning of the northern summer, they would have been carried south on the outside by your equinoctial storms. This is my theory. It may not be a correct one, but it satisfies me." "Whether correct or not," said Captain Gannot, "we know by experience that we had a northerly breeze for several days, which enabled us to use our sails to some advantage. But this breeze soon ceased, and as we had no coal, we were at the mercy of the ocean currents." "Yes," said McNair, "there is but little use for sails in this inner world. But with plenty of coal you would have had no difficulty in finding a safe harbor among a highly civilized people, in a country where extremes of heat and cold and violent storms are unknown." McNair's remarks were cut short by the appearance on the scene of another magnificent woman, who had evidently remained on the airship which had brought him to our deck, and he added, "And now, permit me to introduce you to my wife, Iola, who wished to be among the first to welcome you to this inner world." "Glad to meet you," said Captain Gannot, extending his hand, "and I hope that you will have no reason to regret this addition to your circle of so many of your husband's fellow countrymen." "Thank you," said Iola, in good English, but with a peculiar accent. "On behalf of our people, I take pleasure in extending to you a cordial welcome to our home in Altruria, where we are making a special study of everything we can get concerning the outer world." "And happy are we," rejoined the captain, "to be welcomed by a people where our language is not entirely unknown. It will be so much easier for us to get acquainted and adapt ourselves to our new surroundings." "In our district," said Iola, "you will find quite a number of people who can converse in English. We are teaching it in our schools." While this conversation was going on, Polaris had stepped to the side of the ship and commenced signaling with a yellow silken flag to the fleet of airships which hovered over us. Soon one of the largest and seemingly the most elaborately furnished swerved around and alighted upon the deck of the Ice King. Seeing that our attention was attracted to this new movement started by Polaris, McNair said, "That is our hospital or relief ship. Polaris has called them to the assistance of your 6 sailors." "Thank God!" ejaculated Captain Gannot, "for indeed the poor fellows need the most careful attention. She and her comrades have placed us under obligations for their kindness, and that can never be repaid. I am indeed most thankful to our newfound friends." "Why feel under such obligations to anyone?" asked Iola. "Polaris is only doing her duty, and so are her comrades." "This is a duty which we owe to each other, and you and your sailors will only receive that which justly belongs to you." "But are we not under obligations to those who assist us when in trouble?" asked Captain Gannot. "And should we not repay them for the burdens we impose on them?" "I do not quite understand you," said Iola. "You certainly are under obligations to yourself, to entertain feelings of grateful appreciation toward those who assist you in getting out of a difficult and distressing situation, as this feeling tends to make us all better men and women, and hence more desirable members of the community. But as to repaying others for their assistance, I cannot see how we could do so, unless we were to place them under similar environments. And we certainly would not do that simply for the purpose of securing an opportunity to do for them what they did for us." "I do not understand you at all," said the captain. "When people help us, we are certainly under obligations to compensate them for their assistance with something more substantial than mere thanks." "Then I will try to make my meaning clear," she said. "We all seek happiness, but a well-ordered mind cannot enjoy real happiness while others are miserable. So in helping others into a condition where they may be happy, we are working to establish and perpetuate conditions that are essential to our own happiness. The act itself brings its own reward. In order for people to be happy, it is necessary for them to do to others as they would have others do to them. This is one of the most simple and obvious laws that govern our relations to each other. It cannot be ignored without establishing conditions under the operations of which misery would become the normal condition of mankind, ourselves included." "I begin to get a glimpse of your meaning," replied the captain. "The founder of our religion inculcated the same principles in his teachings, which we call the Golden Rule. But I have never before met with such a practical, matter-of-fact application of it to all the relations existing between the individual members of the human family. It may be that among our people a few circles to some extent apply this rule of action to a chosen few, but it is never applied to the people in general, except by some cranky individual who in popular esteem is regarded as a fit subject for a lunatic asylum." "It seems strange to us," said Iola, "that your people do not universally apply this fundamental law upon which human happiness depends in all their relations with each other. They must certainly desire happiness, and the most ordinary intelligence ought to incline them to use the means by which they could secure happiness. But I know from history that this law was entirely ignored by our ancestors thousands of years ago. It was first taught as a religious tenet, but for ages it has been accepted as a fundamental principle in our civilization, and as a teacher of moral philosophy in our schools, it becomes my duty to inculcate these principles into the minds of the children. The civilization which we have now carries out in practice the fundamental humanitarian principles to which the founders of our old religious system gave expression. These teachings were in many respects identical, even in language, with the teachings of Jesus and the apostles as I find them recorded in the copy of the New Testament, which was among the books that my husband, then a small boy, saved from his father's ship, which went to the bottom near the barren island where he was discovered." "This is indeed remarkable," said the captain. "I had thought, from the tenor of your remarks, that the apostles must have penetrated this inner world and taught these doctrines, and that they had taken a better hold on the minds of the people than they have in the outer world. I see, however, that you claim an independent origin for your religious system, yet you have the same fundamental doctrines. How is this?" "Nothing strange about it," said Iola. "Truth is truth, no matter where it is found. All people, no matter where they live, have the same faculties, and the same sources of knowledge are open to all alike. All the religions of the world have had their origin in some form of inspiration, and these religions have, in turn, left their impress upon the civilizations of the world. Jesus of the outer world and Christus of the inner world both inculcated the same fundamental truths, which we have incorporated into our civilization, and now teach in our schools as the fundamental natural laws which must regulate human relations, before the race can attain to the one great object of existence: happiness. While this most interesting conversation was going on, Polaris, Dion, and McNair were busy fitting up the hospital ship and giving directions by signals to the fleet which hovered above us. Ropes were attached to the bow of the Ice King, which connected with a number of the largest airships. The design was apparent by the preparations. They intended to tow us to shore. But this was not all. Electrical apparatus was placed on board, and they evidently intended to use electric motor power to set the machinery in motion. As soon as the preparations were well on the way, McNair broke in upon the discussion by saying, "Captain Gano, we are now ready to look after your afflicted soldiers. We want to attend to them just as we would like to be attended to if, unfortunately, we were compelled to change places with them, and with your permission, we will take charge of them at once." "You not only have my permission, but my heartfelt thanks for the interest you take in them. So now let us go below." And suiting the action to the word, Captain Gano led the way, and we all followed. We found the ever-active Mike busy ministering to the wants of the sick and keeping up the spirits of all by his inimitable Irish wit, in which Pat O'Brien, notwithstanding his acute rheumatic pains, joined with a hearty goodwill. This buoyant Irish lad and the Herculean Irish sailor had been the life of the expedition when we were imprisoned in the ice, and but for these typical sons of Erin, our environments would have been much more gloomy. No matter how serious the outlook might be, they brought out the comic and laughable side of the picture by their mirth-provoking comments. A half-dozen persons from the relief ship at once began their examination into the condition of the sick, and Captain Gano, turning to McNair, asked, "Are these persons all physicians?" "Well, yes and no," replied he. "In the outer world you would call them doctors, but here they are nurses. These skilled hospital attendants understand all that has been discovered in regard to the treatment of both mind and body." "But what do they use?" asked the captain. "I see no sign of medicines and the usual hospital appliances." "They need none," replied McNair, "but this is something that must be learned further on." "Yes," interposed Iola, "you will doubtless find a very different system of treating human weakness from that which I understand is adopted in the outer world by the medical practitioners. In their system of healing, they depend exclusively upon external appliances and ingredients, while we depend mainly upon arousing the internal powers of mind and spirit, which alone can exercise any absolute control over the human organism. Your system of treating the body is from without, while ours is from within, directly opposite to it." I did not at that time comprehend her meaning, neither did any of our crew. Its depth was beyond our grasp, and we found that indeed this was something to be learned further on. But as she ceased speaking, Polaris called her to one side, and after a brief consultation with the nurses, she said to Captain Gano, "The nurses report that it will require an hour or more to get the patients in proper condition for removal, and that they want to be left alone with them, and will let us know when they are ready." With this, we all returned to the upper deck to await the pleasure of the nurses. Captain Battelle, who had been an intensely interested listener, notwithstanding his retiring disposition, now moved to renew the conversation by turning to McNair and saying, "My dear sir, did I understand you to say that the special business of Polaris and Dion is to look out for those who may be lost at sea, and render assistance as occasion may require, and especially for such as may drift in from the outer world? Where are your men, that women are permitted to engage in these hazardous enterprises?" "Nothing strange about that," said McNair. "As you well know, the women of the outer world take the lead in all humanitarian work, because they are naturally more sensitive and sympathetic than men. The women of this inner world are even more inclined to extend a helping hand to the distressed, and they are not handicapped by usages which restrict the influence of the woman of the outer world." Here, both sexes are placed upon terms of absolute equality, and every individual has an opportunity to find the place that is best suited to his or her inclinations. Men are also engaged in this work, but the women here, as in the outer world, are more sympathetic, and as there is nothing to prevent it, they have carried their humanitarian work to such perfection that all the oppressive conditions which afflict humanity have been well nigh removed. To this, more than to all other causes combined, do we attribute the existence of the ideal conditions which you will find throughout this inner world. You certainly cannot think that women are out of place when they are protecting their own offspring. Not that, said Battelle. I certainly esteem it most fortunate that we have fallen into the hands of these humanity-loving women, but it all seems so strange. You have women commanding fleets in the air, and if so, why not have them navigating the ocean and commanding your armies and navies? We have no armies and navies to destroy our offspring, interrupted Iola. We know nothing of these things except from our ancient histories. When woman secured her true position in the world, she put an end to war by removing the vicious commercial, financial, and governmental systems that enabled one class of people to oppress another. While greedy and domineering classes could no longer have soldiers to do their bidding, poverty was abolished by securing to the whole world equal access to the unlimited productive power of the earth. The women demanded peace because it prevented the slaughter of their offspring in useless wars, and in order to have peace, it was necessary to secure to all an equal opportunity to create wealth by their labor. But I do not see, said Battelle, how equal rights to women would prevent governmental injustice with its consequent wars and bloodshed. In the outer world, some of the most bloodthirsty rulers in the annals of history have been women. And the same was true in the inner world, said Iola, until all women had secured their personal freedom from the domination of man-made laws and prerogatives. When that time came, Mother Love completed the work of human redemption. In time, the women became a unit for peace, and this thought was impressed upon their offspring, and these grew into maturity without any inclination to rule by violence, and war was abolished. And the same love of offspring, which put an end to war and all its horrors, demanded the removal of the discriminations which enabled the offspring of one woman to defraud and oppress the offspring of another woman. It was the inspiration of Mother Love which set the women to investigating the systems which had enriched the few at the expense of the many, and in defense of their children, they united their efforts along peaceful lines to establish equitable relations in all the affairs of life. The women of that day were not more intelligent than the men, but love for their offspring gave them a deeper and more abiding sympathy for the oppressed, and this feeling, if not crushed out by the iron heel of military power, will ultimately save the people of any country from the consequences of inequitable conditions. I believe you are right, said Battelle, but this does not explain to me why women should lead in such a hazardous business as this in which Polaris and Dion are engaged. It is because they desire to do so, said McNair. Polaris is a sincere lover of humanity. She is a true womanly woman, and as such takes pleasure in rendering assistance to all who are afflicted or distressed. Besides, she is by education, inclination, and long experience an expert in aerial navigation, and holds her position as head of the life-saving service by virtue of her superior qualities. But, said Battelle, as head of a department, she might send her subordinates, and not take the hardest work on herself. It seems to me that she personally superintends everything, doing as much work as a half a dozen others ought to do. Polaris always leads, said McNair. Besides, in your case, there were especial reasons why she should personally lead the search. You were exposed to peculiar dangers, and it was uncertain whether you had been carried into the Oscan or Umbrian oceans by the ocean currents. So, to guard against possible failure, she did not trust entirely to the patrols, but continued to circumnavigate the concave herself. But few persons could have kept up the incessant activity and watchfulness that she and Dion have done ever since they captured your dispatches. They were determined that you should not be carried into the stormy waters of the south, if persistent vigilance could prevent it. Well, thank God they were successful, said Battelle. If we should live 1,000 years, we could not pay them for their efforts in our behalf." "No thanks are required," again interrupted Iola. "Polaris has only done her duty, and as to pay, she could hardly comprehend what you mean by it. She doubtless felt that she was amply rewarded for all her efforts when she succeeded in finding you. Success in a praiseworthy undertaking is the only reward that any man or woman can afford to work for. She has found you, and therefore has her reward, while we can enjoy the pleasure of providing you with the comforts of a home and freedom from anxiety, toil, and danger. You will only get what our common Mother Nature has prepared alike for all her children, while we have been especially benefited by the opportunity it has given us of helping a brother in distress. If there is any difference, we have more reasons to be thankful than you have, as we take pleasure in contributing to the happiness of others. It is in very truth more blessed to give than to receive." "I am not an enthusiast," responded Vattel, "but I'm frank to admit that I'm carried away by the transcendent character of the sentiments you express in regard to our duties toward each other. But it seems to me that your grand ideal as to what a human character ought to be is so far above our fallen human nature that it can never be realized in this life. Such a character was Jesus, the Savior of mankind, as painted by our religious teachers. But this character is so very much above the human plane of development that it would be regarded as sacrilegious were anyone to attempt to be as pure, as noble, and as holy as he is said to have been." "The great mass of our people," said Iola, "would not understand your allusion to fallen human nature and the Savior of mankind. But I have read a number of your religious books, and from comparisons with our own ancient history have concluded that the fall of man and his redemption through the cross are allegories which were intended to teach a wonderful truth. But, be this as it may, the character of Jesus I regard as the only true human character that I have met with in the few outer world books that we have. The wonder is that this magnificent character has not been incorporated into all of his professed followers. After 2,000 years of preaching and discipline, it is strange that you have not developed many of these characters, even surpassing his exalted standard, especially as he told his disciples that they might do greater things than he did." "But," said Vattel, "we are told that he was more than man. He was the Son of God, sent upon earth from his Father's home in heaven, to save fallen man." "I am willing," was Iola's reply, "to admit to all this, as I understand it. We had similar characters in the olden time, who tried to save their fellow beings from the low estate in which they lived. But a time came when the effect of their teachings was to produce a multitude of such characters, and then the entire people made one great bound upward, and now we are all saviors, whenever and wherever we find a demand for our services in that capacity." Vattel looked his astonishment as he asked, "Is this heaven? Am I to be brought into the presence of not one, but a world full of these godlike characters?" Iola smiled as she said in response, "Yes, this is heaven, provided you have heaven in you, the only place where you will ever find it. And this godlike character, whom you call a savior, is also in you, as it is in every other human being, just as soon as you permit it to be developed. The spark of divinity, this Son of God, is latent in the human soul, and its efforts to make itself felt is the source of every noble, pure, and holy impulse to elevate our common humanity. Give the God that is in you a chance to develop, and you will become like unto Jesus, a God manifest in the flesh." "But how am I to develop this godlike character?" asked Vattel. "By becoming a savior of the race to the best of your ability," answered Iola. "You were taught that it was the mission of Jesus to save the world. It is also your mission. He did his duty in his age and generation to elevate humanity, and it is your duty to make just as much of an effort in your age and generation to make the world better for your having lived in it. You cannot afford to sit down as if you had nothing to do and cast all your cares on Jesus. You have no right to impose, even if it were possible, any more burdens upon the meek and lowly carpenter of Judea. He did his duty, well and truly, and you ought to do yours. You, in common with every other human being, owe a debt to humanity, and you must pay it by your efforts to save humanity from all its sins, its aches and pains, from all its multitude of woes. You cannot be released from your share of the obligation to save the world by singing, "Jesus paid it all the debt I owe." "I acknowledge," said Battelle, "the justice of your criticism as applied to the churches of the outer world, but I am, or rather I was, a whaler, and they do not fit me. As a sailor and as a whaler, I never shirked any duty or danger. I expected every other man to do his duty. I think if I had been called upon to do the work of every other man on shipboard, I would have objected to it most strenuously. On the same principle, Jesus certainly has a clear case against every one of his followers for neglect of duty." "I did not expect you to take my criticism to yourself," said Iola, "notwithstanding the fact that you referred to the religious system of your country as if it were your standard of faith and practice. I only sought to impress upon your mind the truths that, it seems to me, the founder of your religion intended to teach. Those who took up the work after him seem to have entirely lost sight of the purpose and spirit of his teachings. But here comes Polaris. She has something to communicate." Polaris came forward, and after a brief conference with Iola and McNair, she signaled the fleet, which began to maneuver as if aligning itself under orders, according to some well-defined plan, while McNair, addressing himself to Captain Gannot, said, "Polaris reports that the nurses are ready, and to guard against any excitement that might disturb the patients, they want everyone to embark on the airships except Mike, who will stay with the patients on the relief ship. Polaris will take Battelle and Houston in the ship with herself and sister, while Jack and yourself will take the passage with Iola and your humble servant. The rest of the fleet will tow the Ice King into port, where you can remove your baggage at your leisure. She will be taken up the Cocytus to Lake Byblos, where all will be safe, and under the charge of Pat O'Brien and Mike Gallagher. It will be a convenient distance from the home we have prepared for you until you have become familiar with the language, customs of the country, and so forth." "How far will it be?" asked the captain. "Only about 150 miles, replied McNair, "which can easily be reached by airship or electric car in half an hour." "So quickly as that?" exclaimed Gannot. "Certainly. 300 miles an hour is nothing extraordinary." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.D. Jakubowski. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 7. Captain Gannot and myself took passage with McNair and Iola. For the first time, we had embarked upon an airship. I had witnessed many balloon ascensions and had read much in regard to various contrivances for navigating the air, all of which had been failures. But here was a success, and I was on the alert to learn everything possible in regard to the mechanical principles involved. We found ourselves in an elegantly furnished cabin, but we saw no signs of machinery. Everything in sight seemed to be arranged for the especial comfort and convenience of the passengers. The view in all directions through transparent sections was unobstructed, but the sections could be readily shaded, or the light shut out entirely as the occupants might desire. In the center was a table of exquisite design and workmanship, on which were various optical instruments for the use of the occupants, and also an electric keyboard connected with the hull, which was elevated about 30 inches above the floor upon which it rested. The shape of the hull in which I concluded that the motor power was placed seemed to be adapted to the navigation of the water as well as the air, and in answer to our inquiries, McNair informed us that it could readily be converted into either a watercraft or land carriage. The ordinary propelling power consisted of an ingenious combination of wings, shaped like those of an insect. But when extraordinary speed was required, there was a rudder-like appendage, similar to the tail of a fish, that shot out from the hull. These were operated by electricity and appropriate mechanical contrivances. He further explained that the power of levitation, or rising in the air, did not depend entirely upon the wings, but that by a discovery in magnetism, The vessel was rendered positive to the earth so that they mutually repelled each other. When all was ready, McNair touched a button on the keyboard, and at once our aerial conveyance became instinct with life. Its broad wings that had been neatly folded, as it alighted upon the deck, now extended out like the pinions of some mighty bird. There was a slight whirring noise beneath our feet, and we began to ascend, moving, as it were, forward, around a spiral incline. As we circled around and arose to a place among the fleet which had hovered over us, we had a full view of the ample preparations which our deliverers had made for our rescue. On some of the ships, we noticed cables and powerful dynamos. These vessels were as unlike the light and airy passenger boat on which we had embarked, as the ponderous freight train is unlike the lightning express. They had, evidently, come prepared to take charge of the Ice King as well as the crew. Polaris, Dione, Battelle, and Houston had embarked, and ascended a short distance, as if to be in a good position to give directions. The hospital attendants were carrying the afflicted sailors on board the relief ship, on stretchers, with the exception of Pat O'Brien, who was getting around as lively as if there never had been anything the matter with him, and Mike seemed to be trying to keep him still. We were surprised at what seemed to be such a wonderful recovery, and McNair, noticing the intense interest we were taking in what was transpiring on the Ice King, asked, "What's the matter? Anything wrong?" "Nothing wrong," replied Captain Gano, "but something strange. Do you see that Herculean sailor rushing around down there, and evidently making himself useful in caring for his comrades?" "Well, what of it?" asked McNair. "Only this," said the captain. "A few hours ago he was confined to his bed with a severe attack of rheumatism, and now he seems the personification of health and vigor. Can you explain the change in his case while the others are still helpless?" Perhaps his rheumatic attack had actually run its course, but still remained to trouble him as the result of the impression that had been made upon his mind. If that is the case, then he only needed a mental suggestion to remove the rheumatic impression which had fastened itself upon him. "That is a queer view to take on the matter," said the captain. "Yet there may be something in it. But why are the others still helpless? Why would not mental suggestion have the same effect on them? I do not understand the particulars in regard to their condition, and hence am not qualified to offer an opinion. It may be that the disease in them had worked some organic change that was not so easy to overcome, or it may be that the suggestion that removed the pain put them to sleep. I see they are apparently sleeping soundly. I hope their sleep may be a favorable indication," said the captain. "I do not," he continued, "understand this strange disease which seems to single out the most robust and powerful. Can you explain it to me?" "The atmosphere of this inner world," interposed Iola, "is highly stimulating, and it requires much active exercise to provide an outlet for the surplus energy that is generated. You were becalmed. Your sailors had nothing to do but to rest when they were not tired. The energy was created and it must be expended. Mental activity would have accomplished this, and their health would have been improved. But failing in this, it took the form of fever and acute pains. The best, in fact, the only efficient safeguard from disease, situated as you were, is to be found in mental activity." "You certainly do not mean to say that mentally active people are not liable to get sick in this inner world," remarked the captain. "Nothing of the kind," said Iola, "but I will say this, that all other conditions being equal, mentally active people are not in as much danger, provided they think healthy thoughts. If they think disease and fear the worst, they will be even more liable than others to get just what they think. But if the active mind is trained to exercise its power to preserve the health of the body, there is no danger from disease." "This is a strange doctrine," said the captain, "and one that I am anxious to know more about. But that must be learned further on, I suppose, as McNair says." We had been slowly rising until we had now attained a great height, and McNair interrupted the discussion of mental suggestion by saying, "We have designedly ascended to a greater height than usual, so as to be above the more humid atmosphere. This will give you a better opportunity to make observations." "But what observations can we make," I asked, "that could not be made from the surface?" When I became satisfied from seeing the sun shining through the southern verge that we had passed into an inner world, I expected with the telescope to be able to scan every part of the surface. But I found that I was seemingly as far from being able to do so as when I was in the outer world. Can you explain to me why I cannot turn my glass to the zenith and see the opposite side of the concave? There can be but one reason, said McNair with a merry twinkle in his eyes. The gaseous contents of the concave must be opaque to your vision. Well, well, I said, laughing. I found that out without your assistance, and I am not going to let you dodge the question by a play on words. What I want to know is, why these gaseous contents at the center are opaque while the air at the surface is not. Well, I see, said McNair, that you are determined to compel me to reveal how little I know. The scientists of the early ages evolved the theory that the center of the concave is a gaseous globe comprised of the very lightest materials which they knew by actual experience to be opaque to their vision. But why, I asked, is it that this concave sphere does not shut off the light from the sun? Because, said McNair, this opaque sphere is above our line of vision. Our position on the surface being 12 degrees below the verges. Besides this, the central opaque sphere is conceived to be flattened at the poles and bulged at the equator, and some have contended that it is also hollow like the earth. But for this opaque sphere, our nights would be as light as day by the reflection from the hemisphere above. I have thought of that, I replied, and still I have so much wished that the opposite hemisphere could be seen with the telescope. Well, that is precisely what you will be able to do from this airship, said McNair. How so? I asked. We certainly cannot rise above the opaque sphere, and if we could, and got a clear view of the opposite hemisphere, that would not be seeing from one side of the concave to the other. Not that, surely, said McNair, but scientists knowing that magnetic currents often pass more readily through opaque than transparent substances, began to search for rays of this kind that would pass through dark bodies and be reflected by substances beyond. At last, they succeeded in securing a photograph through wood and metal, and then all that was required in order to enable us to see through opaque matter was an optical instrument that would cast the reflection on the retina of the eye. This, in the course of time, was accomplished. And now, these wonderful discoveries are used by the medical profession in order to enable them to look into the bodies of their patients and examine the internal organs. And these electromagnetic optical instruments have been so improved that they are in general use in observations where opaque bodies obstruct the view. And do you tell me this as sober truth? I asked. Certainly, responded McNair. I propose to give you a practical demonstration. You discovered that the space between us and the zenith was opaque to your vision. Now, take these glasses and adjust them to your eyes and look through those semi-transparent sections, which are like a lacework of tubes. The penetrating power of these glasses, you see, can be increased or decreased by moving this slide. They enable you to use the magnetic rays which pass through all substances for the purpose of vision. We followed his directions, and the first glance gave us an ocular demonstration that the surface was concave. Now, continued McNair, in order to get the best idea of the leading geographical outlines of this inner world, I want you to examine with your glasses a zone from the horizon in front of us through the zenith to the horizon behind us. We are now moving on an airline for your future home in Altruria. Our course is a little south of west, and the distance about 1,000 miles. We are now very near the center of the Oscan Sea. East of us is the continent of Atlan. So, a zone extending through the zenith along the line on which we are moving will pass through the equatorial belt and give you a clear concept of the great centers of population and material improvement. This is the most important part of the world for you to study for the present, and until you learn the language and mingle with the people, you must depend upon your eyes as the chief source of information. We were now moving at great speed, and the sensations were most exhilarating. Looking out over the bow, we beheld the horizon of water, and raising our glasses as we had been directed at an elevation of about 20 degrees, the coastline of a continent came into view. And still elevating our glasses, we rapidly passed in review a wonderful panorama of flowing rivers, cultivated fields, tangled wildwood, and lofty mountain chains, until an elevation of about 45 degrees we beheld the western coastline of the Altrurian continent. At the zenith, we saw the Umbrian Ocean, and further down and directly opposite to Altruria, the continent of Atlan, suspended, as it were, in the eastern sky like a map. Looking toward the north, and some 10 or 12 degrees above the horizon, was the barren island on which we had landed. We were so engrossed with our observations in a world where we could take a bird's-eye view of any part of it, that we did not care to continue the conversation in which we had become so intensely interested. The continent which we were approaching looked through our glasses like a vast concave picture of a most lovely country suspended above the horizon, and covering almost the entire western sky. But when we looked through our ordinary glasses, the general appearance was not materially different from what it would have been in the outer world. I could but wonder at this marvelous discovery, which had enabled the inventor to construct instruments that converted opaque rays into rays of light, and I could not help thinking what a restraint the general use of such wonderful optical instruments would be upon evildoers. Nothing could be hidden from those who cared to investigate. While my thoughts wandered into other channels, my gaze was riveted upon the wonderful panorama presented to our view. I noted that the divisions between land and water were strikingly similar to the physical geography of the outer world, except in this, that the land surface of the inner world on the line of the equator seemed to correspond very closely with the water surface of the outer world, though on a much smaller scale. The clear weather prevailing in the western hemisphere gave us a splendid view of the continent of Altruria. In a few localities, dense masses of clouds obscured, but did not entirely shut out the view, and on the whole we got a clear concept of the topography of the country. A lofty mountain chain extended from the north to the south, and many long rivers flowed from the mountains into the ocean on either side. Large areas of the surface seemed to be highly cultivated, and even in the mountains, palatial buildings were brought into view by the higher powers of our telescopes. Boats plowed along the rivers and on the lakes, and the entire country seemed to be a network of railroads, while airships appeared like specks in the field of our vision, flitting here and there and speeding in every direction. But the most singular feature which attracted our attention was that, notwithstanding all the evidences of a highly cultivated country and the most active traffic and trade between the different sections, we nowhere discovered any indications of great cities. And while what appeared to be extensive manufacturing establishments existed in numerous localities, and the harbors along the shorelines were filled with shipping, nowhere did we see vast clouds of smoke such as vitiate the atmosphere in the large cities and manufacturing districts of the outer world. We were so taken up with what we could see that we had no inclination to withdraw our attention from this wonderful panorama to ask for many explanations of minor details. We now had a view of an entire continent and were disposed to make the most of the opportunity. It was doubtless highly civilized and had its libraries filled with historical, scientific, sociological, and ethical works that would, in time, reveal to us all that was worth knowing. As McNair had said, we must use our eyes as our chief source of information until we had acquired the language and familiarized ourselves with the daily life and usages of the people. We were now nearing the continent, and McNair reduced our speed so as to give us time to make our observations more in detail. The general direction of the coast was north and south for some hundreds of miles. Along the mainland, capes and promontories were numerous, while running parallel therewith was a chain of islands, forming a continuous series of bays which in the outer world would have been of inestimable value as harbors. One long island, lying parallel with the coast immediately before us, particularly attracted our attention. It seemed to be some 25 or 30 miles in length, and lay like an elevated ridge between two promontories which extended out from the mainland at either extremity, from which it was separated by narrow channels. This formed a magnificent bay, which contained a number of smaller islands that divided the bay into a series of landlocked harbors. The Cocytus River, to which our attention had been called, flowing through the mountains in the northeast, entered this bay at its northern extremity, through two outlets about 5 miles apart. Between these outlets was a triangular island, about 15 miles in length. The north bank of the northern outlet was a promontory which extended out from the mainland to within a few hundred feet of the northern extremity of the island, which separated the waters of the bay from the ocean. As we neared the coast, what had seemed to be a huge smokestack on the point of the promontory that constituted the southern shoreline of the bay was revealed to our vision as a colossal tower, that in its general appearance was an exact duplicate of the strange tower we had witnessed at the northern verge, at the point where we had escaped from the ice. The material used, the style of architecture, and everything about it indicated that it was erected by the same people and for the same purpose. We had now been speeding forward in a straight line for 5 hours. We had covered fully 1,000 miles, and McNair assured us that we had been traveling slowly, in order to give us an opportunity to study the topography of the country as a whole from an advantageous position, at an average height of about 4 miles. Though at times we had ascended to higher altitudes, as Iola had suggested, to so train our lungs to an attenuated atmosphere that we would experience less discomfort from the lofty aerial flights we were destined to make. McNair now called our especial attention to the region of the country we were approaching. It was an agricultural district, and evidently in a high state of cultivation. It looked like a vast prairie farm, regularly laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, extending from east to west about 30 miles, and from south to north about 15 miles. Magnificent buildings appeared at regular intervals, surrounded by beautiful grounds and connected by broad boulevards, reaching from one end to the other, and crossed by elevated roads at regular intervals. On these magnificent highways, splendid carriages were rolling, but no horses were in sight. Electric cars were continuously moving both ways between these houses, the north and south lines being elevated. Airships of all sizes and designs seemed to be ubiquitous and were moving in every direction. Children amused themselves on the shaded lawns that bordered the boulevards, and in the flower gardens of the highly ornamented grounds around the palatial buildings which appeared in every direction. While this district seemed to be distinctively agricultural, much of the surface was given up to parks, shaded driveways, miniature rivers, artificial lakes, fountains, ornamental gardens, and orchards. The lands devoted to cultivation were laid off in rectilinear fields running the entire length of the district, thus securing a saving of labor that could not have been accomplished in any other manner. From one end to the other of these long fields, monster machines were moving, operated by electricity and completing their work as they went. One machine to which McNair directed our especial attention was a combined breaking plow, seeder, and roller. It was moving at a rapid rate and leaving behind it a strip 50 feet in width, thoroughly pulverized, seeded, and rolled. The operator occupied a comfortably furnished cab and directed the progress of the machine by what we were told was a delicately arranged electric keyboard on a table before him. Everywhere within the range of our vision was presented a scene of industrial activity, and yet comparatively few appeared to be engaged in actual labor. The major portion of the population seemed to be out enjoying a holiday. So impressed was Captain Gano with this appearance that he asked if it was some special festival occasion. "Not at all," said McNair. "This scene of recreation and enjoyment is of everyday occurrence. The people of this inner world have learned that it takes very little physical labor to provide an abundance of every article of necessity, comfort, and luxury for the whole people. They have discovered how to control the great forces of nature, and the machine has taken the place of human muscle. But," said the captain, "does not that throw the great masses of the people out of employment and place them at the mercy of the people who own the machines in the land?" "It certainly does," answered McNair. "It deprives all persons of toilsome drudgery, and places them absolutely at the mercy of the people who own the machines and the land. But this is just what they want, because these same people who are deprived of employment own both the land and the machinery of production and distribution. Hence, they are enabled to enjoy a perpetual holiday. The amount of work to be done is a much coveted task, as it provides necessary exercise. And from the fact that it is useful and contributes to the commonweal, it is ennobling. The people of this country are too wise to permit the private ownership of land and the means of production, and thus deprive themselves of the abundance that can be provided for all by the intelligent application of human labor to those natural resources which exceed in productiveness all the demand that can be made upon them. But here we are, continued McNair, over the land, and now we will loiter along, so you can make study the immediate neighborhood in which you will have your home until you want to make a change. These magnificent buildings are communal homes, and this is a communal agricultural district. I am engaged here as a teacher of English, and it has been thought best to bring you here, because quite a number of people are learning to speak our language. It will therefore be more agreeable to you until you have learned to speak the language of Altruria, which has long been universal through the inner world. But this will not take you long, and then your services will be in demand as a teacher. The people are anxious to learn all that can be discovered concerning the outer world. This country is divided into numerous districts, which are numbered from north to south. This is District Number 1, Range Number 1, West. This range line corresponds with longitude 180 degrees. These longitudinal lines are numbered east and west, just as they are in the outer world. But as the circle is smaller, the distance between the lines is proportionally less. The tower which you were examining so closely as we came to land is the point from which longitude is calculated. It stands on the equator, and the north and south verges are said to have been marked on the same longitude by similar towers in ancient times, before communication between the inner and outer worlds was closed by the Great Ice Age and floods which are said to have submerged all the lower lands. Some regard these traditions as mythical, but many of the ablest scholars accept them as the fragments of authentic history which were saved from some great cataclysm. Then, said Captain Gano, it will doubtless be interesting to these people to learn that our logbook confirms the truth of these traditions. At the point where we escaped from the ice was a stupendous tower situated on a point of land, and it was in latitude 85 degrees north, longitude 180 degrees west. So from this it seems that we are now situated directly under the Pacific Ocean. This indeed will be welcome news to the people of the inner world, said McNair. Numerous expeditions have been sent to discover these towers, but thus far they have either perished or have been driven back by the cold and storms of the icy verges. Our ancient histories record that, from the top of these towers, the philosophers made note of some wonderful appearances in the heavens which threatened the race with destruction. Oqua, who is at the head of our district schools, will indeed be glad to converse with you on this subject. She has been an enthusiastic patron of polar expeditions, believing that the discovery of these towers would confirm much in the history of the world that has been regarded as mythical. It was the first of these expeditions to use an airship that rescued me. The only important discovery made was that while the airships are all the most enthusiastic expected in these medial latitudes where storms are unknown, they are not equal to the task of penetrating the icy verges. End of Chapter 7. Recording by M.D. Jakubowski. Chapter 8 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.D. Jakubowski. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 8. A Colossal Communal Home. While McNair was speaking, our airship had alighted upon the top of one of the monster houses. We found that a portion of the roof constituted the boatyard for the airships, which were kept for the use of the community. In the center of this roof, and elevated far above it, was a circular structure which was slowly revolving, and we could see that it was occupied by people who seemed to be enjoying a siesta. McNair informed us that this was the reclining room where the members of the community retired to rest and enjoy the scenery in every direction, as well as a place for conferences in its many private apartments. From this roof, elevators connected at various points with the floors below. This was by far the largest residence building I had ever seen. It consisted of one main building, 12 stories in height and 600 feet in length by 200 wide. On either side were 3 wings, of the same height, 200 feet long by 100 feet in width. The building was constructed of semi-transparent material which admitted a mellowed light. At the points occupied by the elevator cages were awnings of the same material as that which constituted the roof. We took our seats in one of these elevators. McNair touched a button and the cage descended, leaving its covering as part of the main roof. We landed in an extensive dining hall where a magnificent repast had been provided for us. The tables were loaded with the finest soups, breads, vegetables, honey, fruits, and nuts in the greatest variety. McNair informed us that any person had the right to eat at any communal home or public dining hall in the world, provided that he had performed his share of productive labor in any part of the world. No matter where the labor is applied, the product is added to the world's supply, and it does not signify where its equivalent is consumed. The evidences of useful service rendered to society, which are issued by the proper authorities in every part of the world, entitle the holder to food, shelter, and raiment in any other part of the world. These evidences of labor performed procure the right of way upon any public conveyance on land or water or through the air. To us this had indeed been a most eventful day. We had been discovered in our forlorn condition early in the morning, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon we had embarked for a voyage of 1,000 miles through the air, during which time we had been permitted to enjoy a bird's-eye view of the mighty oceans and vast continents of the world. By the time we were through with our suppers, it was 11 p.m., and McNair's announcement that we would now be conducted to our rooms was indeed most welcome. He explained that they were in the visitors' department, which we would occupy until our own apartments were ready. I was introduced into a magnificent bedchamber, but was so sleepy that I scarcely noticed its contents. It was late next morning when I awoke, and when I went out into the hall I found it full of people passing to and fro, and wondered how it was that I could sleep so soundly. But the mystery was soon explained. I met McNair in the dining hall, and in his usual cheerful manner he asked, "Well, Jack, how did you rest?" "All right," I said, "but I seem to have lost my ability to waken up. I am usually aroused by the least noise, but all the passing to and fro in the hall had no effect on me." "Of course not," he said. "We wanted you to sleep all you could, and so cut off the sounds from your rooms. These walls are all upholstered so that no sound can enter when the sound conductors are disconnected. Now," he continued, "just make yourself at home and look around for a day or two. Go wherever your inclinations seem to direct, and make good use of your eyes. Remember that transportation is free. I am now going to register your arrival. Your other comrades have gone to Lake Byblis. Polaris will take care of them and the Ice King." I took him at his word, and roamed at will over the grounds and through the public offices, library, museum, lecture room, music hall, etc. I found that the heads of the departments and many others understood some English, and all treated me with the utmost courtesy. The second morning Iola informed us that Battelle wanted to communicate with us and conducted us to the telephone room. On entering I was surprised to see Battelle standing before me, and he greeted me in his usual cordial manner. "Well, good morning, Jack. How do you like this enchanted land?" "I am delighted to meet you," I replied, and extended my hand. Imagine my surprise when it touched the smooth surface of a mirror, and Battelle broke into a hearty laugh, saying, "I would indeed like to shake, but we are not yet able to reach 150 miles. I was astonished. Indeed, I was so taken aback by the unexpected and lifelike apparition that for once I was completely dumbfounded. Iola, seeing my confusion, came to my rescue, saying, "I ought to have prepared you for this by some explanation of our system of intercommunication, but I thought that the use of our electromagnetic optical instruments, by which we are enabled to see through opaque substances, had prepared you for this. The reflection of Captain Battelle on the mirror is only another method of applying the same principle. The rays from him, converted into rays of light, are reflected upon the mirror on the same principle that the rays from the eastern hemisphere are reflected on the retina of the eye." "I ought to have anticipated such an application of this wonderful discovery," I replied, "but it was nevertheless so unexpected that I was entirely unprepared for it." "Well, Jack," came from the phonograph, "you are not alone in your astonishment. I would have been quite as much surprised to see you, had I not been apprised of what I might expect. I called you up in order to let you know that we have just arrived at Lake Byblis." The Ice King is coming. The hospital boat is here. Mike and Pat are well. Leaf and Eric have gone on to the hospital and the other 3 sailors are dead. We are all well pleased with the possible exception of Mike, who thinks we are bewitched. Pat got well so soon that Mike thinks he must be crazy. But what shall be done with your baggage when it arrives? After consulting with Captain Gano, who was present, I replied, Send our trunks to headquarters, District Number 1, Range 1, Continent of Altruria. Well, well, Jack, responded Battelle, I am glad to know where you are. I am not so sure about myself. We are treated royally. This is a lovely lake with the most magnificent surroundings I ever beheld. I take it that this is a great pleasure resort for a people who seem to have nothing to do but to enjoy themselves. We are taking lessons in the language and find it very easy. I have taken the liberty to authorize the Department of Education to translate our library, and they were so anxious about it that they went out on airships to meet the Ice King and commence the work. That is right, said Captain Gano, who now came forward and took up the conversation. Tell them the Ice King, and all we have so far as I am concerned, is at their service. They have no use for the ship, responded Battelle, but would highly appreciate it as a specimen of American shipbuilding. They will place Pat and Mike in charge as soon as the ship comes in. Polaris informs me that the whole world will give us a reception at Lake Byblis when some great council meets here. By that time she thinks we will have become masters of the language and learned in all the wisdoms of the Altrurians. We frequently conferred with Battelle, and he kept us advised in regard to everything of interest relating to the Ice King and other matters in which we felt especially interested. Acting upon McNair's suggestion, I gave my entire time to the study of our immediate surroundings. I found that this magnificent home contained over 2,000 people, men, women, and children, and still there was no crowding. The main building contained all the offices and storerooms, public halls, schoolrooms, library, museum, dining hall, kitchen, and laundry. Powerful storage batteries furnished electricity for heating and lighting, and motor power for manufacturing, which formed a part of the educational system in every home. The wings were given up entirely to apartments, so that the members of this immense family could be just as secluded and exclusive as they desired. Each one had a private apartment furnished to his or her taste. Each room was numbered and connected by telephone with the library, storerooms, and business offices, and could be placed in communication with the occupants of any other apartment or with the district exchange, which could place them in communication with any part of the world. If a book was wanted from the library or any article from the storeroom, it was ordered by telephone and delivered at once by pneumatic tube. Every apartment could be connected by phonograph with the lecture room or music hall, and the occupant could listen to the lecture or music without leaving his or her room. There was also a universal distribution of news by the same means to any person who desired such service. In each of these communal homes was a publishing department, and all the facilities for manufacturing furniture, clothing, and almost any utensil needed, equal to the supply of the community, if it was found to be necessary. This training began with the children and continued for life as occasion might require. People never imagined that they would become too old to learn. They were taught that the most important service they could render for themselves and to society was to educate themselves, physically, mentally, and morally, and that for this kind of service society could well afford to give them access to all that was required for their sustenance and comfort. Hence, all facilities for improvement, books, papers, scientific instruments, and instruction were not only free, but the use of them was regarded as a valuable service to society. The pupil attended school, got his or her evidence of labor performed, which entitled the holder to food, shelter, clothing, etc., the same as the teacher, as both were alike serving society. The pupils, in training themselves for lives of usefulness, were regarded as benefiting the community as well as themselves, and hence the community was in duty bound to provide them with all the essentials for their highest development of body and mind, in harmony with the demands of an advanced or advancing civilization. These lessons concerning this inner world civilization derived from conversations with McNair, Iola, and others who could converse in English, and confirmed by our own observations as far as they had gone were intensely interesting, and we never tired of asking questions, which were always answered courteously and in a satisfactory manner. But I soon reached the point where I began to feel the need of more comprehensive sources of information. I wanted to be able to speak the language of the country, converse with all the people, attend lectures, and make the fullest use practicable of the extensive libraries and numerous publications which contained the current literature of the times, so that I could enter into the spirit and purpose of this wonderful civilization, which seemed to be far more attractive than the most entrancing picture of utopia. Feeling thus, I was prepared for what was to follow. One morning after we had somewhat familiarized ourselves with our new surroundings, and we felt inclined to rest and think rather than to roam around, McNair asked, "How do you like your new home since you have had time to look around and get acquainted?" "So far as I am concerned," I replied, "I am delighted with the country and the treatment I receive wherever I go. But there is so much to learn that I feel overwhelmed. If I were able to converse with the people and enter into the spirit of their daily life, I would be more at home. I want to be able to utilize all the sources of learning which are contained in your literature, and I think that the time has come when the best thing we can do is settle down in earnest to the study of the language." "I knew that you would soon come to that conclusion," said McNair, "but what you have seen is a necessary step in your education. We must soon go to our classes, and you can go with us and take your first lesson. In order to facilitate your studies, you have been assigned apartments adjoining the library and lecture room." We assented, and were at once conducted to our apartments. Iola presented each of us with just such a bookcase and library as Polaris had showed us on her airship. As she opened one of these cases and displayed the contents, she said, "You will find here everything needed in order to acquire an accurate understanding of our language. It has been prepared under the direction of McNair and myself by the publishing department, particularly for the use of English-speaking people who might succeed in getting through the icy barriers. These cards contain the English alphabet with our corresponding characters printed on the right. The only difference is that we have a character for each sound, while you have a number of sounds to one character. When you have learned our alphabet, you will be able to read our language. If there should be any difficulty with the pronunciation, all you have to do is formulate the word by pressing the characters on this keyboard, and you will hear every sound clearly enunciated. Every word thus formed is inscribed on a cylinder, and after the sounds have been recorded, all you have to do is to increase the speed of the clockwork in order to have the word pronounced, just as it is spoken in ordinary conversation. This instrument is called a phonographic enunciator, and it records the sound of every character by means of a simple but most delicately constructed mechanical contrivance which has been carefully adjusted to the tones of the human voice. The sounds thus recorded by the use of the sound characters on the keyboard are then pronounced audibly on the principle of our old-fashioned phonograph. You will find that the definition of the words and grammatical structure of our language are very easy to learn. This small dictionary of root words, defined in English, contains the key to the definition of every word in our language. When you have committed these definitions to memory, you will not find it difficult, even without a teacher or a lexicon, to define every word compounded from them. The grammar, as you will see, is not essentially different from your own, except that we have simplified its treatment. We recognize but 4 parts of speech: nouns, verbs, modifiers, and connectives. The study of our language is further facilitated from the fact that when its fundamental principles are fully understood, you will naturally have a word for every meaning, instead of a variety of meanings for one word. Our Altrurian language has been repeatedly revised by carefully selected committees of eminent scholars, with a view to making it so easy to learn that it would become universal, a result that was accomplished several hundred years ago. Polaris showed me a school library something like this, said I, but it was adapted to pupils who wanted to study English. Yes, remarked Iola, we have been urging her for a long time to study English, but we could never induce her to make the effort. But, she added, smiling, no doubt she now regrets it. I predict that it will not be long before she is speaking English as glibly as she does her mother tongue. But I must go now. If you need any help, just touch that button and I will come at once. She bade us adieu, and we went to work to master the language. As Iola and McNair had informed us, we found it remarkably easy. We had been well trained from childhood in distinguishing all these sounds, and our eyes soon became familiar with the characteristics by which they were represented. And before we retired to rest, after our first day's study, we were practicing the pronunciation of words and committing definitions to memory. We soon had quite a vocabulary of words at our command, which we introduced into our ordinary conversation. This could be the more readily done because of the grammatical construction of the language being so similar to the English. Associated as we were with a number of highly educated people who understood both languages, our progress was very rapid, and in a short time we could express all of our wants in the language of the country, and when we did not have the right word, we substituted English, knowing it would be understood, and also that someone would supply the right word. We determined from the beginning to use no language but the Altrurian just as rapidly as we could acquire it. We used it in reading, writing, and conversation, and soon we scarcely thought of our mother tongue except when we heard it spoken. McNair and Iola were engaged with their classes on average of 2 hours a day, and we ordinarily spent our leisure and recreation time together. Our home was also district headquarters, and here we were continually meeting with representatives from every home in the district, and our acquaintance was rapidly extended. We often visited other homes, sometimes by electric carriage or airship, and sometimes we would walk for miles. When tired, we could always hail a car or carriage. Thus, we were by our associations continually improving in the use of the language, while we were adding to our fund of knowledge concerning the country by observations and conversations with the people. I carefully studied the economy of the home in which we lived, being assured that this was a sample of a multitude of others. The same thing was true of the district. So in a general way, we were making a study of the entire concave by having a sample submitted to our inspection. At least, I could get a very clear idea of agriculture, the greatest basic industry that sustains the race, and hence I am condensing into this chapter the results of a long and careful investigation under exceptionally favorable conditions. During our attendance at school, Iola and McNair frequently took us for a sail in their airship. This gave us an opportunity to study its mechanisms, and at the same time obtain a bird's-eye view of the country. And if anything especially attracted our attention, all we had to do was ask for an explanation. As we had first approached the continent, we were struck by the large residences, storage buildings, and the long rectilinear fields. But now that we examined the scene at leisure, we began to take in the details, and were impressed by the general sameness of the picture. These magnificent buildings were strikingly similar to each other, and the same thing was true of the long rectilinear fields in the arrangement of the crops. The residence buildings were apparently situated at alternate section corners, and hence about 2 miles apart each way. Midway between these were large warehouses, elevators, mills, factories, etc. To the east and west, these long rows of buildings were connected by surface, electric roads, and north and south by elevated roads. These roads, both passenger and freight, all passed through these buildings. This general arrangement of everything into squares gave the entire district, from the cabin of the airships, the appearance of an immense checkerboard. This district, which may be taken as a sample of many others, had a complete system of waterworks, a continuous pressure being secured by a series of standpipes from 300 to 500 feet in height, which forced the water to every point where it was needed. This system also provided water for irrigation purposes as the season seemed to require. This, with a complete system of drainage, constituted a method of keeping the most perfect conditions for producing the greatest abundance. In addition to this, all the waste products were converted into fertilizer and returned to the soil. These wise, economic, scientific methods and intense cultivation explain how this small district sustained a population of 200,000 and yet gave up fully 1/2 of its lands to boulevards, lawns, parks, driveways, and ornamented grounds. Electricity was the universal motor power, as well as a stimulant to the growth of crops. The soil was pulverized, seeded, and rolled by vast machines. The grain was harvested, threshed, and placed in sacks by huge combined reapers and threshers, and dried by passing through evaporators on an endless belt which conveyed it to elevators, from which it reached the mills by force of gravity. If that is the right word to apply to the centrifugal force which in this moral world held everything to the surface. The standard day's labor was but 2 hours, and yet with the aid of machinery 10 persons harvested a strip of grain 100 feet wide and 30 miles in length, delivering the same at the elevators in sacks, while another 10 prepared the soil and put in another crop. All the other work was carried on in the same labor-saving manner, and this 2 hours of labor was deprived of every feature of drudgery, and became only agreeable exercise. One thing I noticed particularly, domestic animals seemed to be raised more as pets than for use. The only animal diet ordinarily used consisted of eggs, milk, butter, and cheese. Sheep and goats were raised for the fleece which was manufactured into the finest fabrics. Fruits and nuts were produced in their greatest abundance and constituted a very large part of the diet of the people. The district was, in fact, a stupendous farm, and in its original design the prime objective had evidently been utility rather than ornament. The work of the landscape gardener had been utilized to the greatest extent, but it had not been permitted to encroach upon the useful. The economy and the uniformity in which the lands were laid out, the houses constructed, and the work of production carried on, gave to the whole country such an artificial appearance, especially from the airships which we need most generally in our observations, that Captain Gano could no longer refrain from commenting upon it. One day, as we were soaring above this magnificent farming district, he asked McNair if the entire inner world had been cut out according to the same pattern. "Not at all," replied McNair. "You will find plenty of variety. Every person has an opportunity to gratify his or her tastes, provided that by doing so they do not deprive others of the same privilege. There's nothing compulsory about it. People who do not desire to dwell together can find plenty of opportunities to be by themselves. The rule here is freedom. People live together in communities because it secures so many advantages. But they often take an outing and find variety and solitude if they want it in comparatively wild and uninhabited parts of the country." "But," I said, "I am curious to learn how it was that the communal system came to be established. In the outer world, I am inclined to believe that it would be impossible to find so many people who would live together in harmony." "This is doubtless true," said McNair, "but as I now understand it, influences are at work, which will ultimately compel the producing masses to come together as one family in order to enable them to preserve any semblance of personal liberty and economic independence." "And was it," I asked, "necessity that compelled the founders of this district to organize this system of communal life?" "It certainly was," interrupted Iola. "This district was found by a few of the more intelligent laborers in the great city which at that time existed at the mouth of the Cocytus. A time had come when the laboring masses were forced to get together in colonies and cooperate with each other in order to live. This represents the first organized revolt of the masses against landlordism and the spirit of commercial and financial cannibalism, which had reached its apex in the large cities existing in the olden time along this eastern coast. The few owned all the land, all the machinery, and all the facilities for distribution, while the many were often famishing for food, and always begging for an opportunity to serve some master who would feed them. If they indeed were so poor, I asked, how was it possible for them to break the chains by which they were bound? "This is a long story," said Iola, "and cannot be recorded in a word. Volumes are filled with the futile efforts of the working classes to protect themselves by organization, and their education had to come through their repeated failures. But all these futile efforts at organization were on the competitive plan, and actually placed one class of workers in competition with another class. At first, the skilled artisans seemingly secured some advantages by the trade unions, but it was only a question of time when the improvement in machinery and a division of labor placed the skilled workman, to a very large extent, in competition with the most common laborer for the privilege of running the machines, which did the work better than the most skillful mechanic, and with a speed that had never before been dreamed of. From that time on to the end, the employed in every branch of production were placed in a bitter and destructive contest with the unemployed for the privilege of working for a master. It was not until they had reached this condition by bitter experience that they began to learn just what was the matter. Among the first things that occurred to them was that they were at the mercy of the landlord until they had access to the soil. But how could they obtain access to the soil in their penniless condition? This was the question that racked their brains. But conditions which neither they nor the oppressors could control were forcing a solution. It had been recognized in the civilization of that time that the poor and the physically infirm had a just claim on society for food, shelter, and raiment, which must not be disregarded. All that they needed was the fruits of their labor applied to the soil, and the money kings had to a very great extent monopolized the soil. It was worthless to them unless it was cultivated. Its possession still gave them power to oppress the landless, but not the opportunity to speculate, as no one was able to buy. So, to save the expense of feeding their victims, they were willing that the land should be used, by these objects of charity, to produce their food by their labor. Thus was provided the opportunity that enabled far-sighted reformers to introduce a new system of organization among the poor, which placed all their relations to each other on an ethical instead of a selfish basis. They began by organizing exchanges among themselves, and what they saved to themselves in this way was invested in land for which there were no other purchasers. For a time, this enabled the landowners to sell the lands which were useless to themselves as a source of profit. The colonists continued to cultivate the land, sell the surplus in the cities, and buy more land, but they never sold an acre. In the course of time, the lands of the district were socialized and rent abolished. Thus, by using the profit, which under the old competitive system left the hands of the producers, never to return, they were able to abolish landlordism, as far as they were concerned, and their wealthy oppressors congratulated themselves that they had gotten rid of a dangerous class. But the same causes continued to impoverish others, and thus create other dangerous classes, and the only way to get rid of them was to give them an opportunity to dig their living out of the soil. It became a common thing for cities to organize movements which enabled the poor to secure subsistence by cultivating vacant lots. Indeed, this was one of the first signs that marked the decline, and presaged the early abolition of then-existing systems of commercial and financial cannibalism that impoverished the people. This community demonstrated that labor could, even under the most adverse circumstances, by cooperating in production and distribution, get control of land and the means of production, and abolish tribute to non-producers in all its forms. You will find the history of these movements most intensely interesting, and I should think from what I have learned, of inestimable value in your native land. Since McNair gave us the benefit of his knowledge of the economic system which exists in the outer world, our scholars have studied our own ancient histories as they never did before. Situated as we are, it is hard to believe that any people, no matter how ignorant they may be, would permit a few to take possession of the earth and starve the many. But such was the situation here in the olden times. Hence, it is not strange that these conditions exist in the outer world. Well, I remarked, since I think of it, I am not surprised that you can hardly believe such conditions exist in any country claiming to be civilized. But why is it that the people of this inner world understood the nature of this evil and removed it so long ago, while the masses of the people of the outer world seem to be utterly oblivious to the fact that there is anything wrong? On this question I can only theorize, said Iola. I have thought that it may have been the long-continued Ice Age, that with its rigors held the people of the outer world back and retarded their development until long after the inner world had made a very considerable progress toward civilization. But McNair has a theory that may have something in it. He believes that the psychic conditions in a concave world tend directly toward concentrated effort and cooperation, because the heads of the people all point toward each other and converge at a common center, while in the outer world they point outward, each in a direction of its own, tending directly toward individualism and the development of every selfish instinct. Well, said Captain Gano, who had been an attentive listener, I am glad, for the honor of my own country, that a fellow countryman of mine has evolved a theory that has not been previously thought out and demonstrated by this most progressive people. I think, Jack, that we had better get to work and evolve an improvement on these airships that will enable us to carry the news of these wonderful discoveries to our own people. I have been thinking of the same thing, I replied, and that is why I have always been insisting that we should use these airships for our short journeys that did not require speed. It is when we go slowly that I can study them best, and in my mind I have partially solved the problem of constructing a ship that would be proof against both cold and storms. Just my luck, said the captain. I always succeed in getting an idea in my head after someone else has worked it out. But still I think that I am something of a mechanic, and you can depend upon me to do my best to assist you. Thank you, I replied. I shall certainly call upon you for assistance. I have reason, said McNair, for believing that Battelle and Polaris contemplate something of the same kind, and I am sure that they will call upon both of you for your cooperation. Why? I asked. Have you had any intimation of the kind? Not directly from them, said McNair, but I have heard this, that Battelle and Polaris spend much of their time in the airship factory at Lake Byblos, and that they are experimenting with their private airship every day, and that they have succeeded in making some changes in the gearing that enable them to reverse the wings and run backward, also in moving the steering apparatus so they can ascend and descend without the usual spiral motion. That is good news, I said, but I thought that Captain Battelle was giving most of his time to the study of the language and customs of the country. So he is, said McNair. Polaris told me so by telephone, and what is more, she spoke in good, clear English. She further said that the work of translating the library was progressing rapidly, and that several volumes had been completed and furnished to Norena, the Continental Commissioner of Education at Orbitello, for distribution to the commissioners of all the grand divisions of the concave. Orbitello? What is Orbitello, a country or a city? Asked Captain Gano. We have no cities, said McNair, but Orbitello is what you would probably call the seat of government. It is the center of business for this continent, the headquarters of all the departments of the public service. The Altrurian Council meets at Orbitello every year, and the World's Parliament every 4 years. Here the Continental Executive Committee meets every day to transact business in which the whole people are interested. It is located on the Cocytus at the foot of the mountains. I would indeed be pleased to visit this center of business and learning, said the captain. We have thought of that, said McNair. As soon as Oqua returns, I think we had better go. She is our district commissioner of education, and I am deputy, and must officiate in her absence. She is attending the Quadrennial Congress of Educators in the mountains of Atlan at Lake Minerva. The sessions seldom last more than 30 days, and that time has passed, so we may expect her return from the Old World almost any day. What's that? The Old World? Ejaculated Captain Gano. Am I to understand that you have an Old World here, and is this the New, just as we have it in the Outer World? Yes, very much the same, said McNair. Altruria is often spoken of as the New World because it was originally settled by colonists from the other side of the ocean. The early history of this country is in a general way very similar to the early history of America. This similarity holds good even to the almost total destruction of a warlike race of red men. The original colonies achieved their independence of kingly rule and established a republican form of government, just as was done by our 13 original colonies. But here the similarity ends. Altruria now extends all over the continent, and has carried out to their logical sequence the principles set forth in our own Declaration of Independence. And more than this, these principles have extended over all parts of the inner world. This is why I often speak of the concave as the world of truth. As McNair ceased speaking, our airship alighted on the roof of our home, and we were informed that Patel wanted to meet us at the telephone. We went at once to the telephone room and again met Patel, but I was not dumbfounded at the sight. He addressed me in his usual familiar style. Well, Jack, we have a boat factory here, and I have conceived the idea of becoming an inventor of airship attachments, and I want you and Captain Gano to join me. I want the captain for his mechanical skill, and I want you to test our inventions, make observations, and report such changes in the mechanisms as you deem advisable. Polaris cannot stand the cold at the verges, and I will not have time. Can you undertake the work? Certainly, I replied. Just notify me whenever you are ready. I have been contemplating the same thing myself, and Captain Gano has offered his services as a skilled mechanic. End of Chapter 8. Recording by M.D. Jakubowski.
Chapter 9 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. Chapter 9. A Happy Scene. The proposed improvement of the airship so that it could withstand the storms of the polar regions, and McNair's report of the progress that Battelle had made in that direction, inspired me with the determination to prosecute my studies with more energy than ever. I saw at a glance that if we should be able to open up a channel of communication with the outer world, the knowledge that could be acquired here would be of incalculable value to the people on the outside of the sphere, and especially to my own native America, on whose virgin soil the new and improved thought was the most likely to germinate and grow to perfection. Before this trip to the outer world was made, I felt that it was my imperative duty to glean the wisdom of the ages from these vast libraries, and from the oral lessons of these ripe scholars. My one all-absorbing thought was to trace the progressive evolution of these people, and discover the fundamental principles and practical business methods that had enabled them to reach their present ideal civilization. Hence I determined to apply myself to study with an earnestness of application that I had never before attempted. When I needed rest or desired to be alone, my favorite resort was the large observatory or reclining room on the top of the building. This room is octagonal in form and is detached from the roof on which it rests, and is placed upon small wheels which run around on a circular track whenever the occupants turn on the electric power. In order to enjoy a most beautiful panorama, all I had to do was to seat myself at one of the windows, with or without my glass, and set the room to revolving slowly. I never tired of the scenes thus presented to my view from this elevated position. This room is furnished in the most superb style. Its elaborate upholstery is of the finest and softest materials of the most exquisite designs. It is large and airy. The walls are adorned with many magnificent paintings and ornamented with festoons of trailing vines and flowers, while the windows are garlanded with green and fragrant foliage. Around the circumference of this luxurious retreat are small, well-furnished alcoves at each window, which can be cut off from observation by sliding doors which are upholstered with some soft material that excludes every sound that might disturb the occupant. One day, about a week after the interview with Patel in regard to the improvement of the airships, McNair, Iola, Captain Gannot, and myself had descended to the observatory for our usual after-dinner rest. I was in a meditative mood, and not caring to take part in the conversation, I had retired to one of the little alcoves, closed the doors, set the room in motion, and brought my window around to a point overlooking the great boulevard, with the pleasure grounds, shrubbery, flower gardens, and giant forest trees just beyond. From my lofty perch, I looked down upon the scene before me. Bright, happy faces and kind, cheerful voices greeted eye and ear through the open window. I felt entranced by the wonderful scenes around me. I could not help but compare this great communal home, where all was abundance, elegant leisure, fascinating social enjoyment, health and happiness, with the crowded, filthy, and ill-ventilated tenement houses of New York, London, and other large cities of the outer world, which are preeminently the abodes of destitution, misery, and woe. How often has my heart ached when I have found families of 10 and 12 persons huddled into one or two diminutive rooms, poorly lighted, ill-ventilated, and disgustingly filthy. In the living hells of the outer world, I had witnessed every manner of deformity, degradation, and filth. Children in rags just from the arms of their mothers, creeping like cowardly wharf rats about the slums and alleyways, picking up pieces of moldy bread, or fishing in slop barrels and sewers for bits of meat, were scenes of human misery that often made my heart bleed. Then, add to this picture of the conditions into which the children are born, the abject misery of their decrepit grandsires and grandmothers. How often have I seen them dressed in tatters and exposed to the wintry winds as they tottered off to some alley or some rich man's ash heap to scratch out with naked and almost freezing fingers the little bite of unconsumed coal, so that they might have a little fire to warm their half-famished bodies while they dined upon the garbage gathered up by the children. Such were the scenes that I had often witnessed in the poverty-stricken districts of the large cities of the outer world, and with them I compared the happy scene before me. Not one deaf, dumb, blind, lame, deformed, or disfigured individual among the multitudes which often gathered upon the grounds I was now contemplating. Not one ragged, barefooted, and bareheaded urchin, nor one snowy-haired, tottering, and infirm old man or woman among them. What a contrast! A heaven was opening up before me, in comparison with the living hells that had been so indelibly impressed upon my memory. Why such a contrast between humanity here, in this great communal home, and humanity in the tenement houses in the large cities of the outer world? There must be some cause for this extraordinary difference in the physical make-up and personal appearance of the people. Why were the people in this communal home more robust, more beautiful, and more kind and cheerful than the people of the outer world? And why had the usual decrepit appearance of age disappeared from view? Here was the evidence that a physical regeneration of the race had taken place. I did not doubt that this was the logical result of improved social and economic conditions, and I was determined to find, if possible, the scientific explanation. But here my meditations were broken in upon by the sight of an airship crossing my line of vision in the direction of that portion of the roof used as a boatyard. I opened the sliding doors, and looking out toward the landing, I saw the vessel alight, and a splendid-looking person step out, just as McNair opened the door upon that side, saying, "There is Oqua," and motioned for her to come into the reclining room. McNair and Iola had so often spoken of this person in such eulogistic terms as a ripe scholar and experienced educator prominent throughout the world, that I had pictured her as aged, sedate, and probably careworn from the discharge of her onerous duties, showing the wear of years of careful study and attention to public affairs. But what was my surprise, as she came up to the observatory, to see a most beautiful woman showing no signs of age or care. I could but stand spellbound and admire her form and features, which were simply perfect. Any attempt at description would be presumptuous, and I will not attempt it. As she came in and was introduced by McNair, I noticed that she understood our language and customs, for stepping forward and extending her hand to Captain Gannot, she said in a most musical voice, "I am indeed most happy to make your acquaintance and offer you a most cordial welcome to our country and a place in our esteem. Your arrival has been heralded all over the world, and it is regarded as an event that may be pregnant with the most important results to the entire human race. The Congress of Educators at Lake Minerva passed a resolution requesting that the next meeting of the World's Parliament shall be held at the auditorium of the Transportation Pavilion at Lake Byblos, and that this shall be the occasion of giving a world's reception to the crew of the Ice King. But, Captain, how many do you have with you?" "Only one," said the captain. "The others are at Lake Byblos. But here's Jack Adams, the scholarly artist and scientist of the expedition, and as such I have no doubt that you and he will become fast friends." She turned to me, and placing one hand on my shoulder, grasped my extended hand with the other. She scanned me from head to foot with an expression of amazement and inquiry playing over her smiling countenance. Then with a light musical laugh she bent forward and kissed me on the forehead, saying, "Yes, I am sure that we will become fast friends." The action was so sudden and unexpected that I blushed, stepped back, and stammered. I instinctively knew that her keen eye had penetrated my disguise, and the recognition tested my nerves. Yet it was so cordial that I felt that my secret was safe, and my reply was a laugh, a lifting of the eyebrows, and a closer pressure of her soft, warm palm, as I merely responded, "Yes, I am quite sure." And from that moment I knew that she was indeed a friend. A chord of sympathy and affection had been touched, that enraptured while it bound me in bonds of friendship to this grand woman, a relationship of the most enjoyable character, as well as of incalculable value, in opening up for me a life work as agreeable to myself as I hope to make it profitable to others. For some time we joined in general conversation, when Oqua asked McNair if we had yet been registered and enrolled as citizens. "In part," said McNair, "they have been given numbers on the schedule of the school, but have not yet been called upon to select the names by which they desire to be known. In fact, I have not yet explained this matter to them. Iola has been giving them language lessons in their room, and instructions concerning such matters as they desire to understand more fully in regard to the country, its history, customs, etc. But, as they can now read and speak the language understandingly, their selection of names and registration as citizens ought not to be put off any longer. At present, their numbers only rank them as minors." We were more than a little mystified at the turn the conversation had taken, and as it related to us. Captain Gannot asked, "What does this mean? It seems from your remarks that we have been numbered, and that we are now to be labeled. I would be pleased to have an explanation. We highly appreciate the interest you have taken in our welfare, and anticipate much pleasure and profit to be derived from a knowledge of your language, as it will give us access to the boundless stores of wisdom which are contained in your literature. But is it really necessary for us to be numbered and labeled? I take it for granted that it is all right, but I do not understand it." "Perhaps," said McNair, "this should have been explained to you sooner. But I was guided by my own experience when I found myself among these people. There was so much to be learned, and it could not all be acquired at once. I deemed it best to give you as nearly as possible just what you asked for, and let you get somewhat acquainted with the customs of the country before asking you to take the steps necessary to become citizens of Altruria, which also makes you citizens of the inner world, entitled to all the rights of citizenship no matter where you go. In America, you require a foreigner to declare his intentions to become a citizen, and then, after 5 years, you permit him to be sworn in as a full-fledged citizen. We have no regulations but such as apply to all alike. The child has no choice of birthplace, but it has a natural right to food, shelter, clothing, education, etc. Hence, children are numbered, so we may know how many are to be provided for. When they reach maturity and graduate from school, they are requested to select the names by which they desire to be known. This entitles them to a voice in public affairs and makes them eligible to any public trust. When I gave you a number, the right to food, clothing, and education was conferred upon you. When you select names, you will be registered as citizens and will be entitled to a voice in public affairs and eligible to any public trust for which you may be selected. Then, said the captain, it seems that we have no reason to be dissatisfied with either the number or the label, as the first gives us free access to wealth that we did not create, and the second confers upon us the sovereign right to be consulted as to how our benefactors should conduct their business. We seem to be the beneficiaries in all these regulations, reaping where we have not sown. What right have we to the fruits of labor of others to whom, as yet, we have been of no benefit whatever? The same right, said Oqua, that you have to live. Your right to life cannot be questioned, and you cannot live unless you have access to the fruits of the earth, which are garnered by the labor of the people. The primary object of human society is to secure to each individual member the right to live and be happy. And to this end, each must be secure in the possession of the means of subsistence and the liberty to enjoy the healthy exercise of every function of mind and body. This being the primary object for which our social organism was created, our first duty is to humanity, and all of our rules and regulations have this one object in view. But does not this endanger the perpetuity of the social organism? Asked the captain, by opening the door to those who would take advantage of this broad definition of rights to impose grievous burdens upon those who confer these rights? Not at all, responded Oqua. When all the people enter into an organization of society, the primary object of which is to provide the best possible conditions for each of its members, the personal interests of each will, to say nothing of the moral obligations, impel them to perpetuate such organization, by doing everything in their power to promote the best interests of all. Hence, just as soon as all have been made secure in their natural rights to life, liberty, and those equitable conditions which place happiness within the reach of all, sound policy, as well as equal liberty and even-handed justice demands that all should have an equal voice in the conduct of public affairs in which all are equally interested. It would be manifestly unjust and oppressive to ask the people to submit to regulations to which they never consented. I admit the force of your reasoning, said the captain. Same ideas expressed in different language were adopted in my own country, and have served to embellish platform utterances and sensational newspaper appeals, but in practice they have been treated as mere glittering generalities. Here you seem to regard them in a far different light, as something to be reduced to practice in everyday life, and with a people as well educated as yours, this seems to be easy. But with an ignorant and brutal populace, the case would be very different. Not so, said Oqua. There is more good than evil in the human soul. The populace might be made ignorant and brutal by the violation of these principles, and if so, the application of these principles in all the transactions of life would inevitably produce an intellectual and refined populace. This is no glittering generality, but a sober truth, and this is the lesson that your people must learn before they can ever reach their ideal of what they ought to be. When the leading minds among any people realize that there is absolutely but one way by which the masses of mankind can ever be elevated to higher and better conditions mentally and morally, and that way is by placing them under better conditions physically, it will be found that the whole people can be lifted up to a higher plane of being as if by magic. It is on this line that the people of this country have been moving for centuries, and it is to this that we desire to call your attention. We give you a number, which signifies that because you have an existence, you are entitled to the blessings of our civilization. But now we want you to register a name as a co-worker. When you take this step, you will have given us your permission to ask your cooperation whenever it is needed. Are you willing to register? and assume the duties incumbent upon citizenship? Certainly, said the captain. You have a right to command our services, and all we want is to know what is required of us. Then you will register, said Oqua. This will make you one of us, and equally responsible with us for the exalted trust which is committed to our hands of preserving intact the blessings of a humane civilization. So, if you are ready, we will attend to this preliminary work at once. We assented, and stepping on the elevator, passed down into the lower story and into the registry office, which was made a part of the Department of Education. For school purposes, it was of course necessary to register the children, and as all adults were supposed to be graduates of the schools, the same department kept a registry of the entire people, so that at any time the population of any community, district, or continent could be ascertained at short notice. Oqua opened an immense volume, and turning to the proper letter, said, You see here the name of your countryman, James McNair. Just opposite on the left is a number. Of course, his introduction to our schools was that of a child, as he had everything to learn concerning the language and people of our country, while we knew nothing of his language or his country. As a pupil, he was known by a number. As a citizen, he is known by a name, and according to our customs, that name must be one of his own choosing. There could be no objection to his taking the same name by which he was known in the outer world, and you can, of course, suit yourselves in the selection of names, but it must be your own signature, and when recorded, it becomes permanent. All that we care for is that it shall be your own choice. As to that, said the captain, I prefer to retain my original name. However, I rather like this custom of permitting people to select names to suit themselves. In the outer world, the name is selected for you, and you are not permitted to change it except by application to the courts or the law-making power. But as I have no reason to change my name, you may record it as Raphael Gannot. But let me suggest, interposed McNair, that you retain the prefix of captain, as it is familiar to your crew and also designates your relation to what I doubt not is destined to take its place in the minds of the people of the world as the only polar expedition that brought blessings to humanity. Of course, the title signifies nothing here, but it does in the outer world, which is to receive the greatest benefits from it, and there is no reason here that you should not retain it as part of your name. Then so be it. Captain Raphael Gannot will give me the regulation 3 names of the outer world, for the edification of a people who seem to be, as a rule, contented with only one. My turn to select a name came next, and Oqua, toying with her fan between her fingers, and with a smile she could not suppress, said to me, Well, Jack, why is it that you take no part in this discussion? You seem to have no interest in the matter of selecting names. Is it because you deem it of no importance, or do you disapprove of our custom of requiring every person to select a name in order to become a citizen? Oh, as for that, I replied, I approve your custom, but as yet I have not given any thought to the name I should select for myself. But, as I have always been rather indifferent in regard to names, I hardly know how to give myself a cognomen which seems to be so much more important than I have been accustomed to think it. Oh, then, interposed McNair, there's no hurry. You have an unquestioned right to take all the time for reflection that you require, provided that you are willing to remain a minor. I am not trying to evade the responsibility, I replied. This matter may just as well be attended to now as at some future time. Oqua, then raising her eyes with a mischievous twinkle, asked with a comical expression of countenance, Shall it be Jack Adams? I pressed my finger on my lips, and with a side glance at Captain Gannot, replied, No, not Jack Adams, if you please. McNair caught the silent message, but could not interpret its purport, and looking first at me and then at Oqua, said, What kind of a sideshow is this being exhibited under our very eyes, and we left in the dark? What have you against Jack Adams, that you should thus take the very first opportunity to put an end to his existence, so that he will not have even the poor tribute to his memory of an inscription on a marble slab? No mystery at all, I replied. Jack Adams is all right for a sailor, but too commonplace for this land of romance and sublimity. I intend to exercise my right to select a more euphonious title, more in harmony with the part I hope to play. And turning to Oqua, I asked, will you please to suggest some appropriate name, something short and significant? After a moment's reflection, she said, I have a name for you, Jack, that I think will be most appropriate. I have been told that you are a student, and our people greatly desire to obtain all the knowledge that is within reach of the outer world, its geography, history, manners, and customs, and as you are inclined to be studious, we will doubtless want you as an instructor in our schools. And for that reason, I select for you the name Nequa, which signifies teacher. I was much pleased with the name, and even Captain Gano, who was quite a stickler for established usages, intimated that he regarded it as much more appropriate than commonplace Jack Adams. Of course, I assented, and Nequa became the name by which I am known in the inner world. I was now a citizen of Altruria, and had been assigned a position in the public service as a teacher, which gave me the opportunities I so much coveted to gather gems of wisdom for the benefit of my own country, which was grappling with great problems that had here been solved. I retired to my apartments to think. It had been just 2 months since we arrived at this great communal home, and I had recovered from the long strain to which I had been subjected for 2 years on the Ice King. I now discovered that it was this strain, brought on by the dangers which continually beset us, that had held me up. But now that all the dangers were past, and the future bright with hope, a flood of bitter memories swept in upon me like a mighty avalanche. For the first time in years I gave way to uncontrollable emotions, as I buried my face in the soft silk cushioned sofa on which I reclined, and wept as seldom mortals are doomed to weep. How long I had remained thus, I do not know, when I felt a gentle hand tenderly stroking my head, and a voice I could not mistake said in the most soothing tones, Nequa, Nequa, child, what troubles you? Listen to me, dear. It did not take me long to discover that under the smiling exterior of Jack Adams you carried the aching heart of a stricken woman. Do not start. I am your friend. Confide in me. I know that there is some deep secret gnawing at your heartstrings, and that it relates to Captain Gano, and of which he is entirely unconscious. And I know that there must have been some great wrong in days gone by from which you suffer. I could stand no more, and throwing both arms around Oqua's neck and drawing her down to me as a suffering child would its affectionate, sympathetic mother, I kissed her repeatedly between my sobs as I replied, Yes, my dear Oqua, you read me aright, but the crushing wrongs of the hideous past are irreparable, and the future promises no healing balm for the wounds that have been inflicted. I must meet my fate alone. It would be wrong for me to burden you with my troubles. No, let me bear them alone, on, to the bitter end. I must drain the cup of misery to its dregs absolutely alone. Here I again broke down and gave way to another flood of tears. I wept until my brain seemed a livid flame, and my heart bursting with despair, while Oqua sat silently by my side, stroking my head, until the storm of contending emotions had time to subside, when she said, Nequa, I am glad to find you in tears. They will give you relief as nothing else can. I knew you needed a friend, and I have come to constitute myself that friend. Now listen to me. I knew from the first that you were a woman, and that Captain Gano did not suspect anything of the kind. I further discerned that there was a hidden cord which drew you to him, and yet for some reason you dare not reveal yourself to him. This secret is wearing your life away. You must tell me all about it, and I can, and I will, help you to bear it. When we look at things philosophically and see them on all sides just as they are, there is no wound of body, mind, or spirit that may not be healed. There is no wrong that is not too limited in its scope to effect any permanent injury. Our bounteous mother, Nature, has provided a healing balm for every wound, if we will but search for it with the right spirit. I could not be mistaken as to the spirit and purposes of this noble woman, nor resist her entreaties. She had penetrated my disguise and read my secret, and I had every reason to respect her judgment. For years I had carried my burdens alone. Under the weight of the wrongs imposed upon me, I had sought relief from the burden of grief in the exercise of an indomitable will, in a vain effort to force my heart to become, if need be, as cold as ice and as hard as adamant. But it could not be. I was forced to realize that there can be no philosophy which steels the heart 'gainst every bitter woe. 'Tis not in nature, and it cannot be. We cannot rend the heart, and not a throe of agony tell how it feels a blow. And now this agony, which I had carried so long, concealed under the smiling countenance of an assumed character, had forced a recognition. This was nature's demand for human sympathy, and the kind and loving heart of Oqua was here to respond. Much as I had desired to keep my sorrow deep buried in my own bosom, I could not repel this noble woman, whose keen intuition had already divined my secret. I felt the need of just such sympathy as hers, and why should I spurn it from me? My soul went out to her, and I felt impelled by some irresistible impulse to clasp her to my bosom and tell her all. My heart was breaking with the silent misery that it carried for years, unshared by a single human being, and which I resolved should be carried unobserved to the grave. Again I resolved anew that I would not even share it with this noble sympathizing woman, but nature's floodgates, once opened for the outpouring of long-suppressed sorrow, closed no more to force it back upon the surcharged heart, and before I knew what I was doing, I was folded to her bosom and weeping out the long pent-up load of grief that had been gnawing at my heartstrings. As I looked up into her face, I could see the cordial, heartfelt sympathy reflected from her beautiful countenance as she whispered, "Go on, dear Nequa, and tell me all about it. Do not distrust a friend who is able to help you as I can. Remember what I told you, that our bounteous Mother Nature has provided a balm for every wound. This is no fanciful exaggeration, but a well-ascertained truth." "I do not distrust you," I replied, "and when I am more composed I will tell you all. I have done nothing to be ashamed of, but I cannot talk now. I am too much agitated. Call this evening, and I will tell you all." "So be it," said Oqua, "and I will be here early this evening. Do not be discouraged, compose yourself, and be of good cheer, and all will be well." And imprinting a kiss on my forehead, she left me to my meditations, which now began to assume a more roseate hue. Some of the blackness of despair which had overwhelmed me had begun to depart, and I felt more hopeful and became more composed. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jake Adams. Chapter 10. Oqua's Visit. As the sun disappeared behind the western edge of the verge, I was reclining upon my sofa, awaiting the promised visit to Oqua. I was now as anxious to tell the story of my sorrows to a sympathizing friend as I had formerly been to conceal it from all of the world. Since my conversation with Oqua, a longing sensation had come over me to confide to her the story of my life. The hour had arrived for my meeting with her, and a minute later she was by my side, laying her hand on my head. She said, "Nequa, I have come at the time designated, and in order to be able to assist you, I must not be left to surmise what's the matter. By the very act of telling me your troubles, you will to a certain extent obtain control over your own feelings, and thus take the first step toward finding a remedy." "Then you shall know all from my earliest recollection," said I. "My name is Cassie Venice. I was born and raised near New York City. My mother died when I was an infant, and I was cared for by my devoted old father, James Venice, and a kind, motherly colored woman who had been a servant in the family. My father died when I was 15 years old, and I went to live with my guardian, Richard Sage, who was also the uncle and guardian of Raphael Gino, whom he had taken to Rice when an infant. At this time, Raphael was 18 years of age. Our school days, of about 5 years, were the happiest, nay, I may say the only really happy days of my life. When I was 20 and Raphael 23 years of age, he was offered a lucrative position on a ship engaged in the Chinese trade. During our vacations, we had crossed the ocean together, and he desired to travel in the Orient. While on this voyage, he expected to circumnavigate the globe, stopping at all the leading ports. On his return, we were to be married. He promised to write to me at every available opportunity, and for the first few months his letters came regularly, always couched in the most affectionate terms, and often referring to our coming marriage as the beacon light of all his fondest hopes. Then his letters ceased altogether, and though I wrote repeatedly to him, I never heard from him again. As the months rode by, often at moontime, when the music of birds filled the air, and all was life and light, or at eventide, when the mellow twilight was over hill and dale, and the activities and light of day were giving place to the stillness and the shadows of night, when the perfume of the flowers filled the air, or the yellow leaves of autumn fell about my feet, I, the forsaken, and perhaps forgotten, could have been seen seated beneath some broad spreading tree, where we used to read and converse together. I would sit thus for hours in silent meditation, recalling the tender words and the caresses of my absent lover. Then, arising sad and disconsolate, I would leave the lonely spot and try to bravely wait and hope for the world that never came. My guardian professed great sympathy, and with seemingly the most poignant grief informed me that his nephew had committed some desperate crime in foreign lands, for which he had been tried, convicted, and sent to prison for a long term of years. Yet, with this black shadow resting upon him, the truth of which was vouched for by his uncle, I continued to write as it had been agreed between us, and many were the tear-stained missives I addressed to him, hoping that comrades on the ship would see that they reached him. Though he might be a criminal and an outcast from his kind, my affection for him never wavered for a single moment. My guardian, in order to make his deception more complete, pretended to deplore the actions of his nephew, and even his own unthoughtfulness in telling me of them, and thus causing me so much suffering. He seemed to be aging very fast, and I feared that he, the only friend to whom I had never looked in vain for kindly counsel and advice, was falling into a decline from the crushing weight of what I believed to be our common sorrow, and consequently my woman's sympathy and pity went out to him in what I regarded his disconsolate lot. He fully realized the sincere and all-pervading character of my sympathy for him, and took advantage of every opportunity to impress me with the dangerous state of his health. He intimated that the chief cause of his suffering, aside from the grief caused by the wayward and criminal course of his nephew, was the agony that it gave him to leave me all alone in the world, with no one to guard and protect me from the manifold dangers that threatened an inexperienced girl when thrown upon her own resources in this cold and unfailing world. He did not ask my affection, except as a daughter, but suggested that under the circumstances I had better become his wife, and then my position in the world as his widow would be secure. I would be protected against the intrusion of society and would be alone, as he felt sure I so much desired. "You are already in mourning," he said, "and yet your grief is so indefinable that no one will be disposed to respect it as I do. Besides, situated as you now are, with no female companion, you are in some sense at the mercy of the evil-minded, who never lost an opportunity to asperse the character of the good and pure, while as my wife you would be safe and your position honorable in the eyes of the world. I could then, even more than now, console you and sympathize with you in your affliction." I told him that I had never thought of my position as being in the least compromising in the home of my lawful guardian, and if it was so, I would go away at once, but I could not be his wife. He besought me again and again, and I continued to give him the same answer. In the meantime, I was greatly troubled by what he had intimated regarding my compromising position in his house without a female companion. I had all faith and confidence in his unselfish and paternal regard for my welfare. For years he had treated me with marked kindness and consideration, such as a loved daughter might expect from a kind and loving father. For this I regarded him with the filial affection of a devoted and a trusting nature. To leave him now, when sticking with sorrow and apparently with one foot in the grave, was repugnant to my feelings, as it seemed to me that it would be an act of base ingratitude, and yet it was brought to my ears that people were beginning to make flippant and disrespectful remarks concerning my position. Yet I felt that I could not be so cruel as to forsake him now. The situation was a most trying one to me, as I never for a moment suspicioned that it had been made up for the occasion to influence my feelings. He continued his importunities under the guise of paternal counsel for my own good as a loved daughter. One day he brought me a newspaper clipping which stated that Raphael Genoa had died in prison. He seemed to be so grief-stricken and depressed that for many days I feared that he would drop off at any moment, and he seemed so entirely dependent upon me that I dared not leave him for a moment. And yet my position was such that I must necessarily often give place to others, who had no such regard for him as I had. If I were his wife in the eyes of the world, I might do much more for him. And believing that my affianced husband was died, I at last consented to become his legal wife, and the ceremony was performed while he lay, as I believed, on his dying bed. 2 hours later, feeling lonely and disconsolate, I had gone into the library and taken a seat in one of the deep windows behind the curtains, where I was hidden from view. He seemed to have fallen asleep, and my long watch was wearing upon me. I was exhausted and took this opportunity for rest and communion with my own thoughts. I soon fell into a reverie, in which the past came up before me like a panorama, and again the fancy I was with my handsome, happy lover, when suddenly I heard voices in the adjoining room where I had left my guardian asleep. A strange voice asked, "Where is your young wife?" "Gone to her room to rest," said my guardian. "She thinks I'm very sick, and she has watched by my side to minister to my pains until she is worn out." I got easy and told her that she might go and rest herself, as I would, now that the pains had ceased for the time. been able to take a long nap. She remained until I was seemingly fast asleep, and then she tiptoed out of the room as softly as a kite, for fear she would awake me. "You worked it well," said the stranger. "But what shall I write to Gino?" "He has written me a long letter, engaging my services as his attorney to find out all about Cassie. What should I say to him?" "Here," said my guardian, "are the letters I have written to him in regard to Cassie's change of mind. You can take your cue from this and be governed accordingly." "But," asked the attorney, "what if she should suspicion something and drop a letter to Gino into some street box? It might prove to be a serious matter for us if she should learn the truth." "I have provided for that," said my guardian. "There is a round million in the deal for us, after all the expenses are paid, and no mail can reach him on the ship without being inspected by a man who has as much interest as we have in preventing him from hearing from Cassie. If a letter should not be intercepted by my agent in the post office, which is not likely, it would be intercepted at the ship. So rest easy in regard to this matter. There is no danger. Besides, she is now my wife, and I have all the legal rights of a husband. But as we want to avoid anything like friction, it is best to prevent Gino from returning to America, which will not be difficult if it is managed well." "All right," said the lawyer. "Provided your deal squarely with me, I'm the only one who could defeat the plan, and of course I will not lose $1 million to do that." "Of course not," said my guardian. "And you know that I have even more to lose than you have. A lifelong reputation for integrity and purity of character, which to a man in my position is worth more than money. It would cut off my income as a favorite and minister on large estates." "Well, we are both in the same boat," laughed the lawyer. "And we can well afford to trust each other. I guess that now you have recovered from your very serious illness, we may expect to hold our conferences at the proper place." "Oh, certainly," laughed my guardian. "And my lovely bride will not object to my being away, and she is in widow's weeds, mourning the untimely death of her first and early love. So good day, I must rest and take a long and very refreshing nap to account for my unexpected recovery." "Just so," laughed the lawyer, and I heard the door close behind him. The conversation that I had overheard froze the very blood in my veins. I learned that I had been deliberately deceived, and not only robbed of a large fortune, but had been robbed of my affianced husband. Worse than this, I had been induced to take a step that made me false to him, and at the same time precluded the possibility of our ever consummating our plighted faith without violating the marriage laws. As under the law I was his aunt, and marriage with him would have been a crime, for which under the law I could be imprisoned for a long term of years. My whole nature arose in revolt against the iniquity that had been perpetrated against me, and determined to find Raphael and explain the whole matter to him. I hastily wrote a note to my guardian, and left it where he would be sure to find it, denouncing his treachery and informing him that under no circumstances would I ever enter his door again. I made my way into the city, and disguising myself in male attire, I succeeded in finding a position as cabin boy on a steamer bound for Liverpool. I was determined to find Raphael. I kept up the search for nearly 15 long years, visiting almost every part of the known world, and at last found him at San Francisco on the eve of starting on an expedition to the North Polar regions. Before revealing myself to him, I wanted to ascertain beyond any doubt, whatever from his own lips, in just what light he would regard my marriage to his uncle and my subsequent long career on the high seas in male attire. So I applied for a place on the Ice King and succeeded in getting the position of scientist. I cultivated the acquaintance of the captain, secured his confidence so far that he related to me the story of his life, which gave the opportunity I wanted to draw him out, and soon learned, what I had come to dread, that the prejudices engendered by social usages were stronger than his sense of natural justice, and I had my own conduct denounced as perfidious and vile. But for the sudden sounding of the alarm, I must have fallen at his feet, and thus have in all probability revealed my identity. But I was saved that bitter humiliation, and now, after a long and perilous voyage, locked up with him on the same ship, I am at last permitted to pour my tale of woe into sympathetic airs, far away from the land where legal wrongs are honored, while natural rights are regarded as disreputable. Oqua had listened to my story without a single interruption, and with a sympathetic interest which drew me closer to her than ever. When I ceased speaking, she looked at me with a puzzled curiosity, which I shall never forget, as she remarked, "Your guardian certainly committed a great wrong against you, and under the operation of an awakened conscience, I can well understand that his remorse would be most excruciatingly painful, but you have not committed any wrong, and I do not understand what it is that you are feeling so badly about. The blame all rested with your guardian, and the fact that you discovered his perfidy so soon, and at the same time discovered that the man to whom you are the betrothed wife, only awaiting the time set for the consummation, was still living, ought, it seems to me, to have been a source of rejoicing, while the deception practiced upon you was painful to contemplate. It brought with it a certain measure of compensation. Had you failed to make this discovery, you might have unwittingly violated the most sacred obligation that to your betrothed husband the wrong might have been much worse. You have mistaken my meaning, I said. I was not under that obligation to Raphael that you seem to think. I have only promised to become his wife, but I was actually married to another man. Under the circumstances, I do not see how the wrong could have been worse, and I, as its innocent victim, was certainly excusable for feeling badly about it. The wonder is how I could bear it at all. If I was mistaken, said Oqua, in regard to your relations to Raphael Gino, I fear that your explanation of the situation only makes the matter more difficult to understand. I certainly understood you to say that you loved Gino, and that he loved you, and that you had both agreed to go through life as husband and wife. This you had a perfect right to do so, and this agreement constitutes a marriage bond that cannot be set aside without sufficient cause, as long as you both live, and hence you could not become the wife of another man without violating the most sacred of all obligations. And if by misrepresentation you are induced to enter into any such relation while Gino was living and true to you, such relation would be on the face of it null and void. But I was married to my guardian, I said, actually married. The clerk of the court had issued the license which was a legal permit for us to marry, and the minister pronounced us man and wife according to the solemn rites of the church. My guardian took an obligation to love, cherish, and protect, and I an obligation to love, honor, and obey. And then the minister invoked the blessing of heaven upon our union, and pronounced the solemn warning to all who might object, whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. Yes, I was actually married to Richard Sager, according to law and the sacred rites of the church. The more you explain, my dear Nequa, the more incomprehensible your idea of marriage becomes. You say that you are actually married to Richard Sager, that God joined you together, but before he could do so, a permit had to be granted by the clerk of the court. Yet in your own soil, you repudiated this fraudulent marriage, and for nearly 50 years you searched for your betrothed husband, to whom you felt bound by the laws which God had implanted in your own soil. To me, it seems that this first engagement to Rapunzelina was the only true marriage, in which God had joined you together, and that the court and the minister united to put you asunder. Your own inner consciousness, the spark of divinity that is in you, forced you to take this view of the transaction. From all the facts, just as you relate them, I must still insist that you were not married to Richard Sager, that the ceremony was a fraud and could not annul your obligations to Rapunzelina. Your actions demonstrate that your own true self took the same view of the matter, and that when you found your betrothed husband, you royally stood by her side in the hazardous effort to reach the pole. And now you are here with him in this inner world, where we regarded it as our first duty to accept the true and discard the false in all of our relations to each other, and to the universal system of which we form a part. I agree with you, I replied, that my marriage to Richard Sager was false, and that in order to be true to myself and my higher convictions of duty to my absent lover, when I learned that he was still living, I was forced to rent these legal bonds regardless of the consequences, but still in the eyes of the law, of society and the church, I was the wife of my guardian, the uncle of Rapunzelina, and hence his aunt, and as such could never become his wife. Yet I realized that I was united to Raphael in bonds of affection that never could and never should be broken. But all the powers of law, religion, and society were united to hold me to a union secured by deception, which I loathed and abhorred. It was the environments established by this worldwide power that held me incarcerated, as it were, in a prison from which there was no escape but the grave. Thank you, said Oqua, for the light which you have thrown on the present state of your outer world civilization. It seems almost incomprehensible that the laws and usages of any people would seek to make right wrong and wrong right. But I can readily turn to a corresponding period in our own history and trace the evolutionary forces which must now be at work among your people. The old institutional life is ever striving to preserve its forms and ceremonies, while the advancing spirit of freedom is continually protesting. At first, the advocates of the old order persecute all who protest against its dictum, and this protest in the name of liberty often only means license. Both extremes are essentially wrong, but the friction between these two elements in the end will lead to the discovery of the truth upon which both extremes can unite. And this truth will make them indeed free. The manifest progress of the race is in the direction of the truth, and its logical culmination must be the establishment of altruistic conditions in all the relations which exist between individual members of the human family. Well, I'm glad that you have at last penetrated my meaning, I said. The misunderstanding grew out of my inability to formulate my own thoughts, so as to adapt it to your altruistic conceptions. I like the word altruism, but the thought that it expresses is so little understood in the outer world that the word is, as far as I know, generally excluded from our common school dictionaries, while in this country I found that it forms a necessary part of your everyday vocabulary. I realized that all of my troubles grew out of environments which was a legitimate product of the false premises from which we drew our conclusions. In speaking of myself as actually the wife of my guardian, I only used the popular phraseology to express the conceptions of the people among whom I was raised. They regarded the license and the ceremony as the actual marriage without reference to the plighted troth of devoted lovers. I only used their language to express their conceptions, while my own were expressed by my actions. "Thank you," said Oqua. "I surmised that you spoke the language of your environments rather than your honest convictions, but I wanted you to say it yourself. You know that I insisted that you should say just what you mean and leave nothing for me to surmise. In all that you have to say, I want you to draw the line clearly between the truth and the false, in thought and action, just as you understand the terms, and then we can ascertain where the trouble is, and take steps to remove it. You are now in a country where truth alone is recognized as a standard for the regulation of human conduct, and it seems that there ought to be much in the way of mutual explanations between you and Captain Juneau, and then all will be well." "I dare not risk it," I said. "I thought just as you do when I secured the position on the Ice King, but I deemed it advisable to conceal my identity until I had ascertained in just what light he would regard the course I had taken. The opportunity came, as I have already told you, and yet I have discovered no indications that he has in any way modified his views in regard to such matters. I have ascertained beyond a doubt, from 2 years' associations with him, that in him all the prejudices of the popular education of the outer world, its laws, usages, and the religious notions have crystallized. If he knew that I had spent years associated with man in the character of Jack Addams, the sailor, his sense of propriety would be shocked, and I should forfeit his respect, which would be something that I could not bear." "I cannot see," said Oqua, "how he could cease to respect you. I know that as the scientist of the Ice King, he entertains the most exalted opinion of your ability, courage, and refinement of character." "Yes, Oqua, I doubt not that he respects me as Jake Addams, the sailor. He has given me numerous proofs of that, but as Casey Venice in that gap, he would regard me as unwomanly and immodest, much below the standard of propriety and the respectability of the women of the outer world, with whom he would be willing to associate on terms of equity. Remember that his education, like my own, was far removed as possible from the spirit of altruism. When I left my guardian's home, I was penniless, except for an allowance known as pay money. By the marriage ceremony, my fortune had been transferred to Richard Sager. As a woman, I stood no show of being able to acquire a competency. Besides, I was liable to pursuit and arrest. I had no legal grounds for divorce, and if I had been discovered as the absconding wife of Richard Sager, the multimillionaire, the courts would have declared me insane, and I would have been incarcerated, most likely for life, in some lunatic asylum. Hence it was from necessity rather than choice that I donned male attire and sought employment as a cabin boy. My education, tact, and close attention to business led to more lucrative positions which required ability as well as a strict integrity and close application. By rigid economy, I succeeded in accumulating a moderate competence. As a woman, I could not have been procured a comfortable subsistence, but I was in male attire, associated with men in all my relations to society, and hence in the eyes of the world, my womanly character was under a cloud. For this reason, I did not care to reveal my identity to Captain Juneau until I knew that he would approve the course I had taken. As for myself, I was prepared for altruistic principles. My association with the working class gave me a knowledge of their condition, and I familiarized myself with the best sort of their leaders. But Captain Juneau had been differently situated. He had continued to move in the narrow circle in which he was born. I had hoped that experience with the world had broadened his views, but I found that I was mistaken. I have studied his feelings and hence have resolved never to give him the opportunity to reproach me for my unwomanly disguise and associations. How could he reproach you, Nequa, when he realized that it was all for love of him? You cannot, my dear Oqua, educated as you were in the most advanced sort of this altruistic civilization, realize the almost irresistible power of prejudices when they have been incorporated into the education of a people for thousands of years. They constitute a race belief, the correctness of which the people seldom, if ever, heard questioned. When I assumed male attire and associated myself with men in the ranks of labor, I knew that I invited not only social ostracism, but laid myself liable to arrest and imprisonment. If my disguise was discovered, and Captain Juneau, as a high-spirited gentleman of the old school, could not unite his destinies with such a social outcast. But surely, said Oqua, he will not entertain such mistaken conceptions of honor when he learns that the people of this inner world, without an exception, would honor you for your heroic devotion to your bridal troth, and regard Captain Juneau as the most fortunate of men in having such a companion. That may indeed be true sometime, I said, but before I reveal myself to him, I must hear from his own lips such expressions of opinion as will demonstrate that he would not regard the career of Jack Adams, under the circumstances, as unworthy, immodest, and unwomanly. There is a deep-seated prejudice in the outer world against mannish women, and the donning of male attire is prohibited by law, and what is even worse, it is regarded as positively disgraceful, as I must know that he of his own option has abandoned all these prejudices before I will consent to be known to him as Casey Venice. I believe, said Oqua, that his association with Arthurians will certainly give him a high regard for truth, and correspondingly weaken the influence of time-honored errors. We can very easily ascertain his views, and if we should find them adverse, do not be discouraged, for the atmosphere of truth which surrounds him is creative in its influence and will surely establish itself in his mind. That error is powerless to hold anyone in thrall very long. Where truth is cultivated and free to express itself in thought and action, truth is eternal and cannot be destroyed, while error is transitory and disappears with the ignorance on which it is based. I will leave this matter to you, I said, with this understanding that to Captain Juneau I must remain simply Jack Adams or Nequa, until I know that he approves and appreciates the sacrifices made by Cassie Venice. I love him too well to be willing to face his disapproval, but knowing the purity of my own purposes, I will never put myself in a position that will imply even in the remotest degree that I was wrong. My self-respect forbids me this. My heart tells me that I was right, and I will never apologize to any human being for the course I have taken, and least of all to Captain Juneau, for love of whom I have braved the danger of social ostracism as well as the dangers incident to the life of a sailor, from the blistering heat of the tropics to the intense cold of the frigid zones. I certainly could never ask him to forgive me for loving him so well. Oqua threw her arms around my neck and kissed me most affectionately, saying, "My dear Nequa, I knew that I was not mistaken in the estimate that I had placed on your mental and spiritual character. You have a great work to do, not only in the education of our people, but a work for your own people. Intercourse between the inner and outer worlds must be reopened. In this work, much depends upon the crew of the Ice King, as you are the only people among us from the educated classes who have ever penetrated the frozen regions which surround the verges. Our people will of course assist in every way possible, but my dear Nequa, a still greater work depends upon you, more than upon any of the others, in which we can be of but little assistance." "And what is that greater work?" I asked, "and how could I get along without assistance? No matter what I undertake, I want you as a tutor. To me it seems that in this inner world I have everything to learn, and I must have a teacher at every step." "And I too," said Oqua, "have much to learn from you. All that I have learned of the outer world came from the McMahon and the few books which he saved from the sinking ship. With the Ice King comes a well-selected library of standard works, and 3 scholarly, well-read people, and from this I anticipated a most valuable addition to our knowledge, especially of a scientific, geographical, and historical character, which has been hidden from the people of the inner world. We have, it seems, made more progress along lines of a social, economic, and ethnic nature, and in mechanical inventions. So while we need that knowledge which can be more readily acquired in the outer world, your people need the lessons taught by our progress along other lines. Our libraries are filled with these lessons, and the work evidently marked out for you is to gather this knowledge for the benefit of your own people. In this, you will have the cordial cooperation of the scholars of the inner world." "This," I said, "is certainly a work in which I am most anxious to engage. Just as soon as I can qualify myself for the task, I shall certainly need all the help I can get. I do indeed want the people of America, the great republic of the outer world, to learn that the highest ideals of their revolutionary sires are not mere glittering generalities, but realities, and have been carried out to their logical culmination in this country with the most beneficent results to humanity. To this end, that they should not only learn this most significant fact, but that they should have laid before them a clear and concise statement of the methods that have been used so successfully to produce these results and involve this wonderful Arthurian civilization. I most keenly realize that it is my duty to accomplish this work for humanity, but when I think of the vast libraries, written in a strange tone that must not only be read but studied. In order to trace the operation of the revolutionary forces which have produced these grand results, I am overwhelmed at the contemplation of the magnitude of the task set before me. Do not be alarmed, said Oqua, at the multitudinous array of ponderous volumes. These records are only preserved for reference. The scholars of every age have been over them, with the special object in view of condensing and simplifying their lessons, for the benefit of students who could not afford to neglect other studies of the most pressing importance. In order to familiarize themselves with the details of so many thousands of years of history, hence the lessons of permanent value, such for instance as relate to the social, economic, and ethnic progress of the people, have been carefully arranged in the forms of attractive condensations, with marginal references to the authorities. With these lessons from history, designed for the use of the pupils in our schools, the students can rapidly trace every step in our progress, from the original half-civilized condition down to the present time, and if there is any matter which they wish to examine more closely, the marginal references will direct them to volume and page. So, my dear Nequa, you will find that the great part of your work, which looks so overwhelming, is ready made for you in our school concordances. Another thing will help you. These lessons of progress have all been treated in the shape of allegories and historical romances, in order to make them attractive. Perhaps you could not transmit them to your own people in a better shape than by translating some of the works that bear directly upon what they need to understand. These works trace, in the most attractive form, the operation of every revolutionary force which has contributed to our Arthurian civilization as you find it today. This, indeed, my dear Oqua, relieves my mind of a load of doubt and apprehension which amounted almost to a dread, whenever I thought of reading so many ponderous volumes in order to get a clear idea of the forces which have contributed to your present ideal conditions. It also explains to me how it is that your entire people have such a clear understanding of every economic, social, and ethical problem. These things are taught to the children in your primary schools. Yes, said Oqua, the blessings of a high state of civilization can only be preserved by educating the children of a country into a comprehensive understanding of the laws of progress, by which these blessings are secured, while a few can set the machinery in motion by which the masses may be relieved of any burdens that can be imposed upon them. Yet, unless the children are universally educated in regard to these matters, a few will be able to re-enslave them. These so-called great problems, which you inform me are puzzling the brains of your statesmen, ought to be thoroughly understood by the children. Hence, we teach these things to children while the mind is the most receptive and the most capable of acquiring knowledge rapidly. But, I remarked, it sounds so strange to hear you speak of children thoroughly understanding these questions of worldwide importance, with which the great statesmen of the outer world have grappled for ages, without finding a solution. Nothing strange about it, said Oqua. The mind of the children is plastic, and is remarkable for the facility with which it receives and retains impressions. When it reaches the adult stage, these impressions become crystallized and are hard to change. Hence, the importance of studying the child rightly with correct habits of thought on these vital matters upon which its future will and that of every other human being depends. If the impressions on the mind of the child are erroneous, they are liable to crystallize and be retained through life, no matter how absurd they may be. As an apt illustration of this tendency, I have only to refer to some of the notions which were popular in this country at the time when the old economic system had run its course and was producing widespread poverty and suffering among the people. At that period, all of the exchanges among the people were on a money basis, and the few had control of the money, while the many were not able to utilize their labor to produce the wealth they needed, because they could not get the money to effect the necessary exchanges. The reformers of that time were loud in the demand for more money, while the controlling minds among the majority insisted that the one thing needed was less money, so that the money they had would purchase more, and others were equally sure that more tax on products of foreign countries was just the thing to relieve the industrial depression by holding the home market for the products of our own labor, keep foreign products out by a high tariff, and protect home industry was the doctrine. But we cannot help smiling as we read that these same people who wanted to exclude foreign products from our markets in order to protect our own labor expected to get revenues from a tax on foreign goods to run the government. It is difficult to imagine at this time that any sane people ever entertained such absurd and self-contradictory opinions, but it is none the less a fact, as demonstrated by the history of that time. These absurd notions could not have found lodgment in the human mind if, as children, the people had been trained to correct habits of reasoning. And such, I said, are the notions which predominate at this time in my own country, and the result is that the few are very rich, while the many are hard-pressed and poor. The few who protest against this system are denounced as cranks, agitators, and dangerous characters. This is just what might be expected, said Oqua. Like causes produce like effects. The masses of mankind are always prone to deride and persecute isolated individuals who know more than the mass, which is physically so much powerful. This is the protest of brute force against the mental, moral, and spiritual superiority. This was why your Jesus was crucified, and this is why your reformers of the present day are denounced as cranks, agitators, and dangerous characters. It is an invariable trait of human nature in a certain stage of development. I have long entertained these same views, I replied, but the object lessons which can be drawn from your history will cover all these questions, and they ought to reach our people with the first announcement of the discovery of this inner world, where all the great problems of human development have been solved. I have found your language remarkably easy to learn, and from what you say, I expect to find lessons from your history equally easy, but still I need your assistance. I want to make the very best possible use of my opportunities, and to that end, I want the benefit of your experience, observation, and knowledge of Arthurian civilization as it is today. Then, to begin, said Oqua, my work as counselor, I would advise you to complete your account of the expedition which brought you into this inner world. A brief depression of your reception, the civilization you find as it appeared to you at first sight, and the information that you gathered from intercourse with the people in regard to the progressive development of the country from the semi-barbarous conditions which existed in early times. This ought to be sent to the people of the outer world, just as soon as possible. It will make an excellent introduction to a series of works consisting of your own observations in regard to the existing educational system, customs of the people, and business methods, together with translations from our literature that will be of use to your people. In the preparation of the account of your expedition and your discoveries, you will need no assistance, and when it comes to translation from our libraries and travel over the 5 grand divisions, you will have the help of ripe scholars wherever you go. Concerning the work here in this inner world, I said, among such a people, I have no doubt that it will be well done. But how are we going to transmit the information across the ice barriers at the verge? I at first had great hopes from your airships, but I found that while they are all right in this serene climate, they would be worse than useless in the stormy atmosphere of the outer world, and at present constructed, the occupants could not live an hour in the intense cold of the frigid zones. I do not, said Oqua, apprehend any insurmountable difficulty from this source. The inventors of the airship know nothing about storms and cold, and hence made no provisions for guarding against them. The case is different with Arctic explorers. Our inventors have learned how to navigate the atmosphere with ease and safety. This is the main point. Now you people of the outer world can take up the work where our inventors left off, and construct ships which can ride the storm. I have learned since my return from the Minerva Congress that Captain Bartel is working on this problem with good prospects of success. I do not believe that there is anything impossible to the human mind when it acted in harmony with nature's laws. The airship factory at Lake Bablis is at your surface, with every facility of material, machinery, and mechanical skill. All that is needed is a comprehensive understanding of outer-world atmospheric conditions, and you brought that knowledge with you. This is all that our inventors needed in order to enable them to construct an airship that could be equal to every emergency. You give me great encouragement, I said. Captain Bartel has asked me to assist in this work by making experimental voyages to the verges, in order to test the proposed improvements and make observations. Then all seems to be going well, said Oqua, but there is no time to lose. You must be gathering materials for your first volume as rapidly as possible, for I feel that it will soon be needed. To this end, I want you and Captain Gino to go with me tomorrow to Opitello to see how business is carried on. What do you think of it? Think of it, I said. I have been very anxious to take this trip, and have only been awaiting your return, so that we might have company, who could assist us in our observations. Then, said Oqua, we will start early, and I will telephone Polaris and Dione to meet us and bring Bartel and Houston. I know that Lorena will be most happy to meet you. He is a walking encyclopedia of knowledge, and I know that you will enjoy his acquaintances. But, she added after a moment's hesitation, you need rest and I will go. Be of good cheer. All is well. And do not forget that there is a wonderful power in truth when it is left free to remove errors from the pathway of human progress. And kiss me good night. She was gone. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 11, an air voyage. Every preparation had been made for our proposed voyage into the interior, and as the sun appeared from behind the eastern edge of the southern verge, we were embarking on the airship. Our party consisted of McNair, Iola, Oqua, Captain Gano, and myself. I took my place at the helm with McNair and told him that I wanted to take lessons in aerial navigation. He kindly explained the use of the electric keyboard which controlled the machinery, and I found it so simple that I felt no need of an instructor. In this placid atmosphere, all I had to do was to set the ship in the direction we wanted to go and turn on the power until we reached the speed at which we desired to travel. All the motions of the vessel were under absolute control. I found the steering apparatus could be readily adjusted to overcome a light wind, and reasoned that the same principles would enable us to ride the storm. This first practical experience in aerial navigation gave me confidence. Our course was a little north of west, and we were soon leaving the great communal agricultural district which we now regarded as our home. According to our reckoning, it was now the 1st of February, and I had begun to figure whether it would be possible for us to be ready to attempt the proposed journey to the outer world during the northern summer. If we did, it would certainly require intense application. These thoughts were continually running through my mind, and they spurred me up to gather all the information possible for the book that I was preparing. The country over which we were passing was still agricultural, but the surface was more broken and the general arrangements were changed accordingly, presenting to our vision an agreeable variety. We still saw the magnificent communal homes with correspondingly large areas of cultivated lands, but we also saw cottages gathered into groups with large public buildings which McNair informed us were schools, public halls, homes for the aged, hospitals, and especially homes for prospective mothers who felt that the ideal conditions which these homes afforded would secure the best possible development of their offspring. I was forcibly struck by the number and grandeur of these homes for mothers. I had noticed that every communal home had its department for the care of mothers, and now I found that the grandest structures that I had ever seen were devoted exclusively to this purpose. In reply to my inquiries, I was informed that this care for motherhood was a universal feature throughout the inner world. But in this, as in everything else, liberty prevails. The mother is always free to select her own conditions. Many prefer these large public homes, which are exclusively under the control of women, while others, with different temperaments, prefer greater exclusiveness in their own apartments, but all alike make this period of prospective motherhood one in which all the environments are calculated to produce the best possible prenatal influences upon the unborn child. For this purpose, different temperaments require different surroundings. The impressions produced by beautiful scenery and social enjoyments on one may be more readily produced by reading, lectures, music, and intellectual entertainments on another. The unperverted taste of the mother is always accepted as a sure guide to what is best in each case, and the best is always provided. While the country over which we were passing did not have the same artificial appearance as if laid out by one uniform pattern, like that where we had been located since our arrival in Etruria, I still noticed the general tendency of the people to get together in large communities. We passed over large districts of wild lands, which afforded ample opportunities for isolated homes, but nowhere did we see anything of the kind. This induced Captain Gano to ask if there was any law against people getting out by themselves and cultivating these wild lands. "Nothing but the natural law," said Oqua, "which impels people to do that which is the most conducive to their happiness. The people of this country do not like drudgery, and they have learned by experience that in order to avoid drudgery they must work together on a large scale, as one family, each for all and all for each. In the olden times, people in their ignorance scattered into single families consisting of a man and wife and their children. They wasted their energies in their isolated efforts and were at the mercy of the few who had the intelligence to work together. When the masses became more intelligent, they gathered into communities and cooperated with each other to make the most out of their labor and to avoid the payment of tribute to speculators who did not work at all. They soon found that they could not possibly consume all that they were able to produce, and they began to work less and enjoy more. "But," asked the captain, "have you no arrangement by which a man and his wife could get out on these wild lands and make a home for themselves?" "We certainly have no arrangement," said Oqua, "that would prevent their doing so, but if they should try such an experiment, it would not last long. As soon as they found themselves toiling incessantly to procure a bare subsistence, while the great masses in the communities were spending 11/12ths of their time in the enjoyment of rest and pleasurable recreations, they would seek admission into a large communal home, where all who are willing to perform their share of labor are welcome." "But," said the captain, "you say that the people of this country once lived in isolated homes. The people in the outer world do so now, and they feel that to be the best possible condition for the development of the highest qualities. How were the individualists of this country persuaded to give up their individual holdings and accept in lieu thereof a community interest in the products of their own labor?" "They outgrew their preconceived opinions," said Oqua. "Among the performers of the olden time, none were more earnest than a large and very intelligent class of individualists, who believed that the people ought to own the land, and that the individual holder ought to pay the community for its use, in proportion to its value as land, not counting the value of the improvements. These reformers agreed to the abolition of land titles, and in accordance with the doctrines which they had promulgated long and earnestly, they took their lands in severalty and paid the community a tax for its use. As individualists, they could not object to other people forming communities and having all things in common, but when they discovered how much more they had to work than their neighbors, they were true to their own interests and joined the communities, where their labor became so much more effective. They found that instead of sacrificing any of their individual rights by so doing, they actually made those rights more valuable by being relieved of drudgery. The land tax to the community was abolished in the course of time, and then any individual might take a homestead and cultivate it in his own way without being taxed for the privilege of doing so, but this right is never exercised, as it would deprive the individuals thus setting up for themselves of free access to the common wealth of the community and the common advantages which belong to the community life. They could only enter the communal homes as guests and strangers, and while free entertainment is never refused, proud-spirited individualists would never think of securing a subsistence by visiting around. They would naturally prefer doing their share of the work to create the common stock. And hence our individualists are all in our communal homes and have no desire for individual holdings of any kind. Their community interest in the commonwealth is worth vastly more to them than all the wealth that they could create by individual effort." "But," asked the captain, "do you permit no private ownership of property at all in these communities?" "Yes, we do," said Oqua. "All persons may accumulate property which they create by personal labor if they wish to burden themselves with the care of it. But as there is an abundance in the common store to supply every want, there is no motive for the private ownership of anything but personal belongings which are ordinarily of no value to anyone else. Members of the community may have anything they need out of the common stock, and intelligent people would not encumber themselves with the care of more than they have a use for. The greed for the accumulation of property, which I am informed is so prevalent in the outer world, if manifested here, would be taken as an evidence of insanity, and would be treated accordingly. It is very difficult for the average Altruian to realize that people should ever desire to hoard up wealth which it is impossible for them to consume. But when we scan the pages of our early history at the time when legal money was the medium of exchange and the standard of value, the people made a mad scramble for money in which they disregarded every interest of humanity. We were now approaching a region where art and nature seemed to have united in one mighty and persistent effort to excel each other in the entrancing beauty and rugged grandeur that could be added to the picture. On either side was a broad expanse of cultivated lands, interspersed with parks, lawns, and ornamented grounds, which revealed the work of the most artistic landscape gardeners. Beneath us, the Cocytus meandered its way toward the distant ocean, between its wooded shores, like a shining pathway of silver, while before us the great continental divide with its towering mountain peaks piercing the clouds closed our view towards the west. At one moment we were admiring the rugged grandeur of this lovely mountain chain, and at another entranced by the beauty of the highly ornamented landscape where art had improved upon nature. Take it all in all, the scenery presented to our view from the cabin of our airship, sailing at a height of several thousand feet, was sublime beyond the power of words to describe. As we neared the mountains, McNair took charge of the ship and made a detour toward the south, which brought into view the mighty canyon through which the Cocytus reached the plain. On either side were mountain torrents dashing over the rocks on their way to join the waters of the deep-flowing river. Here nature in all her majesty revealed her titanic powers. But suddenly another scene opened upon our vision, in which art revealed itself as master of all the forces of nature. It was more like a city than anything we had seen since leaving San Francisco, and yet it was very much unlike any city I have ever seen. I was bewildered by its sudden appearance upon the wonderful panorama of nature and art which seemed to hold us spellbound. Palatial buildings in white and silver appeared in every direction, surrounded by highly ornamented grounds. No smoke, no dust, and no miserable shanties to remind us of the poverty and misery which characterized the cities of the outer world. In the distance, it presented a panorama of beauty and grandeur, more like the paintings of a gorgeous midsummer dream than any real achievement of human skill and human taste. It was more like the fancied abode of the gods than the dwelling place of men. This was Orbitello, and as it lay spread out before us, it presented a scene beyond my powers of description. It was located on an elevated plateau and almost enclosed within a bend of the river, which flows around it on three sides, the west, south, and east, like a silver highway, over which electric yachts of almost every size and description were gliding. It was a dream of beauty that, once seen, would never be erased from the memory. "This," said McNair, "is our continental headquarters. Here was at one time a large city, but every remnant of the old structures was removed long ago. The location, however, is so central that it was selected as our chief center of business for all the departments of the public service. It is a favorite gathering place for large numbers of people from all parts of the world, hence the number of buildings for the accommodation of visitors. It is in fact a perpetual World's Fair, a miniature picture of the world as it is today. There is no better place to study the civilization of the inner world in all its phases." McNair was interrupted by a familiar voice with a well-remembered "Ship ahoy!" and as we turned around to see from whence it came, another airship came alongside, and we exchanged greetings with our old shipmates, Battelle and Houston, and our saviors, as we called them, Polaris and Dion, who both addressed us in English. "Please speak Altrurian," I said. "I have abandoned English except in cases of emergency, as I am anxious to perfect myself in the use of your native tongue. Remember that I have become a citizen of Altruria and have no desire to perpetuate the use of a foreign language." "And we," replied Polaris, "want to perfect ourselves in the use of English, as we want to visit America and talk like natives just as soon as a ship can be constructed that will enable us to navigate the frozen regions without being frozen ourselves." "And one," I responded, "that can hold to its course with a side wind of a velocity from 50 to 100 miles an hour." "Have no fears on that score," interposed Battelle. "We have the principal parts of the machinery completed, and all that remains to be done is for you to take a trial trip to the southern verge and see how it will work in a storm, and in the meantime we will try our hands at constructing one that will be proof against the cold of a polar winter. Better go to the southern verge now, while it is comparatively temperate, and test our improvements in a gale." "All right," I said. "I am willing, but who will go with me? I ought to have the assistance of someone who could not only stand the exposure, but be able to make observations. It will keep one person busy to manage the ship during a storm, no matter how perfect your machinery may be." I suggest, said Battelle, that you take Leif and Eric, who are first-class mechanics as well as scientists. This is their request, and it ought to be granted. We need both Houston and Captain Gano to assist in the construction of a cold-proof vessel. This is the plan of work that I suggest. How will it suit you? Anything suits me that looks toward success, I said. Since you have already completed the inventions that I had contemplated, it is but fair that you dictate how they should be used until we can improve on your improvements, which, by the way, I hope may not be necessary. Oh yes, it will, said Battelle. Just as soon as there is no room for improvement, everything will be perfect, and with nothing to do, nothing to live for, and no improvements to make, constituted as we are now, we would very likely be just as unhappy as we are now anxious to improve the airship or to accomplish any other object that is dear to us. This is a working world, and we are workers, and when there is no work to do, there will be no use for us on our present plane of development. You talk like a philosopher, I said. One would think you had graduated from an Alturian university. So I have, said Battelle. Were you not talking Alturian philosophy all the time we were together on the Ice King? So I was to some extent prepared for what we have found in this highly developed country. But what's the matter? I asked, as Battelle's airship came to a full halt and seemingly began to fall. Before I recovered from my surprise, it had settled lightly on the top of a stupendous structure, and McNair was evidently aiming for the same place, as he set our ship to circle around in the way I have often described. I had seen the practical workings of one of Battelle's improvements, and could not help seeing that it was an undoubted success. The mechanism that would control the vessel while dropping toward the earth seemed to me more difficult of construction than that which would hold it on its course against contrary side winds. A minute later, when we had reached the surface, Polaris and her crew, so to speak, had disembarked, and we had a cordial handshaking, and then took a stroll around the roof of this immense building. Everything about it seemed to indicate that it was especially designed for the accommodation of business on a gigantic scale. It was built of the semi-transparent material which we had found so common in the district where we had made our homes. The cornice, windows, and doors were trimmed with aluminum, which gave it a peculiar grandeur of appearance. McNair, who was ever ready to make explanations, informed us that this was the Continental Department of Exchange, through which all the commercial transactions between the various districts throughout the continent were carried on. This was the chief center of distribution, and bore the same relation to the continent that the district exchange bore to the several communities of which it was composed. The community stores made the actual distribution of products to the people. These larger exchanges, district and continental, did not really handle the products at all, but collected the orders from the consumers and sent them direct to the communities where the goods were wanted, in this way saving very much unnecessary labor in handling and transportation. The actual exchange of commodities was always direct between the producers and the consumers. I did not quite comprehend all this, but it prepared me for the object lesson which was to come. I was keenly alert to everything that was to be seen and heard, as it was valuable material for the book which I now felt sure I would be able to lay before the people of the outer world. It was now noon, and McNair suggested that it was about time for dinner. No doubt, he said, your 1,500 miles of travel has given you an appetite. And suiting the action to the suggestion, we all stepped upon an elevator and descended to the largest dining hall I had ever seen. It seemed that thousands of people were seated at the tables, quietly conversing and enjoying their midday meal. We seated ourselves at a vacant table, and Oqua said, "I shall order for all, as our American visitors are not yet perfectly familiar with our customs." And manipulating a button at her side, I was surprised to see the center of the table disappear, but it reappeared before I had sufficiently recovered my equilibrium to ask questions, and it was loaded with the most tempting viands. Oqua explained that these central tables, which carried the food, stood on the top of an elevator that connected with the kitchen below. That when an order was received, a table was already prepared to take the place of the one which the elevator brought down. Everything moved with quiet celerity. No bustling waiters and no waiting for orders to be filled. After dinner, we passed into a large sitting room, elegantly furnished with chairs, divans, sofas, etc., splendidly upholstered. I noticed chairs and divans on wheels and asked McNair for an explanation, and he replied, These chairs are moved by electricity supplied by storage batteries just under the seats. You apply the power by pressing a button on the arm by your side and guide them with your feet. You will often find them in use, particularly in large places like Orbitello, where travelers coming in fatigued and people on business with the various departments, having many places to go, need some easy means of locomotion. In the olden time, waiters used to push these chairs around by hand, but with the advent of electricity, electric motors were substituted, and now the people who use these chairs need no such assistance, and all the chairmen have to do is to see that the chairs are returned to their proper place. After a little instruction, we found no difficulty in going where we pleased in our chairs and regulating their direction and speed with perfect ease. This novel experience was so agreeable that we decided to visit the leading points of interest in these electric chairs. The first place to visit was the business offices of this great continental exchange. We took our places in a large elevator room and passed down to the office of the Commissioner of Exchange. On either side of the great hall were shelves containing large books in which we were informed were statistics of production that are sent in from every district twice a year at the close of each crop season. These records show just how much surplus each district has for exchange and of what it consists. This information is for the Order and Supply Department, which is on the same floor, toward which we were directing our chairs. Here we entered a long hall, on either side of which were arranged desks and electrical instruments. The clerks in attendance each represented a district, and were selected by the districts to fill these positions because of their intimate knowledge of the wants of their several localities and of the surplus they had for exchange. The district commissioners sent their orders to their own clerk, which was written out by telautograph on his own desk. The order was at once transmitted by the same method to the district having the surplus through its own clerk, and a duplicate of these orders to the record department. These orders, when received from the district commissioners, were transmitted to the communities having the surplus. The community department of exchange then shipped it directly to the place where it was needed. Under this system of distribution, products passed directly from the producer to the consumer and were never handled but once. The producers held their surplus in their own possession until they had orders from consumers by whom it was needed. The Commissioner of Exchange at Orbitello had a tabulated report of the surplus held by each district, and each district had its clerks in the Order and Supply Department of the Continental Exchange. When an agricultural district wanted machinery, musical instruments, furniture, clothing, etc., the order for the same was transmitted to its own clerk in the Department of Exchange, and it was at once sent to the district or districts having a surplus of the products needed. And when a manufacturing district needed food supplies, the orders were sent to the clerk in the Continental Exchange, and the order was transmitted to the nearest agricultural district that had a surplus for exchange. Under this system of organized exchange, if any district found that it had a surplus accumulating in its warehouses for which there was no demand, this was all the notice required that the time had come to curtail production in that particular line. From what we could see of the workings of this system, by going through this department, we could readily see how the law of supply and demand, if permitted to act freely with no artificial restrictions, would be a perfect regulator in the world of commerce. Neither would there ever be, under this Arthurian system of exchange, a glut in the market at one place while there was a scarcity at another. You see here, said McNair, a business house which handles the trade of a continent containing over 200 millions of people. All the products of the soil, the shop, the factory and the mine are practically bought and sold in this establishment, and yet without any of the excitement and bustle, hard work and worry which characterize the comparatively diminutive business houses of New York and London. I see evidences, I remarked, of a most admirable business system on a stupendous scale, but the question that will be asked in the outer world will be, how are these goods paid for, and how are the prices fixed, and the accounts adjusted without money? This is what the people of the outer world will want to understand. I am asking more for them than for myself. Nothing difficult about it, said McNair. Product pays for product here, just as it actually does in the outer world, but under cooperation, the elements of interest, profit, and rent have been eliminated. The price of an article is fixed by the amount of labor expended in its production and distribution. This, of course, only applies to such commodities as are in demand. A great deal of labor might be expended in the production of something that no one wanted. Such labor would be wasted here as it would be anywhere else. I had thought of this contingency, I replied, but was not seeking a difficulty. I referred only to such articles of necessity, comfort, and luxury as the consumers wish to secure. How are the prices fixed? What is the standard? And how are balances settled? These questions, said McNair, are well put, to draw out a concise as well as a comprehensive statement of our business methods. We readily ascertain by statistics the average number of minutes, hours, and days of labor invested in the production of every commodity which enters into common use. This includes the labor invested in the necessary transportation, superintendence, and distribution. Hence, in our accounts, the value of products of all kinds are credited and debited as given amounts of labor. This is what in the outer world would be called the price. A given number of hours of labor in one branch of useful service to society is worth just the same number of hours of labor in some other branch, and the exchange is made on that basis. The one primary object of this system of exchange is to secure equal and exact justice to all. But how are all these numerous employees on your railroads, in your stores, and the various departments of industry paid? Asked Captain Gano. Very easily, said McNair. The people produce all the supplies and render all the service, and the people enjoy all the benefits. This is about all there is of it. We produce what we consume and consume what we produce, without paying tribute to anyone else for the privilege of exercising these natural rights, as the people in the outer world are forced to do. But, said the captain, would you have me infer that all these expert clerks and accountants and the commissioner who superintends all this business do not receive any more than the laborers on the farms and in the shops, factories, and mines? Why would they get more than people who are engaged in laborious occupations? Asked Iola. They get all they can consume. If they should use a little more or less, no one cares. They can have all they want without working any more hours than other people, and I cannot understand how they could use any more food or clothing without ruining their health or making themselves very uncomfortable. I cannot conceive of any person wanting to eat more food or wear more clothes because he or she is employed in some position of trust. Can you, Captain Gano? I admit, replied the captain, that your question is a poser. And this is not the first time that I have been puzzled by your remarks. I do not say that you are wrong, but I never heard questions handled in this way until I drifted into this inner world. I can only say that I am bewildered, and while I do not comprehend your philosophy, I do admire your civilization. And, responded Iola, I cannot comprehend how anyone can admire our civilization without accepting our philosophy. The civilization of a people is only reducing to practice the mental and moral concepts of the people. Our civilization is the logical outcome of our philosophy. People always think first and act afterward. Our philosophy is what we think, and our civilization is the result of what it induces us to do. Well, said the captain, it has certainly induced your people to do many things that would look very strange in the outer world, but which seem to work rightly here. Oqua, who had quietly dropped out of our party without being observed, now joined us, accompanied by a man of commanding appearance. He was about 6 feet, 4 inches in height, brown hair, full beard, blue eyes, fair complexion, and a high intellectual forehead. Oqua introduced him as Norena, chief of the Continental Department of Education. His address was most gentle, pleasing, and kind, but firm and decided. Turning to me, he said, I had hoped to have an opportunity to make the acquaintance of Jack Adams, the scientist of the Ice King, but Oqua tells me that I must be content with Nequa, the teacher. She informs me that you are preparing a book to be published in your own country, and to that end you are making a close study of our civilization. That is true, I said, and she has spoken to me of you as one who could render me great assistance in gathering the lessons that would be of the most value in our transition from competition to cooperation. "I shall gladly render you any assistance in my power," he said. "But what you can see here of our completed system of cooperation in every department of human endeavor will be indispensable to a clear comprehension of the lessons to be drawn from the history of our own transition period." "Thank you," I said, "and I would be pleased to have you show me through the departments and call my attention to such features as will be of the greatest advantage for me to understand just at this time." This is the same request that was made by Oqua, as it would take a long time for you to find just what you want without the assistance of someone who is familiar with all the departments and who also understands the nature of the work in which you are engaged. To begin, we will now visit the Department of Public Printing and News Distribution. We now dispensed with our electric chairs, as we felt the need of exercise. As we emerged from the Exchange building, Norena took the lead and conducted us into another stupendous structure, devoted to the public printing and the distribution of news to all parts of the world. The upper story was an immense auditorium where public meetings of unusual proportions could meet and have ample room, and where the acoustic properties were so scientifically adjusted that all could hear the speaker in ordinary tones of voice. Norena conducted us first into the press room, where printed sheets were being turned out with a rapidity I had never before witnessed. These passed on an endless belt into the binding department, and from thence, in completed form, to the mailing rooms for distribution. Everything seemed to move with the same quiet celerity that we had noticed in the Exchange department. From the press rooms we ascended in an elevator to the composing department, where we found a number of machines turning out stereotype plates, but no operators were anywhere in sight. Norena informed me that the machines were operated on the same principle as the telautograph, or writing telegraph, and with a multiplex system of transmission, an expert could operate a number of these machines in different parts of the world at the same time. The matter for publication was thus delivered in the composing room in the shape of plates ready for the presses. But the most interesting and important feature of this great publishing house is the manner of collecting and distributing news. The news department is connected by telegraph with news offices throughout the world and is continually receiving items of general interest, which are classified and distributed by the same means to the people in every home throughout the continent. The printed pages are of matter of a more permanent character, which is regarded as worthy of preservation. Copies of new books are sent to similar establishments in the other grant divisions, and by them reproduced and placed in their local libraries where all have access to them. This free distribution of intelligence to the whole people is under the direct control of the Department of Education. During the meetings of the Eltrurian Council, this department has another important duty to perform. The Council, through this department, is practically at all times in communication with the majority of the people. When a matter of public interest has been carefully discussed, pro and con, it is formulated and transmitted to every community where the people are interested, a vote is then taken at once, and the result transmitted to the Council. By these means, a majority of the people can be heard from in regard to any matter of importance in a few hours. The people are at all times familiar with the matters which are being considered by the Council and are prepared to respond promptly. The communities ordinarily have decided any important questions in their minds before it is submitted to them and reply at once. I could readily see how, under an advanced state of civilization, direct government by the people is not only practicable but remarkable for its simplicity and promptness of execution. The Council acts upon all matters in which 2 or more districts are interested, and the matter is formulated and submitted at once to the people of such districts for their approval or disapproval. But in any matter of great importance, the people are not compelled to wait for the regular meeting of the Council, but may, by the action of the communities, place the matter before the Executive Committee, which meets every day, and it becomes their duty to submit the question to a vote of the people. In this way, under this system, the people can always secure prompt action, as it is the duty of their officials to serve, but not to govern, as they do in the outer world. If a public improvement is agreed upon, the districts and communities interested make an appropriation of necessary material and labor, and the work is pushed forward. In all things, This Great Council is advisory in its character, and the Executive Committee only takes such action as the people have agreed upon, and when any matter has been agreed upon, the executive power acts at once without question. The will of the people is the law, which no one ever assumes to question. We passed rapidly through a large number of magnificent structures, filled with exhibits of all kinds. In Machinery Hall were samples of every conceivable mechanical device. Another vast building was devoted to textile fabrics of all kinds. Every industry had its exhibit. All the great grand divisions had similar buildings. Everywhere, accommodating attendants were ready to show us anything and give us any information we wished. And one remarkable thing was that while everyone seemed anxious to display the goods on exhibition, no one ever tried to sell us anything, as would have been the case in the outer world. Here, as McNair said, was indeed a miniature picture of a world. I could write a volume on each one of these great buildings without exhausting the subject, but for the present I had seen enough and requested Norena to conduct us next to the Library of Universal Knowledge, which was the most highly finished and imposing of all these palatial structures. It was built of the usual semi-transparent material which shut out the direct rays of the sun, while it admitted a mellow radiance, rendering artificial light as a rule unnecessary. We took an elevator to the top, where we began our survey of the contents. Elevators at frequent intervals connected every story. A description of one story would in a general way apply to all the others. Each floor is divided longitudinally into 3 halls or suites of rooms. The central division is ordinarily a single hall 50 feet in width by 600 in length, and in these central halls are stored all the books, papers, and relics of the past. Also specimens of ores, metals, alloys, and compounds of everything that goes to make a complete museum of natural history and scientific methods in chemistry and the mechanic arts. Different stories are given to archaeology, ethnology, geology, chemistry, electricity, etc., and constitute a most instructive feature of this library of universal knowledge. These divisions on either side are given up to reading rooms, lecture halls, and schools for culture in technical branches that can be studied to better advantage here in this vast library than elsewhere. In the reading rooms, which are always open to the public, full catalogues are always kept for visitors, and courteous attendants are ever ready to give any information and procure any book that may be needed. Books are all numbered and catalogued, so the visitor has but to press the number of an electric keyboard, and it is delivered at once by a pneumatic tube. The attendants return the books to their proper places in the same rapid and quiet manner. No noise, bluster, or confusion anywhere. Everything is reduced to system and moves along like clockwork. Instruction is free in any of the technical schools, to all who apply and submit to the rules. These schools embrace every specific branch of study and are usually patronized by graduates from the public schools who desire to perfect their knowledge of some specific branch in order to be better qualified for a special calling. Here can be studied under the most favorable conditions the progressive development of a world, illustrated at every step by the relics indicative of its status, which are carefully preserved in the museums, thus tracing in the most instructive and satisfactory manner the progress of the people from their primitive condition of barbarians to their present high state of culture. I saw at a glance that this was the place where my contemplated work of investigation into the practical methods which had enabled the people of this country to develop such ideals could be prosecuted under the most favorable conditions. I determined to make good use of these facilities for gathering the ripened sheaves of human thought in every age and condition of life, for the benefit of the people of my own native land. In the lower story, we passed into the department where new publications are received and catalogued. The first thing that attracted my attention was the translations from the Library of the Ice King, which seemed to have the right of way over everything else. Among these translations, I noticed the American Cyclopedia, Rydpath's History of the World, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Histories of the United States and the Leading Countries of the World, together with a selection of works on polar exploration and a number of scientific works. I was astonished at the progress that had been made, but Norena informed me that, under their system, a work could be translated almost as fast as it could be read, and that the work had been divided between the scholars of all the grand divisions. I asked Norena if there was much demand of these translations of outer-world literature, and he replied, "Yes, the orders from each grand division amount to millions, and they can be translated in all parts of the concave as rapidly as the presses can turn them out. This is especially true of everything pertaining to America, whose history up to date is so similar to the early stages of our own." "But," I said, "with the usual large attendance at the reading rooms, one volume will do for a number of persons, and I should think that would greatly decrease the demand." "That is true," said Norena, "but all have an equal right to be served, and this addition to our knowledge of the outer world is in such great demand that all want to be supplied at the same time." "Of course, that is impossible," I said, "and so I suppose that with all your improved methods many will be compelled to wait." "Not so very many," said Norena. "All may not be able to get books, but all who desire to do so can hear them read." "How," I asked, "can that be when millions are asking to hear them read all at once?" "Not so very difficult," he replied, "when we use the multiplex phonograph. One reader can be heard all over the concave. A vast number would rather listen to a good reader than to read themselves, and as the voice of this reader can be connected with a large number of phonograph reading rooms at the same time, in each such room, as many can listen as can be seated." "You astonish me," I said. "Will you please explain how this is done?" "I will do more than that," he said. "I will show you how it is done. Come with me." I followed him into a large room where I found, I should think, from 200 to 300 people composedly sitting in chairs or reclining on sofas and divans, with phonographic attachments in their ears. "These," said Norena, "are all listening to readers at Lake Byblis, who are assisting in the translation of these works. They are using these attachments in the ears because they are not all listening to the same matter. This is a fair sample of what is going on in every room of this character throughout the concave. A large number of professional readers are employed who are connected by telephone and phonograph with every home and reading room in all parts of the country. By such means you see that we can disseminate knowledge almost simultaneously to all who are most anxious for it. The demand for printed books is mainly from libraries and reading rooms, public and private. The masses of the people at this time are spending much of their ample leisure in listening to the reading of this new addition to our literature. It will not be long before the most industrious intellectually have absorbed to a considerable extent this most valuable addition to our knowledge, and then a very large number will apply themselves to the study of the English language, so that they may be able to judge for themselves as to the accuracy of the translations. I see from your admirable system of distributing knowledge that there must be an extraordinary demand to be supplied." "Nothing extraordinary for us," said Norena. "The demand is steady with a tendency to increase. Our people are all workers who have enough physical exercise to keep their bodies in good condition, and this stimulates the mind to demand food, which it is our duty to provide." "Do you not often find this difficult?" I asked. "Not at all," he replied. "In this, as in the supply of food for the body, the quantity is always ample, where the operations of natural law are not antagonized in the administration of public business. We have ample facilities for gathering news, and everyone who has a thought to express finds an opportunity to do so. There is a steady supply which we distribute alike to all. This demand for mental food is even more pressing than the demand for physical nourishment. The real man and the real woman are not their physical bodies, but the living souls which occupy these bodies, and it is the duty of this department of the public service to provide these souls with the stuff of life, which is knowledge." Before leaving the library, Norena requested us to record our names on the visitors' book. We complied, and then continued our rambles until I, for one, was utterly exhausted and asked to be excused from further exercise. "Then," said Norena, "we will retire to the Department of Public Comfort, where I have my private rooms, and while you are resting, we can talk over plans for the future or other matters that may demand attention. I am much interested in this move to improve the airships with a view to opening up a line of communication with the outer world. And, I remarked, I am, if possible, more interested in the completion of my book in time for it to go to the United States by the first airship for publication. And I want it to contain every lesson of importance to our people that can be gleaned from the present condition and the past history of the people of this country. As we were speaking, Norena hailed a passing electric carriage, and in a few minutes we were landed at the grandest hotel I had ever entered in my life. I could see at a glance why it was called the Department of Public Comfort. Every facility for the comfort and enjoyment of guests was provided, but the dimensions assigned to this volume will not permit a description. I need only say that all its appointments were complete for the accommodation of thousands of guests. While each of the department buildings had its own arrangements for accommodating its own force of employees and its own guests, this Department of Public Comfort was designed more especially for guests from other grant divisions. Here, the heads of departments of all the grant divisions held their conferences, and here the continental heads of departments, very appropriately, had their headquarters. After supper, Norena informed me that on the morrow he would devote an hour to oral lessons at the Institute of District School Superintendents, and that his subject would be the history of the transition period. This, he explained, covers that period in the history of Altruria which marks the decline and fall of the old system of competition and the introduction of cooperative methods. It may be just what you want in the way of lessons from history. If you think that you cannot yet understand our language well enough to fully comprehend all the points, I will provide you with a translation into English. I thanked him for his interest in my work and assured him that while I wanted to hear him in his own tongue, if he could provide me with the same matter in English, it would help me to a better understanding of the language of the country, and that certainly I did not want to miss any point of real value in the subject matter. End of chapter 11.